feel it deep flowing through my blood. Rising up to become someone, and taking it all on my own. What a sweet victory. And taking all of my control, awaken something deep in me.
Like flames, feel it burning inside. Take a hold in pursuit of the prize. I've been told ain't no way to survive, keeping all of this fire that's locked up inside. When this is the time, enter the ring. All those mental chemicals doing their thing. I got flashes of battles inside of my dreams. I was made for this moment. At least now it seems like it's time to come face to face with your fear. Been battling reasons for all of the years, and I learned how to fight them with style and grace no one's ever encountered. You say it's amazing, I'ma come out swinging when they open the gate. Go ahead, call passion, I'm calling it rage. I'm taking what's mine like I already own it. Watch but don't blink, going here to the moment.
The sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment, the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are.
My name is honor, my name is king, my name is champion, my name is strength.
Tell them who you are.
My name is Pentakill, you think it's strange? My name keep ringing inside of your brain.
I hear it every night. Here's to the moment the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. So tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are.
You've walked through the darkest nights. You've heard the crowd, felt the blinding light. You were standing there when your heart comes alive. It's a dream of a hat, and it never dies. Right here, right now, give it all, get it out. Never surrender. I fight and never fail. I am a contender. A challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. way, find my way, find my way. On my way, on my way. Dream my way, dream my way. Never a surrender. I find it never fail. I'm a contender. And change I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Grenadity. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Grenadity. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king.
Turn it back. Gear out a weapon, getting ready, counting down. Pay attention to the challenge, tell me where you from. Gotta be tough, gotta be strong, gotta be savage like animal. Every time you try to push me down. Look at me, I'll be lying down when I run around. You don't make a sign, I will catch you. Watch out, it's better feel, got no mercy. Look at me, I'll be rising. Carry the season, you gotta calm down, gotta weapon. You never hesitate for another moment, but my bone is golden.
I'm invincible, just let him know. I can show you all the glory I own. Through the jungle, find a way to the palace. I'm waiting here. Go, different route can we go? It ain't a river, turn it back. Storm is coming, tide up your cold. It's my kingdom, fire blowing up. We the kings, it's our honor, showtime. Honor, kings. Yes, we gonna burn up. Honor, kings. On a killing spree, I tell you all this. All my enemies, they go on silence. Wipe them out for only 6 seconds. Yeah, we got honor.
You wanna get me juice, kind of the one who made the rules. You have night to choose, only one way, got night to lose.
I'm gonna shut down. We got no cry. We barely fight as one. Crash in pieces, you can cheat.
First blood, double trouble, then I take a pen, I kill. All you do is sweat and look at me stay victory.
Say.
I've triggered my soul
Follow my
down.
pace.
We the champions, screaming, I'm invincible. Just let him know. I can show you all the glory I own. Through the jungle, find a way to the palace. I'm waiting here. Go, different route can we go? It ain't a river, turn it back. Storm is coming, tide up your cold. It's my kingdom, fire blowing up. We the kings, it's our honor, showtime. Honor, kings. Yes, we gonna burn up. Honor, kings. On a killing spree, I tell you all this. All my enemies, they go on silence. Wipe them out for only 6 seconds. Yeah, we got honor.
In this world, only ones in this world, only ones in this call out my name, cut through the sound of the rain. No matter how I feed the flame, you know I feel the darkness and the pain. All of the ways we tried to break free from the night. You know we made it out, we found the light.
Is that really your best?
mercy for what's known as the masses. And as for my wrath, it is reserved for the wicked. Only after enduring all 81 trials did I see how this world's hardships never end. How does your head compare to the Serpent Sovereign? Yeah! Huh? Divine form renewed! Evil, be gone! All forms fade! Before the Lotus Podium, all suffering ends! Mercy and wrath unite! I return from the West to dive back into this chaotic world. Little ones of Mount Huaguo, do you still remember me? The great sage, heaven's equal? I'll be back in a flash. Don't let any demons sneak in while I'm gone. Time to leave the stone behind and see where fate takes me. This land belongs to Mount Huaguo now.
Legendary!
Contestants fight for the honor of their regions while we cheer them on from the stands.
Double kill! Double kill!
This is a challenge, but it is also an opportunity. The tide is turned.
They're gonna use it, golden title, Tatsuri,
Victory!
And we pulled it off together. We share the same voice, the same radiance. This moment of brilliance belongs to all of us. Together, we shine.
The new Honor of Kings version is here. Let's take a look at the two major areas of updates: hero control adjustments and battlefield balancing improvements. Basic attack targeting rules have been updated. If a player is crowd controlled for too long while using a basic attack, the attack command will now automatically be cancelled, preventing heroes from continuing to chase enemies after the crowd control ends. The movement wheel's dead zone has also been adjusted. After the improvements, there's no longer a dead zone in the center, helping prevent input interruption issues. After improving basic attack and skill targeting logic, even if base attack target priority is set to lowest absolute health, you still prioritize nearby epic monsters, and targeting will feel more intuitive. Next up is an overview of the battlefield balance updates. In the new version, the true damage value of the Crimson Golem buff has been adjusted, with the minimum value slightly reduced. The tower destruction slow effect has also been improved. When a tower is destroyed, nearby enemies will now be slowed. The teleportation portal cooldown has been reduced from 45 seconds to 30 seconds, allowing for more flexible tactical choices. A new lizard platform return mechanic has also been added. When a lizard leaves the platform's area, it will automatically climb back onto the platform. There are even more battlefield improvements waiting for you to experience in-game. See you in the Gorge.
Azuria, the southern archipelago of Primera. Here, humans and great beasts live in symbiosis. How this came to be traces back to a never-ending catastrophe. 2,000 years ago, Azuria's mightiest great beast, Anita, merged with the power that fell from the Sky Dome. That power amplified Anita's strength, but shattered its sanity. Driven mad, Anita transformed into a massive vortex, the world devouring everything in its path. Where it passed, great beasts were torn apart and islands were destroyed. This was the disaster that would define Azuria's history, the Eternal Calamity. In its wake, Azuria stood on the brink of annihilation. This catastrophe became known as the Great Desolation. In despair, the humans and great beasts, once mortal enemies, became each other's only hope of survival. The great beast Devita and humanity's greatest champion, Devara, abandoned their conflict and chose to work together. The great beasts sheathed their fangs, and the humans let go of their hatred. All surviving life grasped at one final power, the churning. Deep beneath the sea lay Amrita, a force brimming with boundless vitality. Through the combined efforts of humans and great beasts, it was awakened, restraining the calamity at the center of Azuria and restoring life to the world. But the calamity was not destroyed, merely sealed within Azuria's center. It erupts from time to time, bringing countless disasters to the land. Devara collected his knowledge and power and passed them down through the generations, hoping that one day the calamity could be ended for good. And so, this has continued for 2,000 years.
Chief Elder Devara! The calamity has erupted again!
It seems trouble has returned. The secret to life is to just take every punch and keep going.
Welcome to the 2026 Asian Games Esports Qualifiers, Honor of Kings. 20 regions, one stage, and only the strongest 9 teams will earn the right to shine above the rest. Taking place in Malaysia, June 13th to 21st, 2026. Coming to Malaysia, this is the battleground where teams fight for the right to qualify for the Asian Games. 20 teams enter, but only 9 teams will move on. Apart from the 20 regions, there are 3 regions that have direct qualification. Here is the 2026 Asian Games Esports Qualifiers Honor of Kings format. First, the 20 teams will split into 4 groups of 5. In each group, every team faces every other team once in a single round robin, with every match played in a best-of-3 format. That means every match matters. Every game matters. Every single point matters. The point system is simple. Win the match, earn 1 point. Lose the match, earn none. At the end of the group stage, teams are ranked by the total points they've collected. And from there, the road begins to shine. The top 2 teams from each group qualify directly to the Asian Games main event. That gives us 8 teams advancing straight out of groups. But for those not through yet, the light isn't out. The teams that finish 3rd in each group still have 1 more shot. They move into the last chance stage. There, they battle through one final BO3 single elimination bracket until 2 teams remain. The 2 teams will then face off in a BO3 match to claim the one final qualification slot. So in total, 9 teams will make it through, 8 from the group stage and 1 through the last chance stage. That is the rule. Now it is time to see who can rise through it. From across the world, regions gather here in Malaysia. 20 teams, and only 9 will qualify. The path is set. The stakes are clear. Together, we shine. Stay tuned, and we'll see you at the stage.
Itu kan track kita. Relax bro. Phone aku! Jom kembali. Mountain View, angkatkan pengemaraan. Kau boleh. Kat mana pula ni? Water truck.
Kasih boost!
Adventure. Dapat pun. Steady bro.
Rancangkan kembali gengmu!
Double kill!
Shall I compare thee to a summer's day?
Slain. Don't engage! Slain. Don't crush us like insects! Slain an enemy! Defend our base! Our high ground tower is under attack! Amazing! Unbelievable! Triple kill!
Ah, the fragrance of romance.
Ally has been slain! Rampage! Double kill!
Fortune is on my side.
With the new consignment market feature, both new and veteran players can earn consignment items just by staying active. Sell them to earn tokens and purchase the items you've always wanted. Players can head to Dragon's Hoard to get tradable appearances, chests, and more. Players can list tradable items on the consignment market to earn curio tokens. During the initial launch period of this feature, all item listings will have their listing charge waived. Use your curio tokens to trade on the consignment market, or purchase skins that were available before June 17th directly from the shop. With the new consignment items, players can complete events to earn tradable chests. Choose to open them yourself or list them on the consignment market for sale. Tradable skins can be obtained by opening tradable chests or by redeeming them in Dragon's Hoard. Tradable spritlings can be obtained by opening tradable chests. Tradable cards can be obtained by opening tradable card chests. If you bought an item but did not use it yet, you can still relist it on the consignment market.
Itu bukan truk kita.
Relax bro.
Phone aku! Jom kembara. Mountain View! Angkatkan pengembaraan! Kau boleh!
Kat mana pula ni?
Water truck!
Kasih boost!
Adventure!
Dapat pun.
Steady bro!
Rancakan kepala gengmu!
Ultimate not ready yet. You have slain an enemy.
My magic murmurs in ecstasy.
Amazing!
There is no escape for you.
Killing spree. Double kill. Triple kill. Spectacular kill. Cut through the sound of the rain. No matter how I feed the flame, you know I feel the darkness and the pain. All of the ways we tried to break free from the night, you know we made it out, we found the light. I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new vibrant world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world.
Now I see that I got everything I need. It's alright, I'm on fire, I'm alive, 'cause now I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new colorful world.
Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world.
Never thought we'd get this far, burning like the stars. How we get this far, like we're the only ones in this world.
Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world.
What's a life without its worth? Compromising with what hurts inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take in life. I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against all odds, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one let me down. Destiny is calling high. I'm not afraid to fight for everything I love. Victory is on my side. The more we lose, the more we gain. The more that nothing stays the same in time. Can't love ever, can't forget. What you see is what you get sometimes. Gonna show the world tonight the light that shines inside us. We're against the odds, but we won't give up, 'cause it's our time to shine.
As the Honor of Kings Asian Games Qualifiers entered its 5th day of competition, teams continue their push toward qualification, knowing that every victory carries increasing importance. The Philippines opened the day with a commanding performance against Uzbekistan. The result was a convincing 2-0 victory, and another strong showing from one of the tournament's most consistent teams. Kyrgyzstan followed against the United Arab Emirates in a more measured contest. Kyrgyzstan remained composed and disciplined, securing a clean 2-0 victory. Myanmar entered their matchup against Nepal carrying strong momentum, and once again, they delivered. Myanmar controlled the series and secured another clean 2-0 victory. India followed with an impressive showing against Saudi Arabia. Their decisive team fighting allowed them to secure a clean 2-0 sweep. The final match of the day saw Hong Kong China continue their impressive form against Sri Lanka, securing another convincing 2-0 victory. 5 days into the competition, every victory carries greater significance. The road to the Asian Games continues, and the battle for qualification is far from over.
It's time to see the action from around the region. Welcome to Day 6 of the 2026 Asian Games Esports Qualifiers Honor of Kings. By now, all the teams have revealed a little bit about themselves. Some teams in this tournament have fought their way back into contention. Others are still looking for momentum, and there are those that have looked almost untouchable. And nobody embodies that more than Indonesia. They enter this tournament with a remarkable KDA of 52 takedowns, 0 eliminations, and 133 assists. Remarkable performance that have made them one of the most formidable teams that we've seen so far. But today, face new challenges as Pakistan look to give Indonesia their very first setback. And Kazakhstan may have their toughest fight yet against the undefeated Vietnam squad. Sri Lanka, Singapore, and Jordan are still looking for that breakthrough performance that could change their course of this competition. And over in Group D, Hong Kong, China, and Republic of Korea continue to push themselves to the top of the standings. The margins are getting smaller. The competition is getting tougher, and every fight today continues to shape the road to the Asian Games. So let's get Day 6 started. Casters, lead the gorge.
As we pace towards the tournament for the 2026 Asian Games Esports Qualifiers for Honor of Kings, we have now reached Day 6 of this qualifiers for our majority of the regions fighting for the main event. My name is Sagi, your desk host for today, and joining me on the broadcast for the English side will be Adam Spartanko and also Holler. Welcome back once again.
Thank you for having us. And again, I'm super excited about today. I mean, we're at Day 6. We've seen some of the teams, unfortunately for them, they've been essentially eliminated, but we're going to find out which of these teams are going to be moving on.
Yeah, Day 6 is where all the standings gets more and more saturated. We start to see some teams are sort of eliminated and some teams are really seeking out if they can get that position number 3.
Yeah, position number 3 is what we also call the last chance stage. You don't really direct qualify to the main event of Asian Games, but at the very least, you're not out of the tournament, unlike the 4th or 5th place, where if you lose 3 games in this tournament, you're practically out of contention.
Yeah, that is probably the number, right? 3 from both sides, 3 wins, you move on, 3 losses, you're unfortunately out. So, I mean, it's one of those teams when you're talking about like the 2-on-2, and then those might be 3rd place, and then there's going to be a little drama there.
That's it for sure, and I think there's gonna be a lot of pressure on all of the teams that's gonna be finding out whether or not they're gonna be eliminated or they're gonna try to go up against the last chance qualifiers. It's gonna be very interesting for us to see in the last day, Day 9.
Exactly here, but let's check out the standings here before we move into today's matchup, because as we talk about being in Day 6, a lot of teams are unfortunately out of contention, like Pakistan and Mongolia coming in. For Mongolia specifically, right, they're out of Group A. But for Pakistan and Uzbekistan, they are still in for tournament contention, especially for the 3rd place spot. Unless there's a situation where Indonesia comes in and loses back-to-back games and forces a tiebreaker with either one of those teams. That's still possible. But yesterday, since Philippines has won against Uzbekistan, they have qualified into the main event.
Yeah, and actually, I think Uzbekistan will be cheering for Pakistan here because, again, you want to kind of play spoiler into Indonesia. If they hit that third game, it's going to be much tougher to kind of make any sort of moves, and then they would be fighting for the third place. So, again, it's about opening up more slots, especially in Group A. But if we're going to talk about Group B, Myanmar has been an absolute star here as they've been 3-0. UAE on the other side, just 0-3, and the other teams are kind of middling in the middle. But walk me through Group C here, Adam.
Yeah, the Group C, we have Laos at the top place as well as Vietnam. Both are tied for the first and the second place. For Kazakhstan, they've already played 3 different matches and they still have 1 more left. We still can see that they are for sure going to be here at position 3 already. It's either whether or not they're going to switch place with number 1 and 2. That's all. But for India and Saudi Arabia, it's confirmed that they're already eliminated from Group C.
Yeah, I think Group C's dynamic is one of the most competitive one, especially between 1, 2, and 3, because Laos and Vietnam all clean, Kazakhstan 2-1. So any small changes in win or loss will affect the dynamic of 1, 2, and 3. Specifically, 1, 2, you go to the main event. 3, you still have to go through the gauntlet, which is the last chance stage. Now, moving towards the Group D. This is where a lot of dominance is at the top part of the table here. Hong Kong, China, back-to-back flawless victories. And today, they're back at it once again with more games. And for the Republic of Korea, it's the same thing for them as well. They started off the entire tournament cleanly against Singapore, and right now at the bottom of the standings is Sri Lanka. It's gonna be a bit difficult for them starting in a 0-2 position, but not all hope is lost.
Yeah, they still have a chance. I mean, I think Group D has the least number of games played overall. We don't really know. Obviously, Hong Kong, China, the past 2 days have come out with victories. They've done very well, but we're gonna start off with a bit of a banger in the sense of Indonesia versus Pakistan. Pakistan, are they able to play spoiler here?
They definitely have to, right? Because if Indonesia wins this, great for them. They immediately qualify for the main event. But if Pakistan wins this, they get to drag Indonesia down once more and then force Indonesia to have a must-win situation against their Day 8 opponent, which is Philippines, who is still yet undefeated.
Yeah, and afterwards we do have Jordan going up against UAE, followed by Vietnam against Kazakhstan, which I think is quite important as well to really see where they're going to end up in the standings, because their group is quite strong against each other as well. But afterwards, we do have Korea going up against Sri Lanka.
Yeah, and in Korea, Sri Lanka, I mean, we haven't seen Korea since like day 1, right? So it's been a while. They've taken a little bit of a break, but as they go up against Sri Lanka, who I believe are towards the bottom of the standings here, but the last series of the day, Hong Kong, China, going up against Singapore, there were going to be some pretty crazy games because we expected competitive teams. Singapore didn't have the greatest of showings against Korea, but do they bounce back against Hong Kong, China?
It's gonna be slightly difficult considering the fact that Hong Kong, China's form as of now has been impeccable. There were signs of mistakes, there are signs of breakthrough, but still, if you were to compare it to the debut performance coming from Singapore, I do think that strength discrepancy-wise is more favoring towards Hong Kong, China, but that's only on paper. But, you know, it always relies on the actual gameplay itself.
I agree, and the fact that Hong Kong, China has always been showing up with a great demonstration of macro, and every team has been using them as a good example and a benchmark for how to do proper rotations throughout the entire map. Is a good show to us that they are one of the strongest one in these qualifiers.
So there's 2 things about Hong Kong, China. For the past 2 days, we've seen some games. We've definitely seen some mistakes and some gaps that other teams have kind of taken advantage of, but they've kind of gone into the point where now Singapore can do a lot of research because they've seen those games. They're very recent, right? At the same time, Hong Kong, China, they're like, okay, we're kind of in a groove. We haven't had a little bit of a break like Singapore has, so it's going to be a little bit of an interesting one in that last series today.
It's a back and forth thing, right? Would you rather have a long break after a loss or consecutive games while you're winning here? Because that seems to be the Hong Kong-China train right now, where they've been winning back-to-back games cleanly.
Yep.
Both series 2-0, 2-0. Right now they're 2-0. But Singapore, they had more time to actually go back to the practice room and actually look at the footage, right? So which one would you prefer? Winning while not stopping or losing and stopping a while and observing?
I will never choose the losing option.
Okay.
Right? I will always choose winning, no matter how many days I have to do, like 3 days games in a row. I will do that.
That's why you're winning every day on the broadcast.
Exactly.
Every day.
Oh, thank you, sir. As we go on, I do think that that's the way. I mean, if you have a little bit of a break, you're thinking, okay, we can shore things up. But at the end of the day, they need reps. They want to be in there. And again, if you're in the driver's seat with winning, you're going to be in a much better spot.
You know how else we can win? It is by participating in the event to get Baichi's new skin, the Playground Hunter. So you guys can actually just go and log into the game and get this big new patch update that just came in yesterday and try and enjoy the Baichi's new skin.
I've been playing some games on my stream yesterday, and I've been trying out Devara, Lorian, Anna, and Florian, and I gotta say, they've been pretty strong in the meta currently here. I've been playing your Chammy yesterday, you know, coming in from Team Philippines, and he showcased a pretty good mastery on towards them, but that's on the official server. Coming in for this tournament itself, since we're on the Asian Games version, those heroes won't be available, but it will be something to look out for in the player's hero pool later on.
I agree. If some fine date actually goes into a tournament patch, not going to be this one though, but in the next tournament, it's going to be very interesting for us all to watch and banter about.
Yeah, we will banter about it later on, because right now, the exact focus has to be put on our first series of the day, coming in for Indonesia and also Pakistan, that will be taking up the stage, because this is going to be an important one. Indonesia wins this, they go. Pakistan wins this, they survive. So let's head to the video.
They have shown exactly why they are one of the strongest. Their confidence and execution have proven difficult to match. Now they stand one step away from securing the qualification. Give it up for Indonesia!
Resilient, determined, and ready to fight for every opportunity. They have battled to keep their journey alive, and now they face their biggest test yet. One match, one chance, one opportunity to keep their dreams alive. Please welcome Pakistan!
The story is the same coming in for both teams in Group A. For Indonesia, it's one more victory to find that qualification spot. For Pakistan, it's one more victory as well to stay on their footing for the main event. So this is Indonesia going up against Pakistan. This is going to be super duper important of a match.
Very, very important indeed. And it seems like this is the Indonesian lineup.
It's going to be made up of Iqbal, Neville, Emmanuel, Agung, and Nafal. Again, this is a squad that is 2-0. They've had some great games. They've been stomping some of the competition, but now they've got a beast of a team going up against Pakistan here.
And back to Mara's opening segment of the show. Indonesia has yet to suffer any single form of falter in terms of their entire gameplay. Their KDA is clean slate, not a single death suffered from the team itself.
Yeah.
And coming in towards today's match, it's not going to be Drenson, it's going to be Neville back onto the main roster.
For the record, I do not have a death at the Asia Games qualifier myself, although I've not played in any games. Indonesia have actually done a much better job of that, seeing as that they've kind of gotten 4 and they've been sweeping through. I mean, it is an immaculate record there.
This will be the lineup for Pakistan. We have Mohsin, Anwar, Hassan, Muhammad, and Uzair. We do know that they can actually play very, very well with Uzair up in the front line, always opening up vision for his entire team. But of course, the pressure is really, really high going up against Indonesia, because we're all expecting Indonesia to still continue their onslaught. But can Pakistan actually prove everyone wrong?
I think it's a must-do situation right now for them, right? I wouldn't say their backs against the wall, but if they do lose this, it's actually backs against the wall. So in their situation, if you want to be maintaining your hopes for the main event, or at the very least, the last chance stage, this is a must-do.
Yeah, and actually you remember from the Muhammad N interview, right? He was saying that, like, hey, they put, Pakistan in a corner, they put them in like a tiger in that sense, and they are ready to prowl. And going into this, I mean, we're talking head-to-head. Indonesia, they have not really shown too many of those heroes, 14 versus the 23 from Pakistan.
I would say it's more on towards the entirety of their gameplay, whereby they're just like so efficient on their hero picks that they don't really need to play additional games. Because if you were to go through specific amounts of games that they totally played, for the side of Indonesia, it's only 4 games. For the side of Pakistan, they've played 7 games thus far.
Yeah, they really do play a lot more games than Indonesia for sure. So this is probably why the hero pool is a lot. But also, they can tell us a bit about Indonesia on how consistent they are with picking more or less the same few heroes. And in a sense, that sort of make it a bit easier for Pakistan to choose what hero to ban, because they can just watch these 4 games and know, okay, maybe Indonesia just keeps on repeating the few same heroes.
I think that's exactly what's the case, right? You don't always have to be very efficient on all the heroes, especially in this format where we are going on standard ban pick with no global bans. Hence, 14 heroes, 15 heroes to 20 heroes, those are sufficiently enough. It means that every single player has a strong grasp on 2 to 3 heroes.
Yeah, and I'm kind of looking at this like the 52-0-1-3-3, the KDA by the team. I'm kind of looking at this as more like the 300 movie where the god never got caught. He never got hurt or whatever. And when he did, everything kind of fell apart. But going into this head-to-head, let's talk about this mid lane here, Emmanuel versus Hassan.
Emmanuel has a lot of experience playing up on the stage for sure compared to Hassan, and at the same time, his average KDA is very, very high with all of his mid lane gameplays. We do know on how he always controls the mid area of the map to make sure the jungle and roam has a lot of space to play around.
And Emmanuel has been one of the tournament's highest MVP players thus far at the number count of 3. He's been showcasing a lot of effort in his gameplay, especially he is the team captain coming in from Team Indonesia. Very well done player coming in thus far, and he is leading the team to a rather success in that storyline going into the main event of the Asian Games.
Yeah, everything revolves around Emmanuel. In terms of his play, his calls, everything about Indonesia right now is about him. Every single time. And he has some of the most MVPs, and the only thing that's limiting is the number of games that he's been able to play, right? So Emmanuel, the way that, again, he's always been like a Gan and Mo, he's been, with the Garuda, all of these poke and prod heroes that is actually able to really help and accelerate and kind of make that KDA much higher than it probably should against maybe like another team.
And actually, I've talked to Emmanuel before and sort of engaged in a couple of games with him on Discord as well, because it shows that Emmanuel he really sounds like a person who is a leader. He's very calm, the way he speaks, the way he thinks. He doesn't really jumps into conclusion. He doesn't really get angry easily. So you know what? He does have that leader quality. Probably strengthen up people listening to him when he does his shot calls.
Those are qualities you need as a leader, right? I do think that having a leader sort of personality in the team actually brings out the best of the best coming in with young players on the side of Indonesia, where we talk about it, right? They are not a team where they are from the same team like a club, whereby if you take Philippines, for example, the Civil team, they all come from Blackness International. For this, it's the Indonesia All-Stars. All the young players, all the experience are coming in together to fight for their nation.
So there's 2 camps, right? Do you go with that team that's been like playing well and they synergize with one another because they've been playing together for so long? Or you're looking at the other side where you're like, okay, I actually want to find the best players so that we create this all-star squad from Indonesia. I mean, we still have yet to see which is the best way when the Philippines and Indonesia go at it. Yeah. But like as we go into game number 1 here, like if you were picking a roster, which one do you do? Do you stick with the tried and true, like the best team in your case, Malaysia here?
I think for Malaysia, I mean, they just recently released their entire roster, so the approach is something similar to Indonesia's approach, where we get the best performers and put them up together and then trial and test to see which is the proper 5. And I think that is a move with a certain form of risk that actually will bring you benefit if it works out.
Yeah, and having Ukyo and Guan Yu banned out from Pakistan is actually a very good move, because that's the amount of respect that they have towards Bal, because Bal with Guan Yu is just so scary. But it seems like they're going to go with Emmanuel's heroes first, which is going to be Mai Charnui, and I think it's going to be providing a lot of crowd control and a lot of poking capability.
There's a lot of confidence, right, going with that Mai. You're setting the tone and being like, hey, come at me. We're going to be super aggressive, and we're going to start this game very strong. And you know that Emmanuel is going to be more than up to the challenge.
And the Mai pick as well, right, is one of those picks where it actually gives you so much room to make plays. The proactiveness is always on your hands, unless we see some form of a 50-50 mid lane matchup like a Yu Huan or a Milady that can actually go even with Emmanuel on that Mai pick. If not, I do think that Emmanuel will have a pretty straightforward time on this pick to control map and find those early game plays that we talk about.
Yeah, and we also have Atta and Zhang Fei, which is a very good frontline heroes, can open the map very easily as well. But the response coming in from Indonesia is by taking Lapu-Lapu and also Arlie. Arlie is one of the hardest marksman hero, I think, in my opinion, because it's very hard to use him because of the Parasola. You can actually just chase the umbrella, change your position, swap positions all the time. It takes an immense amount of mechanical skill to really master the hero.
I fully agree with you, right? Arlie is one of those heroes where if you're good at it, you're super good at it. But if you are sometimes bad at it and inconsistent at it, you don't even know how you get eliminated in those team fights. You just go in and you're gone.
Yeah, it's like you're like the top 1%. You're amazing with the hero, or you're just like average, right? Let's be honest. That entire pool is just so there's like a huge gap between them. And again, you just go out of position one time, you mess up with the parasol, you are completely in a bad spot.
Yeah.
You're probably gonna have a rough game.
And sometimes the Maple Dance actually spawns the umbrella in a spot that we don't want it to be. But I'm not sure if there's a particular way to be sure. There's no, it's random, right?
Random.
Okay.
But I've seen you play Arlie, Sagi. You're amazing with it, and you say that it's hard. You're just being humble. I know how good you are with Arlie. I don't know how you do it, but it really takes a lot of muscle memory and amount of skill for you to really get used to the hero. It's very difficult for me to understand.
For sure, and especially when you put it on a competitive scene for such a series like Indonesia against Pakistan, Gong is definitely having one of the, I would say, very consistent performance thus far coming in for the Indonesian roster, and coming in with the Arlie pick, I'm definitely 100% sure that he can pilot it to the max. And coming into the second phase of this pick and bans, you can start to see more Clash laners being blocked away from the hands of Iqbal. Pakistan has banned Dharma, Guan Yu, Byron. All the picks does signify slightly to me that Mohsin might be the one handling this Atta in the Clash lane role here. So with so many Clash lanes unavailable, likely for the side of Indonesia's Clash lane, which is Iqbal, he might be going for picks like the Charlotte.
Yeah, and at the same time, Indonesia has been targeting Muhammad N, who has been the all-star on the Pakistan side. So, you know, both of the coaches have done their research. They're seeing which is the greatest threat against me and ensuring that, hey, Muhammad N might not have the best of picks available to him, especially going up against like an Arlie.
Can see that Pakistan is really focusing on all of the heroes from Bal, but aside of Ukyo, of course. And I like to see what Bal's going to be playing. We know that his hero pool is actually huge, but I'm pretty sure this has done a significant amount of damage towards the Indonesian hero pool, having all of these heroes already banned out.
I think there's still options of the Fatih, Charlotte here coming in for some Iqbal and going for the jungle. That's where I want to see what kind of interesting picks that Neville will be bringing up to the table here. Previously, he's only been playing the Ukyo Tachibana every chance that he actually got. And we didn't really get to see the depths of the Indonesia jungler's hero pool here coming in for this specific player.
I think for myself, I mean, I like the Hanshin pick, but I think they should have saved it for the last one, because then Indonesia would have picked their other ones. They would not have known that it would have been something like an assassin-style type of jungler. Like, you know the Arlie is out there. Maybe you would have picked a farm laner there and then look to do the Hanshin at the very, very end to give yourself the greatest advantage.
I agree with you on that statement here, because you've already seen the fact that, hey, that's the Arlie there. There's not going to be a lot of hero available coming in for the farm lane here. So why not let's lock in the counter or a comfortable matchup for the side of Muhammad N, and then save this Hansen pick or another jungle counter in the final pick. Because if you pick a Hansen so early and you don't generate that early rotational value where your mid lane gets to push, your side lane gets to push, and protect your own jungle, then you might be in a bit of a trouble here, because your jungle as a Hansen in the early game might be invaded coming in by the Indonesian squad.
Picking Nakoruru after seeing a Hansen is actually a little bit quite risky because we do know that Hanshin can actually just catch Nakoruru very quickly. But also having Heino up front is going to be very interesting for them to try to really poke Mine because he's going to be... no, I'm sorry, he's not going to be...
okay, so that's going to be Angela mid and
Okay.
Hansin jungle, and
Heino
Ata Clash lane.
Hano Clash.
Hano farm.
Heino farm.
Hano farm. We've seen this before. We've seen
Yeah,
this
yeah,
before.
yeah.
In some regions, in some scrims, people do play the Hano farm lane and they have a certain level of success. Especially if he does go to the frenzy spell, it might be pretty good coming in for the side of Muhammad M, but he did default go for the flash here. So this is an interesting pick. I wouldn't say directly that it doesn't work because we have not seen it before, but I want to see how Muhammad N pilots this Hano farm lane in such an important match.
I mean, Hano, his biggest problem is that he's not able to farm, right? Now that you're the farm hero or the role, you're going to have plenty of space to do so. So I understand why it's potentially there. My only concern is the fact that you have the Mai and the Arlie both and the Nakoruru. All of them are looking to burst you down, and the Fate Rewind is going to not have as much of an impact.
And going up against Arlie, and well, fortunately for him, Arlie is in the mid lane. Arlie can actually just delete all the projectile, all the spears that's going to be thrown by Hano, the scepters. And that's going to be quite a bit of a problem, especially for Hano. But it's going to be very interesting. Maybe he does have a plan on how to try to counter Arlie's presence afterwards. Definitely going to be interesting on how they're going to do their rotations for sure. Pakistan going to be focusing down, trying to steal the jungle. It seems like they're learning a thing or two.
Yeah, learning definitely a thing or two. And I love the fact that, I mean, look, this Hano pick might not work out in the end. All of the other heroes, a lot of them were targeted onto him. And this is changing things up. There's no way that Indonesia expected a Hano farm laner from Muhammad N.
Yeah, I didn't expect that as well because there's no farm lane at all at this point. But with Anwar, they're probably trying to compensate the lack of physical damage and try to funnel everything down onto Anwar. Let's see, the itemization is rather straightforward for now, and it seems like Atta from Uzair is going to be focusing on Blazing Cape first.
Yeah, and so both sides, when the team fights are happening, and assuming that we're kind of, close with the net worth, there's going to be some serious fireworks come these team fights because, again, the Hanshin, you know that's going to be flying in. Zhang Fei, Atta with the ghost ship. You have a lot of potential burst. And then on the other side, Indonesia, man, they're pretty much everybody is like a glass cannon aside from like Nafal. So he's, again, that one guy that's setting things up with those big raging scenes.
Yeah, the hero composition coming in from Indonesia really do scales well towards the late game. I do think that they need a bit of time, though, to collect all of their gold. But having Pakistan's hero composition like this right now, it seems like they should be able to secure the game way earlier on compared to Indonesia. So in that sense, I think maybe Indonesia should be a lot more careful early game.
I kind of disagree with you because, I mean, Indonesia, the way, again, they've been able to extract farm on the map. It's not even 3 minutes in. They have a 1K lead.
True.
And the way that they're moving across the map, very efficient, right? They're gold sharing. They're like, you can see Anwar, he's all by himself, and the rest of them are just trying to make sure that this mid lane doesn't just constantly push on them.
You know what? That's right. And the way they're actually compensating this by actually doing proper rotations, trying to max out their gold situation, has been working out very well for them. 1,000 gold within 3 minutes. You know what? For now, I think that Pakistan is actually not too far back, and I was actually expecting something much more worse happening than this, and it's not really happening that way, which is very good for Pakistan.
Okay, well, it is still very early. Let's, not call the game for any of them, but now it looks like they're going to go for the two-man stun. Nice Unbridled Outburst, catching them with that ghost ship, the wombo combo, but the dash away, it doesn't look like, oh, it is Iqbal, just barely dashing away, he does survive.
What an ult coming in from the Zhang Fei, very, very beautiful. He waited for very nice timing, coming in with the ghost ship. They really communicated that one, and it's reflected on the screen. It's very nice.
I mean, Iqbal just being able to survive on that one with the combination. We've been wanting this for quite some time. The Zhang Fei ghost ship, right? Like that. Those 1-2, and we haven't really seen it used incredibly often because they usually tend to be in different places. But the first time they actually hit it, and somehow Iqbal with the flash and the dash just to getting out, and now they're gonna look to turn this. They actually find the leaping savior, and Mohsin will survive. He dodges it just for that, but the Tyrant is gonna be picked up by Indonesia.
This is a bit of a problem for them because Mohsin is not around. He has no HP, but he seems like he's gonna lose as well. Anwar goes down.
Yeah, Anwar goes down. He was trying to take the blue buff, not gonna be possible. possible. Ghost Ship, not the greatest of spots as Uzair gets picked off as well. Agung taking him down.
I think it's a very good start for Indonesia as well because they do know that Zhang Fei doesn't have any ult and he has to go back. He was actually just a little bit overextended, but the way Pakistan actually tried to save themselves was almost okay. Anwar was quite alone over there. He needs to be much closer to his teammate. They're trying to steal and they get the red buff given to Hassan instead of being stolen by the Nakororo.
Yeah, so it went from bad to worse right now. Anwar going in on that blue, probably incredibly risky, right? It's like 1 versus 5 in that situation, and it's just all for a blue buff. I know that you need those buffs to, again, just continue your jungle efficiency, but you've got to take, you know, what the enemy's giving you, and they're not giving you that at all. They had all 5 members again, and Anwar, now you put your team further behind.
I think the most important thing is not just the buff, but also the gold. But coming in with the Maple Dance damage is really piercing through Heino.
Yeah, and look, the Fate Rewind actually sending him the wrong way. He's a little on the lower end, but again, the big ult on cooldown at this point. And now Indonesia, the way that they've been able to kind of find their moments. These big ults are on cooldown. This is, again, another opportunity.
3,000 gold in front for Indonesia, definitely leaving Pakistan behind just a little bit more. And I do want to see more of Zhang Fei's ult coming out aggressively and not just to defend, because it's very important for them to do the surprise factor, for them to engage with something rather than trying to react what Indonesia is trying to do, because it actually almost worked very well up in the top lane earlier.
Yeah, but even in this moment, it's like the numbers advantage. I mean, you knew that the Azure Golem was going to be taken down. Anwar was not even in the same lane. They were not going to contest, especially when you don't have Smite. So again, finding that opportunity, and now look at this rotation. Anwar getting caught off. All he wants to be, he just wants to be left alone. He wants to be farming by himself, and just put on some emo music. But he's going to get gone on, and he's going to get dove on. Agung dive in the tower. Not scared whatsoever. The Blazing Brilliance not really too much on this, but the Raging Sea will connect, and now they find Mosin, and it's an all-out retreat by Pakistan.
Seems like Uzair really have to go back just for a bit. 2 of them actually went down, and with 5,000 gold difference right now, pretty sure they can really extend their gold lead even more. The gold deficit coming from Pakistan is going to be a problem for them. And look at this very sharp Kachosen coming in from the Mai Shiranui. The what happened just now in the top lane was just so good that Indonesia really controls the situation. And probably Anwar was just a little bit too far ahead. He knows everyone was rotating towards him, and his friends couldn't back him up just in time.
Yeah, so talking a little bit more about this Heino pick, especially in the farm lane, you're kind of questioning, is this the right way? But yeah. Muhammad N right there using Fate Rewind on the mid T1. Again, just healing up a little bit of that health. And again, all you're trying to do is slow this game down. You're trying to extend it as much as possible. That mid T1 is pretty much that lifeblood. Like that, it's just basically keeping you alive.
They're trying to really control the area, managing to get the blue buff. Look at Charlotte trying to dash forward, trying to capture anyone. I think they're trying to buy time for Anwar to get his momentum, because Hanshin, he comes really online during the mid-game towards the late game, because he will have freedom when there's no vision.
Yeah, but usually he just wants to be left alone. Nice 2-man Raging Sea, but it's under the tower. They found Uzair. They caught another, and it looks like it's Mosin's going to be taken down as well. Pakistan right now, everything being thrown at them. In Indonesia right now, they have a whole bunch of ways to just, again, the Kachusins, the tri-slashes, all these different pieces where they find you under the tower, they don't care, they'll get the picks.
The poking capability coming from Indonesia is actually quite a lot with that 7,000 gold lead. For sure, they will be able to poke with a lot more damage going into Pakistan. And I do feel that Anwar needs to focus on doing his split pushing.
Yeah, it looks like Hassan, just like that, they actually find Muhammad N as well. The Fate Rewind, again, it takes time. You got to charge that thing up. It takes a little bit of, time to get to that 86 miles an hour to go back to the future, if you will. And not able to do it again. And Indonesia finding those pickoffs and the way they go in, very decisive.
Very decisive indeed. Having Daybreaker right now, Agog is going to be able to deal a lot more damage, a lot more piercing damage towards any tank in front of him. They're going to try to force it out in the mid lane for sure.
Yeah, and they're just completely zoned away. No chance. Mid T1 down, and Indonesia finding that snowball. And now this lead has gotten a little out of control as it's almost 10K at the 9-minute mark.
They're trying to see if this is the right time. Blazing Brilliance has been used, trying to zone them away, which is very, very efficient because we do know Hassan's skill set cooldown is very, very low. And the rotation coming in from them, they still haven't managed to send Anwar out of the base just yet, leaving Hassan alone in the mid lane, trying to defend the tier 2 tower, which is going to be a bit risky for him. Frostcar Embrace has been bought by Iqbal.
And it comes back to the draft. I think Glenn, the coach of Indonesia, was rightly pointing out in terms of the bans Muhammad N's heroes. And then I don't know how deep you're getting where you're forced into like a Hano pick. I don't know if it's again forced into it or if this is something that they were looking to select, but you're kind of seeing just the underwhelming factor that is the Hano farm.
Yeah, I do think that they're trying something different for sure, trying to see if it works, and I think that as of right now, it's not proving anything just yet. Maybe still quite a bit early. He still have the Insatiable Dome though, and the Holy Grail to make sure that he has a lot of cooldown reduction, a lot of magical life still coming in for the Hano to sustain in front. But where's the sustainability that we need? When Agong already has his Daybreaker, it's gonna be difficult.
Yeah, taking both of the big neutrals at the same time. That's how far up they are, and now the Blazing Brilliance will be used just as potentially zoned. The Raging Sea onto Mosin, and he actually dives on forward, but where's the follow-up? Mosin's going to be picked off as he tried to go into Agung, and a nice 3-man stun. Emmanuel with the play. They've got Uzair as well. They've got him locked in, and they will take them all down except for Anwar, who was just trying to, again, get his farm going.
Very unfortunate for Mosin just now. He actually tried to help his teammate to disengage, but I was expecting him to actually dash to the back to follow his teammate much more closely to make sure that they can all disengage together, but it seems like he went forward to force enemy to actually go all over him, but it seems like they're going to try to end this right now.
Yeah, Anwar here, it looks like Mosin will show up as well, but they don't really have the ult. Hassan is back up. The reinforcements have arrived. The Blazing Brilliance is not going to be enough. Mosin has already been taken down on this one. They find Anwar as well. Indonesia hitting the crystal, and they will take game number 1.
15-0, once again continuing their streak of dominance here in Group A. One more win, and they will be heading to the Asian Games main event. Beautifully played. Every single play, every single rotation contributed to that large of a lead coming in towards those mid-game fights that you talk about. Yes, maybe in the early game, Agong wasn't able to find much more of a threat towards the Muhammad and Hano, but as the game started pacing, as the first Azure Golem after the Tyrant buff was taken away, that's where you start to see Jungle being taken away, Argo rotating to assist the team in finding more markers on the map.
Yeah, definitely, and I do feel that every move and decision made by Indonesia is full of intent. They really know what they're doing and not a move wasted from them. And still very curious with the Hano pick though. I wanted to see the Hanshin to really work in the game, but I think Pakistan really need more time for him to work, right? Because Hanshin really works around the vision that the enemy has, and it seems like everyone was all over him all the time, making sure that there's no space for Hanshin to roam and do any flanking maneuvers.
Whenever you see a team lose a game, you're kind of thinking, okay, these are probably the 3 or 4 things that you probably need to do. And we can go back into that in terms of just like what Pakistan could do better. But I think that we got to start with the basics on this one. Okay. I think that we got to just think of like getting that first kill, right? Make Indonesia like lose a single member. They have not even been able to find that. I mean, no team has thus far, which speaks volumes about Indonesia's play. But I think we need to start with just that simple one for now.
It's going to be a strong step coming in for anyone coming in from Group A if they really are able to actually break that deathless streak coming in from Indonesia's KDA. But I do think KDA is sort of a thing whereby it's inconsistent of a measurement, where you've seen on the interviews as well coming in with the Indonesian players, they're like, it's just KDA. We're here to win it all, so KDA or not, it doesn't really matter. To them, it's about playing the best game and winning it for their region and nation here. But it goes back to the same thing you talk about Pakistan. I think rather than getting that first W on that kill, it's more on playing as a team, because when you saw the first Tyrant, members of Indonesia were faster. They were much efficient in landing on the correct spots in those team fights. And for the side of Pakistan, slightly slow, it's fine on the Tyrant, but then when it comes down to the Azure Golem defense, it was taking too much time for them to react.
Yeah, too much time for sure, and we do see on how Anwar got caught. I wanted to say that he actually tried to defend the buff alone, but I do feel that the rotation coming in from the rest of the Pakistan players trying to save Anwar and trying to save the blue buff takes a lot of time than usual. I agree with you, Sagi. And these are the itemization coming in from both sides of the team. There's nothing too awkward or too different from usual. Everything is quite straightforward for now.
I always look at it like a Hanshin pick as you control the lanes.
Yeah.
You're able to kind of create space so that Hanshin can just like be left alone, right? I think that we've seen this with, you know, when Rock is playing Hanshin.
Oh yeah, Rock.
You know that there's other players that like to kind of, again, just want to be isolated. They're completely off the map. They're not really making an impact. They're not going for ganks, all these things. And then you see that going up against like a Mai, and that was the first pick. You know that all the lanes are going to be threatened. You're not going to have that space. So the Hanshin pick, in hindsight, is one of those things where like, I'm not going to get the time and space to get my farm to really compete in this one.
And especially when we talk about this back in the pick and ban phase, where you want winning lanes to be able to giving Anwar sufficient space to actually grow on the Hansen here without items, without the gold and levels, and having his buffs consistently stolen away by the Team Indonesia side, it's not going to be too easy for a hyper farm reliant jungle like the Hansen to be able to flourish in this match. And Indonesia did it immensely well in trying to punish every single play coming in from the side of Pakistan in trying to defend their buffs. Every time they did try, they get taken down. They try again, they get taken down again. So it's really a big win coming from Indo.
Yeah, and also, I mean, just Muhammad N with the Haino, right? You knew that he was kind of probably not going to be a carry. I mean, it might have worked in some of your other scrims leading up to this, but this is like the main stage going up against Indonesia. You have to have more than one opportunity. If Anwar is getting suffocated, he's not finding that space, then Muhammad N needs to be on a hero that is able to, again, carry the load when Anwar's not able to get it.
Yeah, they need to get someone who can actually be the backup, or at least a second tier, a second level of hyper carry, if I can say so. Something that focuses on long-range physical attacks, something that really has a lot of critical rate and critical damage, probably to secure the mid and late game. Hero that scales well at the farm lane, that's why we call it a farm lane, right? But sometimes we do see people use like a Fuzel or Dr. Bian on the farm lane, and maybe this is one of those times where they want to do something similar, but this time with a Haino.
I think so, right? I think the idea coming in for the side of Team Pakistan was to play Muhammad N on the Haino farm, make sure that no one can really dive in the first 4 minutes, and then that pressure elevated allows Anwar on the Hansin to be that physical carry that you're mentioning about. It's okay in paper, but when it comes down to execution, these are the moments, right? He goes in, he gets taken down. This is still fine, losing the Azure Golem, but if Anwar falls here, the next respawn coming in on the Crimson Golem is too late for the side of Pakistan to have any sort of defense mechanism here. And in every single moment in these highlights, Anwar was just getting choked out of all these resources here. He couldn't find any farm in this game.
Yeah, I mean, once the team fights were happening, Indonesia was rolling, right? They had all the network to fight. They wanted to fight. And Anwar, when you're not really prepared, you're bringing like a knife to a gunfight, so to speak. You don't really have the same level of armament to really kind of compete on this 50-50. It wasn't exactly fair. And look at how, from all different angles, Indonesia fighting as one will meet you in the mid T1 with all the corpses of our enemies.
Corpses of our enemies. Yeah, this is where Janfei actually went towards the front. I was expecting him to actually follow his teammates towards the back, but this 3-man knockout coming in from Emmanuel was just so good. Open up a huge amount of space for his teammates to provide a lot of damage into Pakistan.
That was coming in for the side of Northfell, coming in on the spell through charge on the first initial knockup, and then Emmanuel comes in with the follow-up play. And the MVP coming in for the first game between Indonesia and Pakistan will be Agong on that early here. With a 33.2% damage total output, he was playing a flawless game on this pick.
Yeah, this is what we're expecting from a farm lane, right? To deal as much damage as possible. This is what we wanted to see from Muhammad N as well. But with the Heino going up against Arlie, especially with that one Maple Dance second skill coming in from Arlie, he can delete all of the projectiles coming in from Heino. I think he just put himself into a trap that might not be too useful.
Yeah, but Agung here, I mean, this picture, it looks like he's telling me I'm a loser? Doing the L sign? I'm a little disrespected by that, huh?
I mean, it's towards you only.
It's only me? It's just
Holler.
me, it's just me.
Can't spell Holler without an L.
You're sitting in the middle right now, so you're showing towards the center, right? So
okay, so apparently it is very. I mean, but he has such a great game. I mean, I think that also it was really set up by the rest of the squad when you're kind of looking at like Emmanuel. That first pick, he was all over the place.
Exactly.
Going in like high flying. That's exactly what you want from a My player.
And I don't really think that Pakistan actually did some sort of horrendous draft or something that actually caused them to lose the game from pick and bans. It's really more on how they played as a team, where Indonesia was able to move objective by objective, early game camps into the 4th minute Tyrant, and then 4th minute Tyrant into the Azure Golem invasion, picking up the quick takedowns on towards the side of Mohsin and also Anwar, and that's where it all started, right? Buffs after buffs, towers after towers. There was just no breaks coming in for the side of Pakistan to get a breathing room to come back.
Yeah, the rotation and the macro gameplay coming in from Indonesia is just excellent. There's quite nothing that Pakistan can do except for maybe mirror the macro gameplay, try to rotate together from one jungle to another, clear the mid lane together with the jungle perhaps, especially when you have a Hansi in your hand, right? You should be able to do a better gold sharing technique.
Yep, and actually when you have that lead, and it started with like a 1k1 pre-3 minutes, and then it just snowballed because map control. Everybody was up in front, and then now they're trying to fight for the contest any sort of jungle camp that they can go in, and they come in from different angles. They won one team fight, they caught Anwar trying to defend his blue buff, and from there the wheels pretty much fell off.
But I know where your wheels can head to. You can head towards the Petaling Jaya Marriott Hotel for a very nice day, because Petaling Marriott Jaya Hotel is our official venue sponsor and hotel partner for the 2026 Asian Games Esports Qualifiers for Honor of Kings. We sincerely bid our gratitude once again to Petaling Jaya Marriott Hotel for sponsoring this prestigious event.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised for the next game for us to actually see Mai Sharnui to get banned. Afterwards, it's most likely going to be Guan Yu, so Mai and Guan Yu is going to go out. I think this should be one of the best picks to do first, or else it's going to be exactly the same thing for Emmanuel to go really aggressive with that same Mai again.
Well, now that's the problem, right? You ban the Mai, you ban the Guan Yu, but you leave open the Ukyo Tachibana. That's a very dangerous pick that has been showcased coming in for the side of the Indonesian jungler Neville, that they always have hyper-aggressive early game when the Ukyo Tachibana comes online.
Yeah, I mean, pick your poison, right? It's like which one you want against them. This is a tough one because it doesn't have global ban pick, so you might see those heroes again. Now you're threatening, and now the Mai is in your mind. Is this something that's going to completely just dominate you, or what do you want to do? Because they have so many heroes available to this squad. Indonesia, not to say that they're unbeatable, but right now they're finding their groove. I mean, they haven't died a single time. I think that speaks volumes about their play.
Yeah, definitely all they can do as of now, I think, in Pakistan's place, I would try to reduce the amount of damage or the amount of impact coming in from all the heroes of Indonesia's side. Probably from what we can see from the previous game, definitely the Mai Shiranui has one of the biggest impact.
Correct. I do think that Emmanuel has had a lot of presence thus far, and with the help of Norfolk on those picks like the Zhang Fei, Lapu Lapu, the hyper-aggression style, they've been putting, I would say, a lot of presence on the map, especially on those early game skirmishes. Those knockups that you see coming in from Norfolk, Lapu Lapu, those were amazing. But coming towards this draft, Mai is still left open, but they did take the approach. Ban the Guan Yu, ban the Ukyo Tachibana, maybe consider the Mai or Chano for themselves in this first pick.
I think the Chano is something that you want to be doing. You want to secure as much as possible, but it looks like they're going to go the other direction. They're going to be like, okay, your Mai was great. Check out ours. Like, we're going to go with this one. Let Hassan fly on this hero as well.
Yeah, you know what? Other than banning, why not we just pick it out? So this is gonna be quite interesting for us to see. Can he perform well with Mai and do great rotations? And hopefully they can. Hopefully they can pull off something nice as well. Having Lapu Lapu and Chano as the first two picks are very efficient for sure.
Yeah, I love the fact that Indonesia were like, okay, you're not going to pick the channel, we will take it away from you, right? It's one of our strong picks as well. But I think that Pakistan were like, okay, they were almost daring them to pick it. And Indonesia were like, okay, we will obviously take that.
But it puts a lot of pressure on towards Hassan's shoulder here, because when you have a channel on towards the Indonesia side, you know for a fact that this pick is a late game scaling pick that has one of the highest damage output. So for Hassan, his job is not only to stop the channel in the early game, but to find those moments that he can access towards the backline and make sure that Agong doesn't get the same performance that he had in game 1.
And this is exactly what you said, Sagi. Going up against Chano, probably one of the best marksman hero to go up against him is Direnji. And I think having Direnji here will be able to clear up the lanes pretty quickly, even though there's Spirit Wolves around. Having Diampo as well to try to tank the damage for him is also very, very a good pick. But Garuda on the other side of Indonesia is gonna be very annoying. Although I do think that Liampo is gonna be able to tank a lot of damage from Garuda's ultimate.
Yeah, I agree, right? It's definitely gonna be very annoying, especially when the fact that Emmanuel on a Garuda outranges Muhammad N's DRNG so hard that it zones him off of doing actual damage. Because you compare the range, Wings of Judgment coming in from a Garuda on the ultimate, it's so far compared to the auto attack range coming in from Muhammad N.
Yeah, it's not always about size, it's about the motion of the ocean or something like that. I think I heard that term somewhere else. But if you're looking at what Mosin is looking to do, he will probably dodge out that Wings of Judgment as much as possible. Yes, DRNG will probably struggle a little in that department, but I do like the fact that Pakistan picking up first phase, because something that they didn't do, they didn't prioritize Muhammad N's hero early enough, and then he was kind of left, you know, searching at the bottom of the barrel.
Yeah, right now they're going to try to ban a 4th hero. Not surprising if they actually go with another Clash hero from Indonesia right now. And I do think that Pakistan is going to struggle a little bit trying to find a proper Clash Lane hero to take out. But it seems like the total of Clash heroes that is out right now is a total of 5, including Atta, Byron, Baichi, Dharma, and Guan Yu. Actually, Ukyo is also a Clash lane. So, you know what? This is a lot of Clash lanes being out.
Yeah, it's gonna be quite difficult for both teams on their Clash laners end to bring out a good pick, right? At the very least, for Indonesia, there is still the likes of the Fatih and Charlotte available coming in for the side of Iqbal, and also Pakistan, if the side of their Clash lane can actually pilot one of those, they could potentially swap around based on the specific matchup that they're looking for.
I mean, let Iqbal just pick whatever he wants. I think that even on the Charlotte, he's proven time and time again, he's more than efficient on that hero, regardless of really lane matchup. And especially since we're so deep into the Clash lane hero pool, I think that Charlotte is actually probably looking top tier at this stage.
Oh, yeah, I agree. The fact that Charlotte is the only one that's not banned out is actually quite a mystery to me. To be honest, probably to get Charlotte out compared to Baichi, but they're going with Musashi first, really keeping the Clash lane hero as the last one for them to pick. Pakistan's going to be picking the Clash lane first, so they wouldn't be able to counter their play or counter the pick from the Clash lane of Indonesia.
That's the beauty of red side, right? Although you don't get to lock in your pick on towards the first pick, but you get the advantage of saving your final spot to be able to favor for a good matchup here, especially for Iqbal, a wonderful Clash lane player coming from Indonesia here, but Pakistan going all out, locking in that Lam pick here in towards the side of Anwar in the jungle here. Things are starting to get pretty spicy. I think this is our second Lam of the day. Of the tournament.
Of the tournament.
Yeah. Because this is the first one that I've seen, at least when I'm on the desk.
Yeah.
So seeing that one, plus now you have the Liu Bang. This is the delivery system, if you will. Going in, there are a lot of squishy guys on the Indonesian side. Musashi, not the squishiest. Yes, he can fight, but the Chano is looking to be very vulnerable, as well as the Garuda. This could be a potential backline assassin destroyer.
It's very nice for Pakistan to actually get Liu Bang. I think Musashi is going to have a hard time using duel to death trying to find Lam, especially when Lam has the backup coming in from the battlefield command of Liu Bang. So I think that's going to be very interesting for him to really force Lam to trying to take down Lam. It all depends on how the timing of using their skill sets, the micro and macro of Pakistan.
And I like the counter pick here coming in from Indonesia. It's like Liu Bang. Oh yeah, you like to be, you know, helping your teammates with the battlefield command. Sure, you're going to be leaving your towers alone, and who breaks towers fast in this specific Asian Games version? It's going to be the Futsu coming in from Iqbal.
But can Fuzi actually lock Liu Bang from flying away?
Yes, you can.
Liu Bang cannot fly away.
You can still provide shield for your teammate, but you can't be escaping the Sage Mai Futsu ultimate using your ultimate as a Liu Bang. So it's a pretty decent counter pick coming in for the side of Indonesia as a whole. You go help, towers down.
Right.
All in front of me, you get locked down.
Like, stay here, don't go anywhere.
Stay here, don't go anywhere, but don't go anywhere because we are heading right into our second game of this first series of the day between Indonesia and Pakistan. Pakistan needs this win. If not, their fates are in the other group members' shoulder to determine whether or not they can make it to the main event.
Yeah, and Sagi, it seems like he's just going to drop the Sage's Might on all of us, so we're just locking us down as he leaves the room so that he's able to get some drinks and all that. But it looks like we're going underway. Indonesia, this is a great last pick from the Foods. I mean, you were talking about the counters and all of that, but just locking it down. Plus, the fact that you know that, the Liu Bang doesn't really want to stay in the lane all the time, right?
Yeah,
he wants to be elsewhere, come team fights, and now that you're forced to, stick around because the split push is actually real from Iqbal.
Very true. It's actually the polar opposite of each other, and Liu Bang has to go elsewhere to be useful, right? And right now we can see on how Mohsin might go down first, sub 1 minute, sub 2 minutes actually, and the Spirit Wolf is still chasing, but fortunately for him, he does have the passive and he will regenerate for a bit. And it seems like it's gonna be a very interesting one coming in from Fuze, locking down Liu Bang's in place, knowing that Liu Bang will have to fly around every now and then.
Yeah, but he had to recall, and this is going to buy a little bit of time where, again, he's not on the map, not able to provide support that the team needs, right? Pakistan on this side, now he's doing literally a walk of shame, and he's eventually going to make his way there, but he's losing valuable time. I mean, look at the XP from Nafal. He's level 3, a huge spike, way closer to that level 4 when they're, again, looking to do those big team fights.
Yes, I agree. Right now, they're trying to rotate back towards the bottom lane. 3 of them from Indonesia are doing this gold sharing technique while stealing the enemy jungle.
Yeah, it's all about value, right? Up about 800 gold, 2 minutes in. And just like that, time and time again, how are they extracting, these resources? Well, you're seeing it, right? Like, check out these movements. The way that they stick together, nobody's, like, wasting time. We're getting maximum value wherever we go.
And this is where the macro really comes in and really helps out the team. And I wish that maybe a lot of other teams try to practice the same thing, the same movement, because everything that they're doing is full of intent. They're leaving Neville alone for now, but they're going to be rotating again with him to make sure that he has all the gold funneling happening towards him.
Yeah, no fault, just like that. Yeah, you spotted him out. Look at how far it was. Agung was completely spaced by himself, taking out that spike-tailed beast by himself. This is all about creating opportunities for the scores. Who needs to farm? Okay, who can support? Who can be, again, that front line so that nobody gets jumped on? Well, they're doing everything properly with all the different roles here.
Yeah, and Space Spirit has been taken, unlocking the teleport. They teleported all the way to mid lane to give a helping hand with 1,000 gold in front. Can Indonesia start a fight? It seems like they are consistently trying to steal whatever they can from the side of Pakistan.
I mean, they have the timers on the boards, right? That's definitely going to help. And why they keep showing up, every minute on the minute, because that's the timing that they're revolving around. Those little steals, and now you're seeing how Pakistan have to be very reactive. They know that those are being stolen. Okay, so now what time does the thief come in? That's going to be it, so that they're always there, so that they're able to at least contest and take and control their own jungle.
I think if I were Pakistan right now, I would try to focus more towards Fuze from early on.
Okay.
Because Fuze is a very scaling hero. He really scales well up to 6 and 8 minutes. When he gets his Power Forge dagger, it's going to be very scary. So they have to stop that power spike coming in from Fuze later on, but they have to do it from now.
I kind of think the foods, I understand your reasoning, right?
Yeah.
It's definitely logical, but you're talking about the Neville, Musashi, the Garuda, as well as the Chano, Agung. Like, you have so many other players that need to be stopped in terms of net worth growth that I don't know if Iqbal is like really the only target. But here we go, the flash on forward, and it gets a little bit low, but Anwar takes the first Tyrant, and now the flash away from Mausen, not going to keep him alive as he does go down. He's going to give up first strike.
The wings of Judgment actually hits his mark, and Mausen actually goes down very quickly, although Pakistan did manage to get the Tyrant, trying to close up the gap from the goal deficit. It seems like Muhammad An is really trying to survive over here, but I don't think it's going to be okay for him because now Fal is going to die for sure.
Yeah, he's going to die, but it's just more zoning away. That's going to be, I mean, you're going to be happy with that. It almost took down the bottom T1. No fall from the side. He took all the tower shots. He's the only one that has to recall on back. So you got value because you actually pushed out Muhammad N as well as chipping away at that tower.
Yeah, that's the most important part, and it's very fortunate for Muhammad N to be able to run away, and Mohsin is ready to protect him again over there. But it seems like rotation has been done by Neville, moving towards the top lane, but also from Pakistan. Pakistan, they're trying to group up more, which is very nice. We want to see a lot more of this for them to try to clear the jungle together, get the wave together, so that they don't lose their heroes and get caught up all alone.
Yeah, they can't be caught left alone. And Pakistan right now sticking to the group up method right here as they're kind of moving around, making their way into the mid lane. So this is not as efficient, but if you're talking about the top, they actually get the Sage's Might. They're going to lock him down, nowhere to go, and it looks like Uzair is going to be taken down.
Yeah, a lot of damage, very quick execution coming in from Indonesia. They're going to try to destroy the tier 1 tower up in the top lane. And I think Pakistan needs to team up more. Anwar needs to be with his teammates. We haven't seen any movements coming in from Anwar. We want to see the death from below to hit its target. Try to find the soft backlines coming in from Indonesia, such as Agung, such as Emmanuel, but they're still going to try to steamroll this.
Yeah, they're looking to go, and they find Mohsin, the Tremor Smash. He's all by himself. He's going to be taken down with that Wings of Judgment on the side. Indonesia hitting on all cylinders, taking the Crimson Golem away as well as getting the pick.
3,000 gold in front is definitely a huge amount, and we also know that Iqbal is around the area. He wants to see if he can try to steal anything or not. Also, most importantly, providing vision for his teammate so that his teammate knows where they have to go and where they have to rotate. This is the total gold ranking showing that Neville has the most amount of gold.
Yeah, and Iqbal just fighting 1 versus 2. In Pakistan, they're just like chipping his armor, if anything, but they're not doing too much. And now Uzair has the battlefield command. It looks like he was trying to, send them the wrong way, but he does get to safety. So he does survive, but a huge ult on cooldown.
Yeah, right now Agung has a lot of gold as well because he has 5k just trailing behind Neville, and they're going to be focusing down on the tier 2 tower. Behind them there's still Lianpo. We also have Hassan nearby who hasn't done any play just yet. We want to see that wombo combo coming in from him and Mohsin together, try to set the stage coming up for their damage dealers for Pakistan to actually have a good fight.
Yeah, Hassan not really doing too much in terms of the laning phase, right? I think he's just looking more of like a team fight, which is kind of not really the most optimal way to play a Mai. Again, it was about that first 5-10 minutes where you're constantly putting pressure on the sides. He's just been sticking around the mid lane, but now if they find Anwar, the Duel of Death, the Battlefield Command is not going to be enough shields, and it looks like Neville just gets on back. He goes right back to focus on that Crimson Golem. The Rage you see will be used, gets a nice little knock off the Wings of Judgment on cleanup, and Uzair is going to be picked off, and they're going to continue trying to go for this when they find Mohsin, the flash away by Muhammad, and he eats a soaring signal on his way out.
Wings of Judgment has been used quite far away, and that deals a lot of damage with an amount of space that has been created by his teammate. Neville really went all in just now, and I think that created a lot of space for his teammates to really do a good follow-up. Probably because Neville actually did a couple of tanky items, allowing him to do more aggressive gameplays. This is very structured and a very nice systematic coming in from Indonesia. 6,000 gold in front, and I think they're gonna have no problem whatsoever to try and get Tyrant or Overlord.
Yeah, I mean, they can take anything at this point. I think come 10 minutes, they could look to just take both at the same time. I mean, maybe you get a bit of a pick-off just to kind of do a reassuring one where there's a little bit of risk, less risk, so to speak. But Pakistan right now, absolutely reeling, right? You were talking about how Anwar needs to go in, he needs to be fighting all these things, but he doesn't have those items, right?
Yeah.
They're so far behind. If we're talking about net worth, he's like 5.6 to 7K of Neville, who's out farming him, and the entire team is just steamrolling. They've got a 6K lead. Like, it's so tough when you're playing from behind.
Yeah, all of that happens, and he loses all of his gold because of the rotation coming in from Indonesia. The macro gameplay, the macro excellency coming in from Indonesia is just so good that he keeps on losing all of his resources. I think they need to be more rotating together more all the time. But going into the game right now, are they going to be able to try to end the game as soon as possible, or is Pakistan going to be able to defend and give more time for Anwar and Muhammad N to get more of their gold?
Oh, Corporal Punishment is going to be used onto him. They lock him down. Mohsin was trying to go, but now Anwar on the backside. Here comes the Battlefield Command, but at what cost? It looks like it's a suicide mission as he goes down, as well as Uzair, and Indonesia finding all the right picks here.
3 heroes coming in from Pakistan actually went down so quickly. Right now they're going to try to take down Hassan and Muhammad N. having the high ground tower being the primary target, they're going to focus on them now.
Yeah, bottom T3 easily taken down, and they'll continue to just push them back all the way into the fountain. The Indonesia national hero doing its work. The crystal is under siege as well. They turn this around, they go in with a duel to death, and they're going to take the crystal, and just like that, another clean game by Indonesia.
10 minutes, 10 takedowns, 2-0 in terms of the score. KDA still on a clean slate. Congratulations, Indonesia. This is your team heading into the Asian Games main event.
Wait, is it still clean? Still clean?
It's still clean.
Wow.
Crystal clear.
Wow, they did mention though that that's not their goal. That's never their goal to make sure that they have 0 eliminations.
I think it's not something you want to actively be aiming for, but
Yes.
if you are a well-trained team, it will come naturally towards you, just like this Indonesian squad.
Actually, I mean, for myself, I would want that as my objective, right? Just die less. I mean, all jokes aside, if you're, because even if in your ranked games, if one big piece of feedback is just die less.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And that will really help you out. So you got to worry a little bit more about your positioning and the way that they're able to do it on the stage and to just kind of outclass. It's just been masterclass after masterclass here by this Indonesian squad.
All of those just for the sake of getting that sweet triple S at the end of your game to get the 3-star instead of 1.
I think this is a good comparison. It's like for us as regular players, it's for the triple S.
Yeah.
For this Indonesian team coming in from Indonesia itself,
yeah,
the triple S that they got is the 3-0 sweet victory in their Group A and qualifying to the main event. But that's not the end of their mission right now. They still have their grand opponents. Also 3-0 in Group A. Philippines versus Indonesia. This is going to be an interesting one. I mean, both of them qualified, no stress. But you know this is a highlight moment in Day 8 of our Asian Games qualifiers that these two regions will like to find out who is the better one.
Yeah, I think that's gonna be the highlight of everything. Everyone is waiting for that one to see where Indonesia and Philippines stands, because people know that they are long time rivals, right? They have a lot of fights with each other. They play very well up on the stage on every tournament, and we want to know who's up top now, who's better than who now.
Yeah, and actually, because the Indonesian squad, this is they're guys from all different teams.
Yeah,
right. I'm playing on this one as like the all-star going up against essentially Blacklist International. That could shake things up, right? And plus, the Indonesian squad hasn't died a single time. There's a lot of at stake. The reputation is at stake on this one.
Exactly, right? And if let's say you really do bring the unbeaten roster and beaten record going up against Philippines, and you still make it happen, that is definitely going to be one of the best runs that you'll be getting in the Asian Games Qualifier 2026, but that's for Day 8. For now, Pakistan's road is still not over yet because they still have to await for the side of Uzbekistan to see how their match goes over later on. If Uzbekistan wins, then Pakistan still has a shot for 3rd place for the last chance stage. It all depends the fate on the other people's shoulder now instead of their own.
Yeah, I mean, you would have liked to have been able to control your own destiny.
Correct.
Unfortunately for them, just Indonesia too strong today. But I think that even going in, they still have a chance. So let's just put a little bit of hope in for Pakistan. But as we see, Uzbekistan, there are no small opponent as well. So a lot of good games ahead of us as well.
Yeah, and Uzbekistan is going to be giving them a hard time for sure, but never give up, right?
Yeah.
And at the same time, congratulations to Indonesia again, because they managed to sort of secure the spot. It must feel very sweet to be able to represent your region to go into the Asian Games after these qualifiers. But they do prove to us all that they deserve that slot for sure.
Yeah, well deserved. They did all they could. They played a flawless 3-series game, and they are rewarded with the main event. Let's check out the stats real quick here coming in for both teams as we jump into this 2-0 victory coming in from Indonesia. As you can see, clean slates, no eliminations coming down for the side of Pakistan or whatsoever. And this game has been very, very methodical coming in from Team Indonesia. Their plays, their skirmishes here. They lost a Tyrant, it's okay. They were going for pickoffs, especially on towards Mohsin on this Lianpo roam. He was getting consistently chunked down, consistently picking off, and then on the side lane, this comes into the 2v2 matchup between Iqbal Neville and also Anwar and the side of their clash in Liu Bang, where the 2v2 was well set up coming in from the Indonesia Clash jungle that put so much pressure against Pakistan.
Yeah, and I'm scanning quickly around the items here. There's not much of a difference from any other games as well. But from what we see, what really make a huge impact for Indonesia just now was the rotation, right? The macro really controls the entire map, really choking Lam or Anwar out of breath. He has no space whatsoever to get all of his resources. And when he tries to, he gets punished for it because the Indonesian players are already waiting for him at specific set places and buffs. That's exactly what Holler was saying just now.
Yeah, no real chance for them to. I mean, Anwar, he might have been aggressive at times, but like it's all about the farm. No space. And you're kind of seeing exactly like the damage here just like by the Indonesian side. Anytime you showed face, they would make sure they would like soften you up and then you force you back. And just again, Pakistan not even able to play their game.
It's a cooking show, right? Coming in for the side Indonesia, every single step, they make sure that it's well battered, well seasoned, and they serve a show as of this 2-0. And so far, with the updated KDA that we've received from production here, Indonesia currently sits at 77 elimination, 0 deaths, 204 assists total here. And if you add it all together, they are at a 281 KDA.
281.
Team KDA.
0.0.
Yes. It's pretty wild, I would say.
281. Never had we seen in any HOK history to have this kind of stats. 5 days into... Is it 5 days?
This is 6 days right now.
6 days into the tournament. This is wow, insane. They're really setting up a new benchmark for everyone to show what a flawless, clean gameplay would be like, and this is it.
I mean, when you're talking about the streak is absolutely amazing. But the fact that it's across 6 games, 3 different teams. I mean, one person didn't just accidentally be in the wrong spot. Everybody's been so focused, their positioning has been flawless, where literally every game's gold graph looks similar because of the way that they're able to just clean house and again do it without losing a single member, so none of the gold will dip in the opposing team's favor because again people aren't dying.
Yeah, they're not dying, they're not faltering, and every single play that they have invested in towards themselves, like we say, I keep mentioning this, I feel like an old man now that's nagging people. It's never about takedowns, it's always about the objectives. Those takedowns, the additional kills, they come naturally when you play good around the objectives here. Like you can see, the first game where we saw the invasion on towards the Azure Golem, the main idea is the Azure Golem. Whatever comes as an extra, that's a bonus here. And coming in for this game alone, same thing. Jungle, additional takedowns, jungle, additional takedowns. Then that goal lead converts into side lane pressure because anytime that Pakistan shows in the side lane, they will be punished by the Sage Mine coming in from Sun Iqbal.
That's exactly what happens with Hong Kong China last time, right? When we saw their gameplays. That's why whenever they go in, they start a fight or they try to steal something, they immediately go back without losing anything. They go back before something bad happens to them unnecessarily. So it's all about what's necessary, what's unnecessary, and if it's a wasted amount of time or a wasted movement throughout the entire match.
Yeah. And even in this one, when you saw Uzair, even in the top lane, he was trying to eat Battlefield Command on out, but Iqbal's like, oh, Sage is mine, where are you going, my friend? And they took him down. Just like, again, it's the minor pieces. We're talking about how this draft definitely had some counters, right?
Yeah.
And you were playing into the hands of the Indonesian squad. They definitely had a bit of an edge. More props to Glenn with this nice draft here.
The draft is one thing and the execution is something else. So for Team Indonesia, they come in really complete. But the mission is not over yet, although they do and has successfully managed to access themselves towards the main qualifiers event. Philippines, this one. These two undefeated teams will go neck and neck later on, which is something that us as casters and also the viewers will like to see. But on our screen right now is a back-to-back MVP performance coming in from Agong, the farm laner of the Indonesia squad. With a 305 KDA and a 30.4% damage dealt, consistency is key for a marksman player.
Any comments about the post again?
Actually, I do. Agong is dishing out L's to everyone, I'm not going to take it personally this time, so he's not doing it to me, but he's actually dishing it out to all of the 3 different teams that they've played thus far.
Yeah, but definitely Glenn is someone who actually makes this possible for the entire team too, right? Because he planned everything out for them and he actually chose the right heroes to be picked, the right heroes to be banned, to make it a lot easier for players like Agong to perform very well.
Exactly, right? I just think that farm laners, although they are not the flashiest players, but if you're not careful, if you are not disciplined as a farm lane, you will be taken down very easily because you're not respecting bushes. You're not respecting ganks coming in from mid, jungle, or roam. Hence, being able to play complete and perfect games in multiple days after they have been in this tournament itself is really impressive coming in from the marksman player himself.
You need to be like way superior in terms of positioning, right? Because sometimes you have like not 100% information. You're not able to see through that fog of war, if you will, like we can. So having that game sense is why some of these players are so good. You're able to farm, stay alive, and then get that, you know, enough items so that you can do the damage and be in the right spot to target priority properly.
I think this is not, it's something that we're not discussing a lot about, is that when you are having a death timer, you're in the respawn, you're waiting, you're essentially losing out a lot in gold.
Yeah.
Every time you're losing on gold, there are a few things. Let's say you're a farm laner, for example, right? You need 7.4 thousand gold in 10 minutes. Why? Because you need, let's say you're playing on-hit items. Sparks Forge, Doomsday, a Boots, plus a Daybreaker. That's about 7.4 thousand. And you're playing Crit Build, it's also about 7.4 thousand. So every single death that you encounter in the game, it pushes you way back. And if you're not on that item marker at 10 minutes, you don't have the Daybreaker, you're essentially holding on inefficient gold in those team fights.
Yeah, long story short, you're having a very hard time as soon as you keep on pushing back the timer, the marker timer, all the way to 11 minutes, 12 minutes. So you're not going to have a good time for sure. But we do have seen in the past some of the teams out there who actually managed to really defend, showing a huge amount of discipline, trying to save their game, and somehow they managed to do so by, there's a lot of things, right? There's lane manipulation, trying to make sure that the lane actually goes all the way into the crystal and then they clear properly. The way they actually choose using Zhangfei properly to counter the attacks if they're trying to end with very long range heroes like Garuda, like Noah to really clear the lanes. I think those things will come next naturally after they get a lot more used to these kind of tournaments.
I think if you're talking about other games, like sometimes people will be like, defense is the best offense.
Yeah.
I don't think it really works in Honor Kings. You have to be aggressive at times. You have to choose your moments. And it looked like, again, in this one, you saw exactly textbook situation of Indonesia closing them out. They were constantly aggressive, constantly putting the pressure on, where Pakistan was not able to respond. They need to change things up so that they're able to get some way. Yeah, they got the time to start things off, but that was pretty much it.
To your point, I think it's better that we check on the stage with Mara and also the Indonesian representative to get more comments on this specific case. So if Mara, if you may, please lead the cast.
Team Indonesia remains undefeated. Amazing matches you guys have shown us so far. And what we notice from the objectives to the laning phase, Team Indonesia continues to force action and put pressure on the opponent. In all the matches, you guys have been so consistent. And how do you remain so flawless every single time?
I think it's just we all keep grinding and improving. And we try to be consistent all the match, and we try to play more calm and just follow our game plan from the coach.
So it's all about keeping calm and listening to the coach. What's even more impressive is that after 6 games, 3 matches, only 1 tower was destroyed, and that was the match 2 against Uzbekistan. And coming into today, well, after that match, your KDA is 77-0-204. That means 0 elimination. No team has been able to take down a single hero. Very flawless. Does Team Indonesia feel untouchable?
I think every country here is playing really well. It's just, I think, because we have our own league, so we have the head start and we just have more experience. But overall, I think every team that is fighting here, they play really well.
You do have the experience, although up next, it's going to be a tough match against another team with lots of experience. You're going to be going up against Team Philippines. And do you think that you can maintain the 0 elimination with that one? And with the stats, should it be flawless?
We don't really think about the KDA. I think the KDA stuff is just a bonus. We just like play calm like usual and maintain our game plan. Yeah.
What are your thoughts about facing Philippines next?
Personally, I'm really excited because I've met them a couple of times and I didn't have a really good result. So yeah, I'm really excited.
So now it's your hope to make a comeback.
Yes, true.
And now, what would you like to say to the people watching from Indonesia?
Untuk para fans dari Indonesia, teruslah mendukung kami. Sampai titik ini juga kami semua berjuang dari para pemain dan coach. Jadi ya teruslah mendukung kami.
Once again, congratulations. And what did you say in English?
To the Indonesian fans, thank you for keep supporting us because our players and our coaches are always trying all their best. So yeah, thank you.
And it's great to see when teams try their best. And specifically, Team Indonesia has been looking very intimidating, very strong. Congratulations. And we're going to break it down once again with our casters. Lead the gorge.
Everything else comes as a bonus here, just like the mention of the KDA. Thank you so much, Neville, and also Mara for the interview. As you can see, he's actually pretty like humble. It's like, oh, Mara was like, why does the other region like unable to face like difficulties coming in against Indonesia? She's like, you know, it's because like us Indonesia, we have our pro league. And for the other regions, they have yet to have their league yet, so they have the head start. Instead of just saying like, no, I'm better, no, you know, it's like humble stuff coming in from Neville.
That's the beauty of Asian Games, right? People don't want to, taunt each other too much. It's all about being together. It's all about the sportsmanship, not too much showmanship, which is also nice in a sense. It's refreshing.
Yeah. Do you think that they need to probably build synergy with the other guys? Maybe they go to a cinema together while they have their time here?
You know what? Why not? Why not? As long as it doesn't disrupt their gameplay.
Yeah, okay.
And there's more time with their own teammates.
Okay. Even with the other teams, I think that will definitely help them out. But I mean, going into this last one, we kind of saw exactly Pakistan. They still have a chance, right? Mongolia has to beat Uzbekistan. Right, 2-0, 2-1, it doesn't matter, but that will give them a chance. So right now, Pakistan will be Team Mongolia as they go into that series later.
It's going to be difficult, right? Considering the fact that Uzbekistan was the team that actually triumphed over Pakistan in our only 3-game series of the entire tournament after this like 5 to 6 days. And for Uzbekistan to win against Mongolia, it's the favorable matchup for Uzbekistan, but anything can happen, right? Maybe Mongolia had a boot camp with other teams. Maybe they have improved drastically. Who knows, right? Who knows? But for Pakistan, that was their last game played in the Asian Games qualifiers in Group A. So for now, they'll definitely have to wait for the inevitable results that will be coming out between Uzbekistan and also Mongolia.
It's going to be very interesting, right? There might be moments where, we don't know, but there might be moments where maybe Pakistan wants to help Mongolia to practice better before their match. Maybe they have a talk, maybe, okay, you know what, maybe you can try this, you can try this meta, try that meta against that team. Maybe just to be able to try to get a chance to go in. We never know.
I think you're trying to start a little bit of a drama here.
No drama.
Giving some tips.
Helping each other.
Helping each other. Okay. All right. That's one way of doing it. But I do think, like, Pakistan definitely can give out some pointers. I think it would definitely help them out. But I think this way of sportsmanship, they probably won't go to that level. True. Maybe they'll soon move it together, if anything.
Well, if anything, the next upcoming match will be featuring Jordan and also United Arab Emirates, where unfortunately UAE has no longer any shot in making it to the main event. But Jordan is currently 0-2 in standings, and if they are able to manage to get a victory over UAE, they still have a shot in making it out of the groups. Be it, I don't think they can make first and second, but maybe they can make it to last chance.
Yeah, last chance is the only thing that they can achieve at that point. I think which is good enough, right? At least they have that one whole day full of matches in the last day, day 9, where they will be able to find out whether or not they can go to the Asian Games. And I think that's going to be fun to watch as well, because it's going to really set the stage for who's going to get the 9th slot going into Asian Games main event.
Any sort of opportunity to proceed, right, and to get to that main event is what all of these teams are going to be going in. And getting in third, I mean, it's not the best of spots. That one's still going to be tough because you know that all the other third place teams are going to be incredibly tough. But I think that this is one of those games that I think is going to be much closer than we've seen from maybe the other games that they might have played.
Fully agreed. And coming for the series here, they will be playing once again on the iQOO 15R, the tournament official phone coming in for the 2026 Asian Games Esports Qualifiers for Honor of Kings. Once again, thank you for iQOO for sponsoring such a wonderful device capable of handling 120 FPS and the ultra graphics settings coming in for Honor of Kings.
Yeah, they're very smooth. Go try it out. And these are the phones that's being used by the players up on the stage. We are very excited for what's coming up next. For sure, it's going to be between Jordan and United Arab Emirates. A game for us all to watch to see whether or not Jordan can pull through.
They definitely have to pull through, right? It's the last chance that they actually get in making it out of groups or having some sort of hope in that specific group. But we'll go to a short break right now before we come back for more HOK action. So see you later.
Who will be the next to shine on the Asian Games stage? Contestants fight for the honor of their regions while we cheer them on from the stands. This is a challenge, but it is also an opportunity. The tide is turned.
Astis in front. They're going to use it. Golden Tide slows down Tatsumi.
Victory!
And we pulled it off together. We share the same voice, the same radiance. This moment of brilliance belongs to all of us. Together, we shine.
Welcome to the 2026 Asian Games Esports Qualifiers, Honor of Kings. 20 regions, one stage, and only the strongest 9 teams will earn the right to shine above the rest. Taking place in Malaysia, June 13th to 21st, 2026. Coming to Malaysia, this is the battleground where teams fight for the right to qualify for the Asian Games. 20 teams enter, but only 9 teams will move on. Apart from the 20 regions, there are 3 regions that have direct qualification. Here is the 2026 Asian Games Esports Qualifiers Honor of Kings format. First, the 20 teams will split into 4 groups of 5. In each group, every team faces every other team once in a single round robin. with every match played in a best-of-3 format. That means every match matters. Every game matters. Every single point matters. The point system is simple. Win the match, earn 1 point. Lose the match, earn none. At the end of the group stage, teams are ranked by the total points they've collected. And from there, the road begins to shine. The top 2 teams from each group qualify directly to the Asian Games main event. That gives us 8 teams advancing straight out of groups. But for those not through yet, the light isn't out. The teams that finish third in each group still have one more shot. They move into the last chance stage. There, they battle through one final BO3 single elimination bracket until 2 teams remain. The 2 teams will then face off in a BO3 match to claim the one final qualification slot. So in total, 9 teams will make it through, 8 from the group stage and 1 through the last chance stage. That is the rule. Now it is time to see who can rise through it. From across the world, regions gather here in Malaysia. 20 teams, and only 9 will qualify. The path is set. The stakes are clear. Together, we shine. Stay tuned, and we'll see you at the stage.
Ultimate not ready yet. You have slain an enemy.
My magic murmurs in ecstasy.
Amazing!
There is no escape for you.
Killing spree. Double kill. Triple kill. Spectacular kill.
Don't worry. I'll be back for your life soon.
Shall I compare thee to a summer's day?
Don't engage. Don't crush us like insects. Slain an enemy. Defend our base. Our high ground tower under attack. Amazing. Unbelievable.
Ah, the fragrance of romance.
Ally has been slain. Rampage. Double kill. Triple kill. Spectacular. Pentakill.
Lady Fortune is on my side.
Spriteling skill, Dig It, is a passive skill, which will automatically trigger at fixed times each match, up to a maximum of 10 times. The skill grants guaranteed standard rewards like gold, XP, shield, health recovery, and more. There's also a small chance to uncover mysterious grand prize effects during the match. Dig It may also produce tradable high-value treasures. Detailed information about acquired treasures will be shown after the match ends. Each treasure has its own rarity and storage size, and obtained treasures will be automatically stored in your warehouse. If you want more high-quality treasures, make good use of the Treasure Fusion feature. You can also copy and share your code so friends can help speed things up. Treasures in your warehouse can be sold for event currency, which can be used to redeem skins, items, and other rewards on the event page. You'll even have a chance to win physical prizes like smartphones and cash. You can also spend event currency to bid on high-value rewards. The auction uses a hidden bidding system, where you can submit 2 bids for the same reward. The highest bidder wins, giving you even more ways to obtain rewards.
Itu kan track kita. Relax bro. Phone aku. Jom ke mana? Mountain View.
Sound of the rain. No matter how I feed the flame, you know I feel the darkness and the pain. All of the ways we tried to break free from the night, you know we made it out, we found the light. I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new vibrant world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Now I see that I got everything I need. It's alright, I'm on fire, I'm alive, 'cause now I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new colorful world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Never thought we'd get this far, burning like the stars. How we get this far, like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. In then nothing stays the same in time. In time, can't love ever, can't forget. What you see is what you get. Sometimes, gonna show the world tonight. The light that shines inside us. We're against the odds, but we won't give up, 'cause it's our time to shine.
Thank you for the wait and welcome back to the 2026 Asian Games Esports Qualifiers for Honor of Kings. This is day 6 and once again my name is Sagi here, your guest host for today, and we just had an amazing series number 1 between Indonesia and Pakistan, where Indonesia firmly secured their slot into the main event with a 2-0 lead. But it's not just me, it's with the fellow casters of the Gorge, Adam Spartanko and also Holler. How are you guys feeling again?
We're feeling great. I think we'll continue on with that momentum from game 1 going into game 2. I do think that UAE, Jordan, this is probably going to be a closer matchup here.
Very much closer compared to what we've seen just now, and I think that it's going to be fun for us to watch. Jordan is going to be showing up with their best gameplay for sure, but United Arab Emirates is in the same position as India yesterday, where they can just do whatever they want without any pressure and maybe try to collect as much as experience as possible.
And especially coming in for this upcoming series, right, we're featuring Jordan and also United Arab Emirates. These two teams, sadly for UAE, that we talked about before the break happened, UAE lost their shot into the main event because they are already 0-3 in standings here. But Jordan may not suffer the same fate if, and only if they can beat their opponent UAE in this series.
Yeah, and also I think bragging rights. I think that that's going to be key going into this. Whenever you're up against, one of the other regions, I think that you want to never be on the bottom. I think that you're always trying to look for some sort of win and so it's a victory. You're talking about experience. I want more than experience, right? I want that W, so to speak, at the end of the day.
The W's, yeah, it's all about the regional pride, right?
Right.
To make sure that you're not the last in the group. But then again, you know what? No one's gonna be judging you at all if you are in the last of the group, because I know you're in a special situation.
I will be judged. That's all I'm saying.
But yeah, definitely that you do want to be at the last for sure. But they can try their very best, and I do know that there's more in United Arab Emirates than what they have shown.
Exactly, right? I mean, coming in from UAE, yes, you are still out of the tournament, but it's like India, right? Yesterday, they were 0-3.
Wukong.
They brought out Wukong, they brought out Spencer, and
so
then
good.
they actually had like fantastic games against their opponents here. Maybe today, coming in for the side of UAE, since there's no stress already on their shoulders, they could have fun. They could enjoy the stage. I wouldn't say it's their one last time, but at the very least for this tournament, this is going to be the final game as well.
Yeah, and I think that going to both of your points, just like, go freewheeling, right? Like, what is the most comfortable hero? It might not be the meta pick that you might want from the coaches, but I do think that right now it's just about showing what you can bring to the table, right? And just having something that is comfortable and you're able to kind of hopefully overcome some of those obstacles that you previously had.
And to be honest, just have much fun as possible, because this is their last time they're going to be playing on the stage, their last match. I think there's nothing wrong with just, going a little bit more than just a serious game and trying to prove something to people.
I think proving to people is something you have to do, but you can always prove to yourself that you are doing 100%. If you can't even prove it to yourself, who are you going to prove it to, right? But to prove it to you that Honor of Kings has improved their patch update, do check out the Grand Venture update coming in on the Honor of Kings official app. I tried it yesterday. There's a lot of optimization, lots of new heroes like Glorian, Annette, Florentino, and also Devara here. If you're interested in new stuff, do check out Honor of Kings now.
Yeah, and actually, I haven't had too much time. I just went through the game just to kind of just see the other heroes first. Yeah. I think that that's the biggest thing. And I don't like to play them and just ruin everybody's ranked games yet. I know I jokingly say that I do, but it's something that I'm very protective of. Yeah, I know, but I like to play the fun ones, like the flow brawls and all that. That's when I'll just kind of play those heroes when I don't know anything about them, because there's really low stakes at that point.
I thought you would love to try new stuff in rank.
No. I'm only toxic in real life,
Oh.
not in game.
Oh, that's the other way around. Quite shocking, but hopefully it's not going to be the same case for this next match for sure.
This backtrack for sure, as we talk about it. Lesser stakes at hand coming in for the side of UAE, but to Jordan, it means the most to them if they want to make it to the official event. So let's do welcome the teams with this teaser video. Let's go.
road has not been easy, but the determination has never wavered. Still searching for their first victory, they know exactly what is at stake today. They step into the arena ready to take the challenge. Make some noise for Jordan!
Free from the pressure of the standings, they can focus on what matters most, showing the strength, talent, and fighting spirit of their region. Ready to make one final statement, United Arab Emirates!
Lesser pressure coming in for the side of UAE. This is something I want to see from this squad. When you are not pressured, what kind of drafts, what kind of execution can you pull up? But it's not going to be the same thing coming in from Jordan here. This is a lot of stakes at hand. They lose this, they are also out of the Asian Games Qualifiers contenders.
So as a UAE, if you know that, I mean, let's talk about Jordan first. I mean, Mohammed A, Mohammed B, Yazan, Ahmed, and Salame, and just kind of running out Jordan here. I do think that, again, we're talking about pressure, definitely more pressure on this team. But if we're looking at the other side, UAE, you're looking to play spoiler, right?
Yeah, definitely. And also that the fact that they cannot lose this game, Jordan cannot lose this game at all, means that the pressure is really, really extremely high for Jordan. And what's more scary is that they're going up against UAE without any pressure whatsoever, because UAE has nothing on their backs, no one breathing down their neck. I think United Arab Emirates is going to be able to really give probably a fun but good match against Jordan.
Something coming in for the side of UAE, right, is how they're able to draft accordingly based on their own strengths. Coming in with the draft, we have Abdulaziz in towards the clash lane, Ahmed in towards the jungle here, and in the mid lane, we have Mohammed AL, and then Rashid in the farm, and finally Abdullah to round out the squad coming in from UAE. Like I said, they are a squad where they're not bound by meta, and they're really aggressive when they get their certain picks. They love the Princess Frost, they love the likes of the Elaine, for example. Here, those are heroes that they really favor in this case.
Yeah, and I mean, looking into this one, Abdulaziz has kind of been the all-star, the standout, if you will. I think that when UAE are doing a much better job, it's usually off of the back of Abdulaziz. Rashid is also there, as well as Ahmed. Those are two guys that have kind of had glimpses. We want to see more, and they really need to step up to give UAE a chance here.
Sure, and having Abdullah as the front line, I'm pretty sure they will be able to do much more fun things here. Knowing that we still have Koi, you know, hopefully the Koi comes out as often as the day one that we saw. But here we're gonna see a bit of a head-to-head between the two regions. It's showing quite similar KDA between the two, and the hero pool amount is almost more or less the same. But of course, the first strike rate is going to be a little bit more for the Jordan team, and also the total game that has been played by the UAE is going to be 6, and both sides of the region hasn't won any matches just yet.
Looking for their first win, right? That's the goal you actually want to be heading over towards here. At the very least, good news, after this series, one team will come out with a win finally, and one team will be continually going in towards that loophole that you need to find that first win. But anyhow, this series is still I would say a competitive one between both squads, because you're still looking for that goal, the first win of the tournament.
Yeah, and also tiebreakers between the kills. I mean, they both have 20 apiece going into this. I mean, yes, UAE had actually played 6 games, but going on, again, Jordan right now, I think that there's a little bit more in terms of their favor, especially when you're looking at the first strike, right? That kind of means that they're a little bit more aggressive usually. But now we're going to be going into the draft. It looks like the blue side is going to go with UAE.
Yeah, and we can expect that probably Jordan's going to go with a lot more early game-based heroes to make sure that they can try to snowball from early on and try to make good use of any advantage whatsoever for them to secure the entire match. That's how important this match is.
At the very least, we did see some of the games coming in for the side of Jordan and UAE. It's not to say that they are not mechanically well gifted, it's more to say that they are less experienced here. The way that they like to invade, the way they like to play aggressive, those come into shape on just now what Holler mentioned, the first strike rate, where it's evident, right? They like to play in those styles. Maybe their macro not the greatest here, but team fight wise, if you pit them up into a 50-50 team, they could pretty much perform, especially in this matchup where I think both teams are neck and neck.
Close. Yeah, I think it's going to be very competitive. I think that going into this one, we're kind of like eyeing this one, okay, definitely of equal level. It's just a matter of execution. The drafts we've seen, I mean, the heroes, even that they were the number that they selected, wasn't in the huge amounts right now. So you know roughly that both of these teams have that intel to see exactly what they like to play, and there will definitely be targeted bans here.
I mean, throughout the entire day today, this is most likely going to be the closest matchup that we have. Right, to Vietnam against Kazakhstan, Republic of Korea against Sri Lanka. This is what I think it's going to be. And I think a Yuhuan ban and a Marco Polo ban from the UAE is quite interesting. The fact that Jordan also takes out Dolia, really doesn't want UAE to abuse any of those resetting skills meta coming in from Dolia and Dun, sometimes Dolia and other heroes as well, like a Shangguan that we actually managed to see a Dolia Shangguan combo, which is going to be very scary if Dolia is out.
And that's why they banned it here. The Dolia, the Lian Po here, leaving away some of the key picks here, like the Chano coming in for Rashad, or potentially anyone coming in from UAE, because we know for a fact that UAE, they like to swap their roles around between players to, I would say, further utilize some picks that certain players are better on. And for Jordan, they lock in the Arlie and also the Zhang Fei as their 1-2. I like the Zhang Fei, very consistent of a roamer here. You can engage, you can disengage. Early game might not be his strongest suit, but at the very least, he's a tanky body to allow Arlie in going for those aggressive trades.
Yeah, we touched on this yesterday, right? Where it seemed like UAE was willing to swap roles quite a bit. They were very fluid. I'm not a huge fan, right? I think that you just got to kind of lock in. I mean, this is just one series, and then just play within the role, because then you're not thinking of all the different things. You're thinking about what you need to do specifically for that role to ensure that you have a good laning phase, for instance.
Yeah, concentrating on one mission is more important than trying to figure out maybe there's some other ways to do it. Let's talk about like what is the best way to do it right now with what we have focused on. And Heno as the third pick coming in from Jordan as the mid lane, I think it's going to be quite a good pick as long as he managed to put the Scepter mark onto the Spirit Wolf so that he can really stack up on everything. So this is why Heno is actually a very good pick going up against Chano.
I like that. That's a very good point. That's why, like, when you meet a Milady, you meet like a hero with a lot of spawnlings coming in, such as a Chano or Milady that you mentioned, the Heno Spears become extra aggressive and effective in those team fights here. And Jordan, they know for a fact that the UAE Clash team enjoys and loves the lane. Is immediately locked away for his own comfort.
And from what I understand, for every mark that he has, he actually spawns a new scepter to fly over. And if he hits the same target, like 3 different scepters flies towards the same target, it stacks up, right? It's not like it's a just one single damage, right?
Yeah, it's definitely a bit of a counterplay, but it's not in this specific role. The Hano will definitely be in the mid, dealing with the Zaqiao. So it's, again, really for the Zaqiao to be making some sort of, those stuns. And again, it's looked at as a bit of a counter to the Arlie, because you know roughly where that Parasolo is going to be, and you've got that Honey Sweet Breeze to, like, lock it down. So they're thinking kind of, the draft holistic view.
It's not going to be easy for Ahmad, at the very least. Like you mentioned here, the Honey Sweet Breeze, the Starfall coming in on the side of the Xiao Qiao, because the ultimate coming for Xiao Qiao, it's a very strong tool against high mobility heroes, because they want to dash around, they want to be dodging stuff. But when you go into the vicinity of that circular range, it's automatically locked on towards you. So it's a very strong counter against the Arlie as of now. You have the channel, lane counter, late game counter, teamfight counter, the Xiao Qiao. So for Ahmad, it's going to be a lot of pressure on towards his shoulder if he's piloting this Arlie coming in from Jordan.
I agree. I think they will try to their best to find other heroes to really help with the lineup. Going with a Yarya and a Byron. Probably Yarya is going to be comboing with Dune for sure, because they don't have Dolia anymore. I think this is going to be quite effective, as long as Yarya knows how to really use her passive, where she can actually try to block at least one crowd control by turning into a deer.
I enjoy Yarya players when they actively block crowd control for you, like a Sun Turbo, like an Unbridled Outburst or anything, and then utilize their passive to regain that shield on towards it, because it's not only about blocking crowd control. When you get taken out of the Yarya's passive and you go back to human form from deer form, all your spells, including your ultimate, refresh as well.
Oh, I did not know that. Even the ultimate?
Even the ultimate. That's why you can do double shielding. You shield first, take enough of damage, and before the shield breaks, you jump down as Yaria, you get 50% cooldown refunded to your ultimate there. And then you block a CC, come back from deer form, human form, another shield. That's why a good Yaria is miles ahead of a normal Yaria.
Yeah, but the key is around the breaking of the shield, right? Is if you're able to kind of make sure that you don't lose that, because then you lose everything, right? So again, that's why you're going to be good. But going into this one, Sagi, who do you give the edge to in terms of draft?
Oh, I gotta say, the UAE draft is looking really, really comfortable here. They have everything that they need. Early game, mid game, late game. But they are lacking slightly a bit on the proactive and on the engaged side. So that may be a good news coming in for Jordan here as we head on towards this first game. It's do or die situation coming in for the side of Jordan. They need to win this if they want to keep their hopes alive coming in for their respective groups.
Thank you, Sagi. Going into the game right now, UAE against Jordan. With a stronger, maybe more solid composition for UAE, will they be able to take down Jordan to at least go up a little bit in the standings of their group? Seems like a very effective move coming in from Ardi and the Zhangfei of Salameh and Ahmad.
Yeah. So I think that the Yaria pick just really spices up this draft by UAE, right? If Ahmed goes in, Abdelaziz, both of those guys that you know that want to be in the heart of the enemy team, and having that like hook on the shield, keeping him alive just enough to kind of withstand that and just bounce through. Because again, the Jordan side, there's quite a bit in terms of just like CCs and things that can make your life difficult.
Yeah, I think it's all about the timing, right? Because with Yaria, you can actually abuse a lot of things. But look at this, they will be able to manage to get Rashid so quickly early on. And the Spirit Wolves are trying to chase Yazan. He managed to run away and Yazan is okay. It looks like Rashid goes down just a little bit too early. But you know what? He's a roamer. It's not going to affect too much.
Well, but it's first strike. I think that Salameh, the way that he was able to play that, the perfect leaping savior, dividing the two and pushing back with the Forbidden Domain onto Rashid so that there was enough damage to ensure that they secured that kill. A great gank by Jordan there to start things off.
Yeah, Mahmoud has been quite aggressive with his jungling gameplay. We look at who's going to get the Space Spirit. It seems like Fatih Muhammad is going to get the Space Spirit very quickly, and it seems like they're trying to fight it out for now. But you know what? This is what Clash Lane does. They're going to fight each other non-stop until one athlete goes down in the end.
And we were talking about how the Haino with those scepters was going to just counter the Chano Abdullah or make his life tough. They've actually done a lane swap. They want this matchup as much as possible. It looks like now Ahmed is making his way to the south side because you've kind of gotten yourself a little bit of a lead. Now you're harassing Abdullah. Again, when you're on the back foot like this and things like your pheasant are being stolen in front of you, it's going to be much tougher for him.
Perfect timing of the Maple Dance, being able to steal the jungle. Still Abdullah quite alone with Rashid right here, having the scepter mark on top of his head. He's gonna be spawning another extra scepter towards him if Haino keeps on throwing it out.
Yeah, one thing I don't like is that if you're seeing exactly how Rashid, end case scenario, obviously you want to be sticking out to Abdullah. You're best of friends, I get it. You guys want to be two peas in a pod, but you need to be thinking about the gold cherry. You need to be accelerating farm of Ahmed. He's the one that will create you space so that Abdullah can have that free time to farm. He can be left alone because he's got his own mobility as well. So again, this is just the little things to kind of help accelerate this squad.
You know what? Thinking about that, since they're using Yaria, if Yaria keeps on following Ahmed, they are naturally doing gold sharing technique all the time.
True.
And all they have to do is just get Muhammad to be involved. But it looks like they're going to try to get Yazan. Yazan doesn't back away. He actually goes into the fight, trying to get as much damage as possible. He still has Fate Rewind, but it seems like Mahmoud is going to pull back instead of trying to press on. But they're trying to hide. They're trying to wait for a right timing. He still has Unbridled Opens. He's still keeping it. A very good ghost ship. And there we go. The scepter has been thrown. The Unbridled Opens has been used. And it seems like he's going to go down. And Rashid might be the next target. And that's going to go down quite easy.
So they get the return, at least with Salameh. But the thing is that Abdullah, when he soaring signaled forward, that was like a death sentence, right? They knew they had the gunship, but Ahmed joined the fight.
Ahmed gonna go in front towards Ahmad. He's gonna find his twin. Is he gonna be able to take him down? He uses his smite to slow him down. Ahmad managed to run away using the Parasola, but the Unruly Blade, it connects directly, and he's trying to get Yazan. His Unyielding Might is out. He doesn't have any passive anymore. He has to be careful. He misses his Wind Slash, and he's still gonna try to go in, but it seems like Yazan manages to run away while at the same time taking down Ahmed.
Just a really patient play by Yazan, right? I mean, the Fate Rewind, he had had it for so long, but he wanted to use it at the exact moment to bait out Ahmed, who was consistently just like, yeah, he's out-sustaining, yeah, he's the tank, but, I mean, the way that he was able to dodge the wind slash and use it at that moment so that Yazan survives and then buying enough time for Ahmed to knock him down, this is kind of like the way you want to play things. Just a really well played by Jordan in navigating that team fight.
And Yazan is very disciplined with that Fate Rewind. He doesn't really simply use it anytime he wants. He makes sure that he uses it the right time to make sure the team is really baited towards him, using his low health as a very delicious looking meal for them to go in.
Okay, you're just talking about meals because it's lunchtime. You're making me hungry.
Are you not hungry?
Right? Yeah, I'm definitely hungry. I'm always hungry. But now the Tyrant going to be picked up here by Jordan, and now they're on the chase.
Seems like the scepter has been marked towards the red buff, but they're not going to commit. Very good discipline coming in from them, and they're going to pull back just a little bit, waiting for the Mahmoud to be ready for the next fight. But it seems like they're not going to force anything too much, and a lane swap has been successfully done by them, sending Muhammad using Fatih towards the bottom lane.
Contesting here, Azure Golem.
Yeah, they're going to try to contest the Azure Golem, but it seems like Azure Golem is not going to be taken by them. Just peeking out, putting a lot of pressure consistently from Jordan.
Yeah, it's just a threat. Sometimes it's like, they knew that the cavalry were on their way, so they didn't actually want to fully commit for it, but Ahmed doing a little bit of work in here, but...
Wind Slash actually goes in, and he's gonna be trapped. Ghost Ship has been stopped, but Unbridled Outburst actually goes in the right timing. Abdulaziz is gonna go down. Two of them actually went out. A very clean fight coming in from Jordan, and it seems like Salame is very aggressive. He never keeps his Unbridled Outburst for defensive stuff only. He only uses it for aggression.
Yeah, and actually, but Mama made it easy, right? You have that perfect ghost ship. Both of them are locked in. Then you got the Umbrella Outburst, and you have that backboard that's essentially set up for you, where you're able to get the perfect one. No chance for UAE to get out of this, especially, again, when you get stun locked like that.
But I'm quite a bit worried about Rashid being with Abdullah all the time. I think it would be much more effective if he actually tries to help or stick with Ahmed instead, because Ahmed will need a lot more of that shield rather than Abdullah. Abdullah can try to farm safely from far away, and you know what? I think it would be better if they switch.
Yeah, and also I feel like Rashid should be kind of going into the probably with Ahmed, right? Get the gold sharing. That's
or Abdulaziz.
Yeah, but you want to be somebody who's wants to be fighting, right? And Abdullah right now doesn't want to be fighting.
They really want to force this one out. Looks like he's really using all of his skill sets trying to get Abdullah, but Abdullah again being saved by Rashid. Maybe this is why Rashid is here. Unbridled Outburst miss! A very nice jump coming in from him, but look at Ahmed. Ahmed is not going to dive in. He still have his Unruly Blade, but they decide to pull back. That's because 5 of Jordan is so ready, and still Salame is still in the giant form. He's waiting for him to actually switch back to human form.
Yeah, Jordan, man, they sent everybody in that bottom lane. I mean, if they were able to catch somebody out, but again, yeah, it's an Umbrella Outburst that was missed, but it doesn't really matter. I mean, it was just zoned away. They took the bottom T2. That's exactly what you want. He'll just build up the madness for potentially the next fight, but Jordan being aggressive here.
It's about the presence, right, of the Umbrella Outburst, but it seems like they're going to try to force it out again, even though he doesn't have his ultimate. Fatih is going crazy into this fight. He's trying to get Ahmed. Ahmed is blocked with the Ghost Ship. Unruly Blade hasn't been resetted just yet, but look at how they managed to tank all the damage coming in thanks to Rashid's presence.
Yeah, and I like it how Mahmoud, he's been on point with those Ghost Ships. Ahmed has like face planted into that Ghost Ship multiple times in this game. Yes, he's got the Unruly Blade. He probably needs to save it for like the timing of the Ghost Ship, and then he can Unruly Blade through it, right?
Yeah.
So you just, again, you need to kind of hold your skills for the appropriate times. Ahmed didn't pay with his life this time, but last time he did.
The gold ship is so effective that sometimes even flash gets blocked because you really need to hug the wall or the ship before you can actually flash successfully. So that's how annoying it is, and it's very hard for you to actually use your common skills to actually run away from the ghost ship. But it seems like they're trying to put a little bit of pressure on the side of UAE, but UAE is still doing fine for now.
Yeah, I always blame the ghosts in the ghost ship for grabbing my leg as it doesn't let me flash through the ship at times. I don't, obviously, I could be closer to the ship, but I think that it's easier to blame other things or in-game things like the inhabit like ghost here.
Oh, well, yeah, but it seems like sometimes my fault, but it seems like the Maple Dance has been used. Ahmad is very aggressive using early. It's very scary when you have an early player actually using early properly because he keeps on zipping turning around so quickly that you cannot catch him in time.
Yeah. I think the mechanical play required to play that hero difficult, right? The skill ceiling very high, but it looks like these are golem.
Let's look at how Salame is going to try to find a space. We're still waiting for the Umbrella Outburst. He's still keeping it. The trigger discipline is what's more scarier than an Umbrella Outburst that has been used. So they really want to make good use of this ultimate. They're waiting for the moment, still waiting. The scepter has been thrown, but it seems like Ahmed has just used Umbrella Outburst. Unruly Blade towards his enemy right there, but twice has been used as well. And it seems like the scepter is really doing its work. The poking damage coming in from Yazan is tremendous.
Yeah, I'm scared, boss. I think when I see Ahmed going in with that Unruly Blade, it's like a one-way ticket, right? Yeah. You don't have a return one, and if you get caught out by a Ghost Ship, Umbrella Outburst, you're going to get bursted. Yes, you are tanky. Hopefully you can survive, but this is like your get-out-of-jail-free card. I think that you walk in closer, let the fights happen, maybe they group up, maybe you get a Wind Slash, and then just slowly go. You can't be just looking to go in on Unruly Blade, because honestly, you don't even have enough damage to burst down Ahmed.
Yeah, and you can't run away if you don't have that skill anymore. Exactly. That's going to be a big of a problem. But it seems like the scepter has been thrown towards Abdulaziz, who's zoning the front area very nicely. But it seems like the Umbrella Outburst has been used. Ahmed's going to try to tank the damage in front. But look at Yazan behind them. He keeps on throwing the scepters, and he gets a lot of damage into UAE. They're going to try to get Ahmed. Ahmed's trying to run away. Can he do it? Can he find his HP with the passive? He cannot, because Blazing Cape has been bought by Mahmoud, and his recovery has been halved.
Yeah, and through that all, it looked like Muhammad, who wasn't even in the fight, they took this 4 versus 5, willing to just go because they're split pushing, right? All of that space that's being created, plus they won that team fight. Jordan right now, this is where they completely control this game.
The Sacred Tree Blessing coming in from Fateh is so effective, not just against heroes, but also against towers. So that's where it comes very handy in these situations where he wants to do some split pushing. But it seems like they're going to try to force this one out for now.
Yeah, you've got the Vanguard. All you have is Muhammad throwing those fans around, but they're not really doing too much. They don't have the wave clear to really compete. Jordan know that, and now they're going to put even more of an initiative on here.
Salame is going to try to focus in front. He has his Umbrella Outburst ready. His madness is filled up to the max. Everyone is getting stunned. He still doesn't want to waste it because Ahmad is still busy trying to farm at the back, trying to get the blue buff. He knows and very well aware of the positionings of his teammate, especially Ahmad, who's playing early.
Yeah, Ahmed, though, he's 6.6k if you're going up against Mahmoud, who's 8.3k. A bit of a difference there. I mean, yes, it looks like Ahmed is tanky enough, but he doesn't have the items to be doing the damage, to kind of continue on and to be that threat. They're like, okay, yeah, you're a big tanky dude, I just ignore you. And basically, you need damage because then people will start to feel threatened by you.
Salame in a very precarious position. He's not going to use his Unbridled Outburst. He's still keeping it as of now. Fatih is actually quite nearby. So Muhammad, maybe this time he can join with his Sacred Tree Blessing.
And look at how Yazan, I mean, the way that he's able to be with those scepters, they just do so much, and he's on the top of the damage dealing charts because of this. They've had really no answers to get on top of him.
I like the formation that's being shown by the UAE, the way they move. Almost sort of like a pentagon shape where Ahmed is constantly in front and trying to take care of his teammates. And Rashid is busy following Abdullah and not Ahmed. But look at this. He's trying to get some damage in. Ahmed is going quite aggressive, poking and poking. They really want that tower. And the Umbrella Outburst has been used. They're trying to really get Abdullah. He's running away through back, but the scepter coming in from Yazan is just so painful. Look at that damage coming in from him. Ahmed has to run away to the back, and he just wasted his passive. There's nothing he can do to go in to try to recover as much HP as possible. Unruly Blade has gone in, almost like a suicide. I don't think it's a good idea. Muhammad is about to go down. There's 3 of them left. Can they defend as much as they can?
I mean, it's all about the minions at this stage. The way that UAE just kind of tried to go in, tried to defend, not possible here.
Right now, they're going to try to go in for the last time, try to get the last 3 heroes. The Ghost Ship is trying to block them away from the fountain, and the crystal has been destroyed.
At 14 minutes to the 12, Jordan comes in with the first victory of the series here, looking to cement themselves in their respective groups, looking for that one shot, one opportunity to make it to the last chat stage.
I mean, Jordan just played well. I think that there was just too many moments where UAE would get caught out, and losing that lead, it's much tougher to play from behind. It just seemed like Jordan had UAE's number, at least in that game one.
Yeah, definitely. And I think that Jordan really knows what they're doing. And also, the game is actually quite close. UAE definitely have an idea of what they want to do. And it seems like they almost be able to execute what they wanted to do just now.
I like the pick of the Hano coming in for the side of Jordan's Yazan, where it excels super well. Number one, Channel Spirit Wolves, multiple targets, you benefit off of the multi-spears, and then the front line in the form of the Dun and also the likes of the Byron, they just have no solid engage nor crowd control in locking down the Hano here. So when they don't one-shot the Hano in one go, the Scepters stop stacking and more damage contributes in those teamfights, allowing the Arlie to just free hit all around.
Yeah, and when you see a farmed Hano throwing those Scepters and just absorbing all that damage, knowing that he's got that second life, it is incredibly frustrating, right? Because you can't get through it, you don't have enough. And so that's why the net worth is really required by the rest of UAE to pick up, to potentially take him down. They were never able to find him.
It's frightening to see a Hano in front of you with having all these marks on top of all of your allies, and also your minions. So you do know that if he throws it out, there might be 10 Scepters going out, and the damage is a lot. So that itself is also a form of zone control, because people want to get out of that to really remove the mark as soon as they can.
Yeah, they just have to wait it out, but the problem is the way that the team fights were commencing, right? Dun goes in, Byron goes in. I would say the hero design coming in for these two heroes are one-dimensional. That's why we always see the Dun Dolia. When you Unruly Blade in as a Dun and using the ultimate, you sort of get stuck into a position by the ghost ship that you're like, oh, I already expended my spell that I need to refresh using my enhanced basic attacks. So how do I get out if I already used my Unruly Blade?
Yeah, and Unruly Blade should be used more of like when the hero is getting away, he's got a little bit of life left, and then you get in and you make sure that you finish him down. It seemed like he was just kind of going in willy-nilly at times. I mean, he was 1-4-0, not a whole lot of kills that they could find, but you're also seeing just maybe a little bit of a misplay in terms of just how the Dune should be played overall.
Yeah, I do agree with that, and sometimes people use it to disengage, sometimes people use it to engage. It's a very important decision making to make. It all depends on whether or not you can land the enhanced basic attack to reset Unruly Blade earlier. But these are the itemization coming in from both of them. Jordan's Hano was actually going with Insatiable Tome and Holy Grail, but of course the first most important item is the Venomous Staff, which is going to be effectively halving the potential recovery coming in from the Dun. So Dun cannot really benefit from the Unyielding Might passive from himself.
Not just the Dun, right? Also the likes of the Byron as well. You have the spell one to consistently heal the auto attacks as well. He has the Eye of the Phoenix here, but the early purchase of the Venomous Staff is a very smart option coming in from Yazan that we need to praise, because yes, it's a basic thing. But usually Hano players, they will like to go for the route where you want to buy the Holy Grail first, then the Venomous Staff, but having the Venomous Staff early coming in for the side of the Jordan lineup is such a beneficial buy. You can see from the damage numbers here. 154,000 on that Hano.
Yeah, and that's why the whole, like, sacrificing for the team, and also understanding why itemization is so key for all the different players, because you got to see exactly, like, they even have a Yarya as well. You have so many different ways to just heal, sustain, and again, you know the playstyle of UAE is like, okay, let's shut it down, let's get the Venomous Staff, and then have those Scepters just literally just mitigate all of that.
Yeah, and the fact that Hano actually has all of those free time and space to actually do what he needs to do is also thanks to Salameh and Mahmoud. The fact that they're all over the place in front of him helps him to just, you know what, stand here and I'll just keep on throwing this scepter. As opposed to UAE, they have Rashid to actually help the front line, the Dune. But is that enough for Xiao Xiao to actually throw all of her skill sets? I don't think so.
I think damage was okay coming in from Mohamed Xiao Xiao, but the pick coming in from the Yarya was what caught us by surprise. If they were to come in with something like a Mozi, like a Diadia, or even a strong room like a Lapu Lapu, then maybe you can CC chain down the Hano with teleport and make sure that he can't use the Fate's Rewind to get back into safety. Or, you know, just one-shot him before he can actually even press it.
Would it be much more, makes more sense if Yarya is paired with an assassin rather than heroes like Dune? Saki, what do you think?
I think yesterday we saw a good example coming from Kyrgyzstan, right, where Dastan and Marlin played the Hansen and also Yara combination and got the Penta Strike. I think that was a pretty decent combo. Yarya is less of a popular hero due to the fact that the early game is just weaker in general and it takes too much time to scale. Hence, in the situation where you are on a timer and you need to make sure that your Chano, your Xiao Qiao, gets the early game advantage, I would say Yara is more of a greedy pick because that pick needs to scale as a roamer.
Yeah, and I think that there were plenty of other roamers that could have provided more value. Like the big ults, like the Zhang Fei, Lapu Lapu, and we calling them all the time. I mean, they're always there in the games, but they add so much as a roam, right? Yaria is a more finesse style where if the other hero gets accelerated, and like a Marco Polo, like a Fever Bar, like then you have the shield. But the Ahmed, I mean, I get what they're trying to do, which is with the sustain, but we're really lacking in the department. We talk about Yazan having a great game, but how can you burst him down when everybody else is controlled and not the damage you need?
I agree. And probably they're also lacking a little bit of a crowd control capability coming from the UAE to really lock down the movements of Jordan's side. But looking at the replay, we can see the amount of damage, the amount of control coming in from Yazan is a lot. And he really is very disciplined with his ultimate.
Yeah, and actually even in that moment where Ahmed was fighting 1 versus 2, if he maybe goes to the side a little bit, gets over the ledge, and then that buys enough time for Abdullah to show up because he was there, but he was just a little bit late, that might have been enough to turn the tides on this one. And then you're seeing the team fights, the ghost ships on point. How many times was Ahmed stuck behind that ghost ship?
And those scepters was just diabolical coming in for the side of the Hano on the half of Yazan, where they come in as a 5-man unit from the side of UAE with the Shadow Tyrant buff, so much damage, but you have no answers for the Hano. He's just scepters galore. You come in, everybody just gets chunked down so hard coming in by this Hano pick. And we'll be checking out the MVP coming in for game number 1. It will be none other than Yazan on the Hano pick. The mid laner coming in from Jordan with a 42.7% damage output.
Yeah, this is not the highest. Highest was, I think, 43.5, but 42.7 is definitely impressive. Damage taken is 19.5% damage, and the total goal is 25.6. Yeah, for sure, definitely a very good gameplay coming in from Hano. We have to remember that it's not just the 5 hero that's receiving a mark from the Scepter. It's also the minions around them and the Spirit Wolves from Chano. So he really is the perfect hero coming in to really go up against UAE just now.
Yeah, he succeeded because Coach Omar made a great draft, right? Understanding what the team was throwing at them. Hano was like the perfect pick. Mitigates everything, and he's able to excel because he was put in a spot where, again, he can use the skills to the maximum, and they got a lot of value out of this pick.
And it also simultaneously counters the draft that we talk about, right? Whereby if you have so many frontline, no solid CC, no solid engage, or no solid burst, it's pretty difficult to handle the Hano. That's why we see picks like the Angela, the Ganemo, the Mozi, or any of the Lapu Lapu to actually CC lock and then one-shot the Hano from being able to pop that ultimate to get into safety, right? I think coming in for the second game for the side of UAE, try something different, you know? Try something out of the textbook here. Because we saw from the draft, it's like, you know, pretty textbook, pretty like Chano, anything, you know, Xiao Qiao, everything, you know? Maybe where's the usual Wang Zhaojin? Where's the usual a lane that they got banned up? Maybe put that priority in the earlier phase. Enjoy the moment.
Yeah, and take more risk right on the stage, because right now the composition that they're going with is looking pretty safe compared to some of the things that we've seen so far. But maybe that's just what they wanted to try. Maybe they want to make sure that, you know what, maybe this can actually work, and, you know, let them have the satisfaction of actually trying with the Dune and Yara just now.
I think going in, we were like, hey, they've got nothing to lose. Let's just go with freedom. And I was like, but that Yaria pick is not so great. Maybe we shouldn't have given them that much freedom, right? I think in terms of what they were selecting, because there was definitely some moments where you're like, okay, actually in terms of synergy and team composition, you need a little bit tighter ones, and you still need to outdraft your opponents. You got to stick with your comfort heroes. That's great.
Synergy, right?
But synergy.
I think synergy is a good word to describe these things, because sometimes, let's say you're playing a hyper dive composition, but your hero on the farming is like a Garou, for example, which it doesn't really pair up so well. You can have like off-meta picks or like pocket picks, but you need to make sure that it is able to be having effects in your game or in practice games where you can actually translate it into proper win conditions here. That's why even Hou Yi, a hero that's not so popularized in this current patch, it's still playable because it's still a form of late game insurance with good early game control, and the most important part, those Burning Sun arrows can pair up pretty well with burst compositions with Angela or Ganimo, for example, right?
Yeah, it makes total sense because we've seen Hoi has been used yesterday. Even though he's not joining physically or personally into the fights, he actually helped in terms of using Burning Sun arrow from very far away so that his friends can do a follow. I think something like that can also be done as well, and just be brave in choosing much more other heroes.
Yeah, I think you just need to simplify, right? Let's take a step back. I mean, we talk about comfort heroes, but also just make, take away the mechanically different heroes and just play, again, like the Hoi is like the perfect prime position for this. I think that they need to just go back to the drawing board and kind of reset from here on out.
Before we jump into the next upcoming game between Jordan and UAE, we would like to give a shout out to our hotel and venue partner here. Petaling Jaya Marriott Hotel, thank you for once again sponsoring the 2026 Asian Games Esports Qualifiers for Honor of Kings. It is with our sincere gratitude to showcase that we actually appreciate the sponsor for this event. It has been great, it has been amazing, food is great, and stay is great.
Yeah, and they've simplified our stay here, right? And I think that that has actually really helped out in terms of just, for these teams as well. But as we go into game 2, okay, Adam, you're the coach of UAE.
Okay.
What do you tell them?
I would tell them to go with their guts and just have fun on the stage. Have fun. And most likely, most of the time, when they're having fun, they would more likely take more risk, such as maybe assassin heroes. We would love to see more of those assassins coming in from the jungle side, right? So it would be very nice to see maybe there would be a Lam or a Hanshin or maybe more Kuis. You never know.
I mean, those are interesting picks, right? We've seen multiple Kuis in the first 3 days of our Asian Games qualifiers. It's been slow recently in those more aggressive picks. We've been seeing the Hanshin, the Wukong, Xuan Ce coming in from Team India, and recently more on towards the roamer side, but for niche picks like the Yarya, for example.
Yeah.
So I'm not a huge fan of just be like, oh, the Lam or the Hanshin will take over, because it's about creating space. So I always look at tempo as being a bigger factor, especially when you're behind. Again, I talk about simplified heroes, but you're also looking for ways to kind of create space. Some things that you can maybe jungle invade, right? Yeah, that'll change things up where you get a camp or two ahead, and then that might give you a better shot.
Or maybe, okay, let me change my answer. Maybe you would like this one better. Let's see,
Let's see, I'll judge.
So, how about this? Get all early game heroes as much as possible, such as Atta, heroes that doesn't require too much of itemization, and then maybe some mid lanes such as Lady Zhen or maybe Princess Frost to really be aggressive in the early on, and maybe Lady Zhen or Princess Frost can just rotate more top to bottom to really try to invade towards the jungle and try to be much more aggressive to just secure the early game.
Yeah, no, I will agree with you. I think it's the right way. Just change it up. What do you have to lose, right? Yeah. I think that you go all in, you try to make some sort of play happen, and then if you fall flat, if they catch you out, if they take over the team, at least you try something different.
It may not be the most perfect of the ideas, but for a team that's yet to be able to find a proper footing like UAE, I think it's a feasible idea they can actually carry out. But talking about ideas here, it's a smart one coming in for the side of UAE to ban away Yazan's Haino that he has a fantastic performance with. And then they do lock in the Wang Zhaojun here coming in from Muhammad's. I think it's one of his most favorited heroes thus far that he actually enjoys. And maybe coming to the second phase, Jordan will be like, hey, still not picking up the Abdel Aziz lane, let's just ban it.
Yeah, I agree with the Haino ban as well, by the way, because the Haino has been quite of a problem coming in from Jordan's side, and that's a show of respect towards the mid laner of Jordan just now. But having Musashi, Arlie, and Liu Bang is going to be quite interesting as well, because we know that Liu Bang can really help Arlie if she needs help quickly. But he's still going with Arlie. He's one of the most annoying marksmen ever to exist in Honor of Kings.
Yeah, it's going to be picked up. UAE looking to counter that. They're going to pick the Chano there, right? Which is definitely more of a power pick in that sense.
Yeah.
But the way that Jordan has kind of rounded the draft was like, okay, we got the Musashi, Arlie, very, weak guys that can be, squished upon, so to speak. We got the Liu Bang to help fortify. We're going to lock down that Clash lane as well. Oh, actually, it might even be a roam. We'll have to see, but you have a little bit more in terms of opportunity here going into the second phase.
It's like a delivery system that you talked about last game, right? Whereby you have the Lam Liu Bang, but in this case itself, it's actually the Musashi Liu Bang, where if the Musashi challenges someone with the duel to the death, then immediately the Liu Bang follows and drops in the full burst potential. Okay? So if you are on the UAE side, whoever is piloting the mid and farm lane role, it's not going to be the most fun situation because that's going to be a lot of burst damage that you need to react to.
And this is exactly like what Sagi said just now. Angela is a very good burst hero to really melt down Zhang Fei, but look at this. The pick coming in from Jordan with the Sun Bin. And by the way, the one that's really need to win right now is Jordan, I might add.
I think Sun Bin is a okay pick, but they don't really have a lot of tank heroes to supplement this idea. Usually when you play Sun Bin, you want the team composition to have more fighters or more tanks like the Ata, Dun, or Bai Ti, for example. So this Sun Bin is an interesting one coming in from the Jordan draft. We'll need to see how they actually play it out with their specific composition. And in this final pick here, we still need a mid lane here coming in from Yazan in that middle role.
So I kind of like, I'm more of a fan of the Sun Bin pick because I think it pairs very well with Musashi, who wants to be running in. You have that speed, and the rest of the guys are able to kind of help accelerate. Yeah, you have Liu Bang, who's going to go in his own delivery system, but now you've got the Mai. Literally everybody's going to be running at you. This squad is incredibly scary when you see 5 members chasing after you.
It's really more of a all or nothing composition here, like an identity where, okay guys, the moment Sun Bin clicks the spell 2, we are all going at it and finding the perfect opportunity to find their backline. Main ideas, main targets, Princess Frost, and also the Channel coming in for the side of UAE. If Jordan can pull off this Hail Mary of a play, they might be able to secure their first series win here coming in for the Asian Games qualifiers.
I think the most important thing about Sun Bin is that the time flux coming in from the second skill will return 50% HP of whatever that he received or his teammates received. So in a sense, that is a very good skill set to have to actually force a fight or try to retreat, because it gives a huge boost of movement speed as well.
It's movement speed, it's heals, it adds quite a bit. Plus, Sun Bin, kind of cute.
Yeah.
No, doesn't do anything for you? Okay, all right. Let's move on.
I'm not sure where you're headed with that, so I'm quite confused, you know. But yeah, definitely a very interesting pick coming in from Jordan. This might be a risky pick, by the way. We were expecting something like this, but from the side of UAE. But having a Levi from UAE can also be very interesting for us to watch as well. But Salameh and Ahmed is going to be trying to do a rotation. Let's see whether or not they can try to get something out of this.
For me, it's about Ahmed. The Levi, as you rightly pointed out, definitely a target, or definitely a hero that needs to get onto the back line. Abdelaziz, not a great start for him. Giving up first strike early. They're like, hey, we need to have a great game. Can't be giving up first strikes at the minute mark.
Yeah, I agree. And we can see that how Muhammad actually managed to get him quite quickly. Abdelaziz is not supposed to go down that quickly because he's the Fatih, and Liu Bang is not usually known with too high of a damage, but maybe that execute actually caught him off guard. It's a common skill that is actually quite annoying for us to deal with.
Yeah, I mean, not only first strike, but the fact that like you're losing to Liu Bang, which is like not one of the best laners. So this is like worst case scenario. The execute again might have caught him off, but it looks a little action here.
Abdelaziz is trying to run away to the back, and it seems like he managed to run away just in the nick of time. Mahmoud is going to make good use of the portal, which is very good because the jungle, when they see the clash lane is at up top, they will always try to start at the blue buff so he can rotate to red buff, and then he will get the teleport portal to fly anywhere he wants afterwards.
Just completely outclassed in the top lane. I mean, when you lose first strike, this is the life of a clash laner, right? When you lose early, now you're behind. He just hit, I mean, he's level 3. Muhammad is level 4. You're behind in this one. And you, Fatih, generally speaking, you wanted to have been winning the lane. You want to force him down so that he can't leave, but now you have to play timid.
Yeah, it's one of the few heroes that actually scales very, very well. Fatih, especially when he gets all of his itemizations, that really, really hurts when you finish all of them, including with the Sacred Tree Blessing. So, you know what? I understand why Jordan really wants to focus down on getting Fatih early on.
Yeah, and another thing to take note of, Jordan actually doing a little bit of a lane swap to start things off. Ahmed is going to be in the mid lane. Salameh will be sticking around with him. This is all about just getting, faster wave clear, taking those pieces, and again, leaving Yazan by his lonesome in that bottom lane, dealing with Abdullah, who again, the Chano Arlie matchup has a bit of an edge.
And it will be a lot easier if Yazan is actually using Haino, right? But this time he's using a Mai Shiranui, which is a single target hero. It's going to be quite hard for him to clear the waves. which makes sense because Ahmad will have the time to rotate and help to clear that and get a share of that gold.
Yeah, and Yazan.
But it seems like they're gonna be trying to force this one out, but it seems like the time bomb has been thrown out, just trying to maybe slow them down, but they all just disengage so quickly from UAE.
So one thing that is very different is that, I mean, the Heino and the Mai, very different heroes, right? So Yazan having to step up, but it looks like he's kind of rooted into the bottom lane, not making much of an impact, and that's kind of not to the advantage of this Mai. You have a huge power pick. We always talk about early game. This is an early game hero.
A very quick steal coming in from Muhammad, very tricky from him, but it works, and that's what it's all about. On the early game, they have to try to steal as much resources as they can and trying to focus on the blue buff before they move towards the Tyrant to start their potential next fight or get at least a bit of an edge.
Oh, it's an ambush. They're waiting in the brushes. Look at this. Yeah. Yazan and Salome, they're looking to just go, who will show up? It looks like Abdullah is on that south side. Do they walk around? It looks like Ahmed's going to be the target.
Oh, it looks like he's going to be getting Ahmed very quickly. D-Buy is extremely soft. That's the downside of using an assassin. Maybe this is the time where they need a Yarya. But Umbrella Outburst actually aims towards the back. And he's not going to be focusing down on the jungle of Jordan. And Ahmed is going to try to get that one death down, and Abdullah is gonna go down as well. UAE lost 3 of their heroes.
Yeah, about that. I want to be like, okay, all right, Rashid with that Umbrella Outburst, obviously not in the right direction.
Yeah.
As a Zhang Fei player myself, I've done that. But, I mean, he completely went the wrong way. If he pushes it into the Tyrant, maybe they get some sort of steal. But, like, at this point, Ahmed had already been taken down. You're fighting this 4 versus 5. That's a losing proposition.
There's no smite. Unless if the Zhang Fei is actually using smite, because some Zhang Fei do. I don't think it's a good idea because it's probably a waste of Umbrella which you have to keep. But Abdulaziz is trying to run away. This is probably why they swapped the lanes. And my Shiranui, Yazan comes in the nick of time and manages to take him down.
Yeah, that was able to just like a high-speed chase, if you will. The Kachusin was on point, all the multiple dashes. And he didn't even use his flash just to get it, but he secures the kill. This is going to open things up. That top T1 is not long for this world.
Yeah, every movement counts from them, and Ahmed is going to try to get the blue buff, but look at Salame. Salame is giving a very high value vision coming in, but it seems like he's going to be losing his blue buff just like that. It's so important for Levi to get his blue buff. He needs all of the 20% cooldown reduction as much as possible.
Yeah, and losing everything. And Jordan playing the map properly, right? You have a lead, you're up about 4K. Control the map, take all the buffs. The world is your oyster at this point.
Yeah, they have to rotate more together to at least try to get something out of this, but at least their mid lane tower tier 1 is still okay, but it seems like they're trying to get Arlie behind them, still have Maisharnui, but he managed to actually dash all the way to the back. And look at this damage coming in from Abdullah. Managed to take down Salame, who's probably quite alone, or maybe, you know what, overextend.
I mean, Salome was running for his life, but Abdullah has the speed, mobility, and the damage to just run you down, right? I think Salome was just like, hey, Mohammed, why don't you Battlefield command me? He was just like, no, bro, you're not a high-value piece. I'm going to take this bottom T2.
He wants to focus down, but is he going to make a move? Look at Yaza. Yaza is so ready to go in, but he's actually running away to the back, and Battlefield command is not being used. Actually, it's the other way around. Teleportation has been used towards him, and it seems like they're not going to continue the fight for now.
Yeah, and Yazan, every time he fights, you're on like on the edge, right? Because you get caught out, you get stunned, you get blown up, and so you have to kind of dance around by being that glass cannon. And now they find at least Ahmed.
Ahmed using ultimate very, very nicely, but he's gonna try to run away to the back using his first skill. Very nice use of his skill sets, but look at Yazan's movement. He's really hunting him down. He knows he's not going back yet. Kachosen hits, and he's gonna go in, but he doesn't connect. Everything else doesn't hit him, and he managed to run away. A very lucky moment for Ahmed, but they will be able to get the blue buff. But look at the bottom lane. Muhammad is being very, very cheeky with the lane clearance.
I mean, the Kachusa did hit, and I think Yazan was like, haha, I got the kill. And he's like, wait, how did he survive? And he like walks away, and then the rest of the reinforcements there. Yazan was like, okay, we gotta bounce. We can't fight this one.
But look at the damage coming in from Muhammad. He really wants to get Ahmed. Ahmed is so squishy. This is the problem with assassin heroes, right? This is what we would like to expect to see more of a Yarya, but we might see another fight coming in after this. But is still being kept by him. Muhammad is still hiding inside that brush. A flash has just been used in the mid lane.
I mean, Ahmed right now is about 2.1k behind Mahmoud, who's just got the better of him. I mean, on the Musashi, he's been able to outfarm him. Obviously, they've got more objectives, so it's much easier to build that lead. But based on the Yazan, we'll get you picked off there.
The damage is a lot. He actually got frozen below the tower, so that's why he actually went down. A very good move coming in from the Princess Frost Muhammad. Exactly like Wasagi said, that's his trademark signature hero. He's very comfortable with that. But look at Mahmoud. He is hiding beside them. They have to be very careful.
Yeah, I mean, he could bounce. I mean, he could jump in at a moment's notice. But at the same time, you don't really want Muhammad to be tanking things. You kind of want the action to happen and then Muhammad coming in. But right now, I think that Jordan feel very comfortable. They've got a 5k network lead. Let's just split push. Muhammad can be the tank. He can be a focal point because somebody has to respect him.
And Ahmed is going to be over here for a while and probably going to be chased by Ahmed, who's going to go all in towards him. But he still has a lot of dashes. Ooh. Can he make it out? But look at that cheeky move. He's going to try to recall. No one knows. No one knows.
He gets away. He gets away. The great Houdini, if you will. The great escape. He kind of pretended like he was going one way. He went the other way. And he does survive. But he is 2 levels behind, okay? It's one thing to stay alive, but you're 2k behind. You're 2 levels behind. Things are not looking great for Ahmed. He needs to, again, get back into this by getting some sort of farm that UAE needs to kind of filter into him.
Ahmed is really showing that he knows how to play Lee, but it seems like he's really trying to go in and get some damage in. But it seems like Ahmed almost has been forced at the wrong time. Winter AC has been used. They have no more skill sets already. Are they still going to go in? It's just him alone. He wants to go in. His teammates doesn't. Rashid has to go back, but it seems like Ahmed is still want to go in again with the ultimate. But look behind them. Muhammad is very much ready to try to flank them. Ahmed is trying to run away, but look at how his team is trying to save him from a certain death. Can he do this?
Not at all. I mean, it's definitely not possible. And Muhammad was able to just cut him down. No further way to just bounce back and survive. And with this winners here, it'll zone away. That will buy a little bit of time, but 20 more seconds before Ahmed is up. And right now, Jordan finding the driver's seat.
4 of them is still around the mid lane. Sun Bin's sort of providing a lot of vision for his teammate. Mahmoud is going to be ready up top. He's trying to get as much resources as he can. They can still get the Titan if they want to. He's still holding on to the Shadow Vanguard that he has, and he has a choice to send it down to the bottom lane or the top lane at this point. But look at that ultimate coming out from the Sun Bin, and he's going to pull back just for a bit.
Yeah, and they're going to take their time. I think with all 3 lanes, they'll see exactly how UAE kind of respond to this assault, but Yazan getting a little bit low. That was very close.
Muhammad is still nearby, hiding inside his favorite brush, I might add. He's been there for so long, but he's just trying to trap anyone who gets close to him. They're still waiting for the next waves of the Vanguard, but it seems like the damage coming out from Ahmad is actually quite painful, trying to find Muhammad. But this is very important, right? How Winter AC is going to be used to clear the waves. This is the most important thing. That's the only high ground that they have alongside Jump Face Ultimate.
They can take their time. I mean, Yazan is making his way back into the firing squad, if you will, in the front line. So it's just a matter of time before they make that jump. UAE have done a good job of just kind of, clearing the wave, poking and prodding, using Ahmed's mobility to their advantage so that they don't really get jumped on and take any sort of risk.
Ahmad is so ready. He throws his umbrella to the back because he wants to dash to the back, because Winter is here. Is also here, which is very, very painful. They have to be very careful with Princess Frost. But Yazan actually goes down, and they manage to probably pull this off with a little bit of a comeback, but we're still waiting for the umbrella outburst, which has been used. He's gonna go in, rush it. Is he gonna force this one out? But he pulls back. I think this is the right moment for them to go in, but Muhammad is from the side. He's just peeking. Is this the right moment for me to go in? Not just yet. Ali with the Maple Dance trying to really choke or rush it out, and Rashid is gonna go down very immediately. Abdullah is still trying to have a safe distance, and Muhammad being very careful, trying to destroy without anyone noticing.
See, that question you had of, is this the right time? UAE had that same moment. They were not sure of what they were going to do. It looked like Rashid was like, oh, we're going? Wait, what are we doing? And they were going back and forth. There was a little bit of wasted time. But with Ahmed down, there was really no reason to go in. You need him to kind of clean up.
Yeah, but look at this. The circuitry blasting, slicing through everyone. But it's not enough. He has to go down because he's up against 4 people. And I think this might be it. He managed to reduce a lot of damage, a lot of HP coming in from Jordan, though. This might set up the stage for Ahmed, but Ahmed is not going to go in just yet. Abdullah is still keeping a good distance, and a very aggressive gameplay of a Levi player right here.
Abdulaziz a little impatient in this one. he jumps onto 4. There was nobody else following him up. But if you had the rest of the team, like those slashes were legit. He would have actually done quite a bit if he was able to kind of get with a team. But unfortunately for him, he's kind of doing things all by himself. A little bit of a selfish play, if you will.
Imagine if he pulls it off with Rashid's Umbrella of Wish, which is not available right now, and he manages to run away. Imagine if they pull it off together. I think it's going to be very good.
Just so that's the thing. This is why this lineup has a chance. I mean, especially with the winners here, the Frigid Prison. You have ways to stun, plus that Umbrella Uppers. You have the Wombo combo, but we've never seen it together. They're all individual different pieces, and they haven't been able to synchronize them properly.
Yeah, they do have all the heroes required to pull this off, for sure. And also, having Princess Rush, which is very important in defending this base. But look at Rashid. He's losing a lot of HP for now because of the Doomsday doing its work. Maple Dan has been used trying to delete all those projectiles. With this here has been used trying to clear the wave as fast as they can. Ahmad actually goes in, trying to slash everyone at the same time. But look at him. Look at Yazan's move. Very, very quick moves coming from him. Rashid going in, trying to do a lot of knockups, and they managed to get 2 of UAE's heroes. They're going to try to get 3 more, but the meter waves are coming in. 2 of them are too low, so Jordan has to be very, very careful. He dives running, duel to the death, but he's still alive. He manages to hold on. There's a couple of minutes left at the bottom and the middle lane, but Winter is here again, but he doesn't hit the bottom lane though. The minion is still alive. Very unfortunate for UAE.
And that's a 2-0 coming in for the side of Jordan here, sending UAE without a win in towards their Group B journey here. And Jordan fighting their way through, still finding a foothold in their respective group. They have one more chance to make it to the 3rd place spot.
Just the way that they were able to kind of bait out some of the ults. Rashid didn't have the greatest in terms of direction and point and like right on point with them. And the synchronization of being able to kind of go in together, having that team fight where, you know, we go in as one, right? Right now, they're going piece by piece and they're getting caught out. Jordan made them pay, and unfortunately for UAE, that's going to be their last one here.
And as of this point, if you were to notice, right, as the last game against Jordan, I would say that UAE did a valiant effort here, pulled up all the heroes that they actually have, played the Wang Zhaojin really, really well, and at the very point, they had an okay game. Compared to the previous ones, it was much better. There was much more improvements there. It's all about the growth coming in as a team, as UAE. Maybe this is not their tournament. Maybe next time, when they're more mature, when they have more experience, that's where they can come back even stronger.
I think Jordan played a very well game for now, for sure. But at the same time, UAE actually managed to demonstrate that they are able to play as a team as well. The quick progress that they have made within that one game was reflected all the way to the end, and now they can see that the fact that having Princess Frost actually helps with lane clearance, and then also with all the heroes that they can actually go in together if they can pull it off together.
Definitely a better game too. I think that again, just when they're going in, the comms need to be cleaner. Right? Yeah. When we're doing things, we're going in. We need like that hive mind brain, right? Where like if somebody thinks it, everybody's doing it. Yeah. There's no second guessing. There's no back and forth. Do we go in? Do we not? It seemed like there was a little bit of hesitation. And those team fights were unfortunately not in their favor because of that.
The teamwork and cohesion is much needed, right? Coming in for the side UAE. Right. They're not on sync to do one specific play, which is something that I think has to be brought up by, especially towards the team itself. They need to review it and go back to the drawing board for that. Yep. But I think also from a fundamental level, in terms of mechanics, hero understanding and how to play the specific lane matchup itself, those are things that UAE need to focus on in the future tournaments.
I think we talk about cohesion a lot in the Asian Games qualifiers. I think this is because it is one of the most thing that you need to take a long time to really get. Cohesion cannot be bought or done within a short period of time.
I think this is a good example that you can actually have, right? If you have like 5 players on blue team, 5 players on red team, the blue team players, they're all like top tier peak players, but they've never played together before. You don't really know who you should listen to or who you should be following to as a specific play itself. But when you come into a other side where you have like a team that's been playing together with the same skill level with the same blue team player on the red side, they are more coordinated and they can make a play happen with more efficiency. Lesser communications needed, but the efficiency of a play, like how we saw in Hong Kong, China, Republic of Korea, Indonesia, Philippines, the way that they play the game, it's smoother and they have lesser mistakes and everything happens faster.
Because they've been playing together for longer, right? They've had leagues, they've had experiences being on stage. They haven't had that, like, that's spotlight on them. So they understand what they need to do. And I think that, even moving forward, for these teams to get better, they just need to play with one another. They need to keep practicing. They just be locked in a room and ensuring that, hey, whoever's making the calls, let's listen to that person.
Actually, if you guys know the way, if you guys could try to explain to me, what do you think is the most effective way to get a proper team cohesion, to get the chemistry? Let's say if you have like only 2 or 3 weeks to make this team bonding work.
Yeah, watch a lot of movies together, right? I think that's the one thing.
No, on a serious note.
On a serious note. No, but it really comes back to games. I want to be like, okay, it seems like they're, to your point where you're kind of making similarities of just them playing ranked games, it seems like they're doing that, right? Where they're not really coordinating properly. They need to, like the one guy who's making a shot caller every 30 seconds, what's going on? Are we on the same page? Who's going in? When do we go in? And if I call going in, then everybody goes in. There's that trust.
Yeah. I think that's where you can come in, Sagi, because I think you have an experience in this as well. Because to have that chemistry built, what do you think is the fastest, most efficient way for you to have that amongst your teammates?
I think it's a minimal 6-man job in this case, where you have the coaching staff and also 5 players looking at a same identity.
Okay.
You can't immediately improve everything in one go. You have to break it down segment by segment. Let's say, new team, your early game is not good, so you fix the laning phase first. Then you go look at the early game objective, which is the Tyrant. So these are the few things that, let's say, early game you have to be looking at. Are we playing objectives? Who has a winning lane? Who has a losing lane? Then you bring it to the mid game on jungle invasion, jungle defenses, then late game, how to end games, how to stall games per se.
All right, I think it's funny, Adam, that you asked me the question and then I answered it. You're like, yeah, but let's talk to the professional here. You went right over my head, and I'm sure his answer was way more detailed and probably, I mean, as an ex-pro, he would definitely have that. But thank you, Adam. I feel much better.
I want to hear from both of you.
It's too late, my friend.
I'm just scared.
I've moved on.
I'm just scared from any of you to actually go back to the movie part. But yeah, let's see. This is the stats here. We can see the damage coming in from Abdullah is a lot. So he is actually putting a lot of work in this. The contribution coming from him is there, and he had the space. It's just that the togetherness of the timing is not there.
Yeah, I think togetherness is something that you need to be respecting in Honor of Kings, especially in HOK. The way that you team fight revolves around objectives like buffs, little jungle monsters, objectives like Tyrant, Overlord, towers. And when you are slow in responding to a specific play, you will lead yourself into much of a goal grab like this, where Jordan is always ahead of you in every single moment, where we see a lot of examples here. If you force a play without 5 members ready, let's say 5 members 5v5, you force a play 3v5 as 3.
Yeah.
You're gonna be in a much peculiar situation where you're bound to almost 100% lose unless you do some miracle play. And miracle plays are miracles for a reason. It's not always reproducible. It's by miracle.
Yeah, and also I think that even when you're about to take a team fight, you need the vision, right? Because you need to understand numbers. If you're behind, and this is actually a great start for them. They knew somebody was coming. The 4-minute Tyrant had already spawned. The perfect ambush to set themselves up for the snowball effect.
That's the vision that you were talking about, because you want to know what's the probability of winning this team fight that we're about to have. I think the whole point of all of this is to have a proper vision and proper movement from the team, having the tank up front. But if the tank actually commits, everyone dives in. That's the whole point. Because it's how we see some of the Jumpy actually goes in and they're not following, or maybe they already spent their skills, but then now they're going back in again. But yeah, a lot of things going on that's not being done together. But again, they're still at their progress stage. This is the moment.
Yeah, these are the moments where you need to respect numbers disadvantage, where, okay, we are lacking one. Let's just wait and let Mohammed on the Princess Ross defend the towers with the Winter is here. But you can't be playing 4v5s, 3v5s, because if you are doing that, you're just giving free room for Ahmad on this early to consistently free hit on towards the Gorge with almost a 40% damage down on this pick.
Actually crazy.
Yeah,
I know. I mean, free hitting, right? And I mean, Zero does obviously, he was using his mobility to the maximum, but still, the way that, UAE were not able to find Arlie. So when you're going into a team fight, you need to go in. Like, going into this game, like, okay, who needs to die? This is definitely, Ahmed said number one. He's got to be the number one target where you find him. If you don't find him, there's really no reason to be taking any sort of team fight.
And to actually catch heroes like RD, you really need a proper crowd control. Either that a crowd control that lands towards him, or someone who has a similar amount of dashes and mobility to be able to catch up with Arlie. Because the positioning of the umbrella is so random, not just to the enemies, but to Arlie himself as well. So yeah, it's a tricky hero to use. But then again, if you actually try to coordinate and communicate with your teammates where he left his umbrella at, things like that, I think it would really help a lot.
I think from the composition side, from the side of UAE, it makes a lot of sense whereby they found a lot of early counters like the Fatih, like the Chana, for example. All these are decent mid to late game counters that could really limit this Parasola pick in trying to advance in those team fights here. But it's down to those execution. How well you know the laning matchup as the Chana versus the Arlie. How can you just bully her out of the laning phase? Make sure you freeze the wave in front of your tower and pace yourself into those big late game item power spikes. And for Fatih, it's about the spell one flash into the backline, finding the Arlie's original Parasol position like you mentioned there. So all these are experience and game time that you actually need to commit if you're on the UAE side to better improve yourself as a team and as a player.
Yeah, it's going to be hard to actually get to that level.
Yeah, and I think in terms of draft, they thought they were going to be set because it's like, the China will definitely take off the Arlie. But actually, no. It's about execution at the end of the day and why it's so important to understand, the game state. How to take care of the Arlie in that late game, try to find them. It didn't seem like anybody was really doing any sort of scouting. It was more of just like, hey, let's just stick together, just like try to defend our base from them making a potential mistake.
Yeah, I agree. And I think that this has been such a great showcase for us all to learn from. The fact that we can have one of the best heroes in the game and we can actually pull it off. But if we don't have the right mindset and the right timing and the right communications, it's still not going to work out.
Yeah, it's all about the execution and teamwork coming in for both of these teams here. And today, Jordan has proven themselves that they are the better team amongst the series, cleaning a 2-0 and finding yet another ray of hope in the side of Group B. Unfortunately, for the side of UAE, they have played all their games thus far in the Asian Games Esports Qualifiers here, and that was their last series of the tournament.
Yeah, they came out with experience, right? And I think Jordan, they still have hope, right? They need a little bit of help in terms of how they proceed, but I think that, again, we saw Jordan. This is the Jordan that we wanted. We knew that they had some sort of expectations, and finally showing it against UAE now is the perfect time.
Yeah, I agree. And I think the fact that they actually pull it off and they're here with all of this experience, they're going to bring it back to their region. And I'm pretty sure they're going to be able to dominate a lot of their tournaments out there. Their gameplay is going to be a lot better. They can share their experiences with their colleagues, their friends. It's all for all the good stuff.
All the good stuff only will be coming soon as you suffer through the struggling improvement process, right? Like, not all pro players start as pro players. They start as ranked players, then peak players, then semi-pros, then to the pathway of pro. I mean, most of the players that we know also started from the open series. That's why things like this is very important as growth. If you consistently grind and consistently find your way into the competitive scene, there's always going to be a free spot. I wouldn't say free spot. There's always going to be a reserve spot for you if you earn it.
Yeah.
Gotta work hard though.
Gotta work hard.
It's definitely not going to be easy. But I do like the fact that you're talking about the open qualifiers. That has been a gateway for a lot of the players to make it to the Honor of Kings esports scene. And you don't really have that with a lot of other games. Like, this is a great opportunity. All you need to show up. Obviously, you kind of grind some of those games to get to that level. But I think once you do, people will know you and they'll come find you.
I think a good example also refers back to the Indonesian Team Nas squad, where players like Neville, Drenson, or even Iqbal, they're all from the open qualifiers that made a name for themselves in their respective Indonesia region. And then they got themselves the opportunity to try out for their national and regional team in representing in the Asian Games qualifiers, where they are having an absolute banger of a statistics and a run thus far, 3-0, 3-0, and right now they are making the region proud.
Yeah, and that's what we want to see from them for sure. But it seems like we're gonna go to the interview with Mara and our winner just now from Jordan. So please, Mara, take it away for us. Lead the gorge.
Team Jordan grabs their first match win of the tournament. Congratulations.
Thank you.
You know what particularly caught our attention was that lane swap with that Arlie in the mid, Heino in the farm, game number 2, Maisher, Nui in the farm. So what was the reasoning behind this swap lane switch and how did that contribute to your strategy?
أنا لاحظت إنه أنتم في اللعبة الأولى سويتوا أشياء جديدة بالهيروز خصوصاً بالفارم وبالميد. من وين جت هذه الفكرة وكيف ساعدتكم إن تربحون؟
دخلنا أكثر من جيم رانك صراحة وجربناها. السبب الأول أكيد والأهم هو الموبيليتي تبع أرضي. الموبيليتي والدمج تقدر تتحرك براحتك في الماب تطلع توب تنزل بوت من ريزن موبيليتي.
So he says that we tried this quite a few times, and the big part of it is because we really like the mobility of these heroes. You're able to go as you please, go top, go bottom, and adjust to the game state that you need.
And with that, I think some of the viewers might even try that in the ranked games. Now, what we also see is that Team Jordan was particular about isolating 1 or 2 heroes from the opponent before committing to a full team fight. So how important were those individual isolation picks for your strategy before committing to bigger fights?
انتوا لما لعبتوا الهان في اللعبة الثانية خصوصاً كنتوا تعزلون 1 أو 2 تقتلوهم قبل ما تسووا كوميتمنت المعركة كبيرة. كيف تسووا هذه الطريقة وشو هذا المهمة لكم؟
يعني أكيد قبل ما يكون في عنا أي أوبجيكتيف معين أو إشي لازم إنك أنت تاخذ بيك أو بيكين عشان الأدفانتج نمبرز عشان تاخذ الإشي اللي بدك إياه أنت براحتك من غير أي مقاومة من الفريق الآخر.
It says before we go into any fight, we want to make sure, especially an objective, we want to get 1 or 2 of them out of the way so that we can take the fight however we want afterwards without having to worry about them and take the numerical advantage.
This is the strongest match we've seen so far for Team Jordan. How has this contributed to your confidence and your mindset to move on to your last match for tomorrow?
شو مشاعركم هسه وفزتوا مبروك عليكم عندكم ماتش بكره ضد نيبال شو مشاعرك تواجهوا هسه ما فزتوا اللعبه الاولى
يعني اكيد الثقه كلها بالتيم كله طلع واحنا لساتنا في البطوله ما طلعنا عندنا جيم بعد بكره وان شاء الله يعني بكون تمام لساتنا في البطوله.
He says, obviously our confidence is more than ever, and we're still alive. We're still in this tournament.
Yes.
And we have 1 more match. We believe we can make it, and we'll see what happens, but we have faith in ourselves.
You know, it definitely helps when you get a lot of support from your region. So how about let's invite everybody from Jordan to watch your game tomorrow and to support you.
شو تقول للجمهور الأردني اللي يتفرج الآن؟
شكرا لكل اللي دعمنا واللي لسه بيدعمنا وإن شاء الله ما بنخيب آمالكم في الجيمات الجاية.
Thank you everyone for your support from before and in the future support, and hopefully we will keep you proud of us in the future.
Once again, Team Jordan, congratulations. And we hope that this is what you need to build the momentum forward. And now we're going to be talking about that a little bit more with our casters. Lead the Gorge.
Thank you for the interview, and Ahmad, I'm definitely sure that Jordan will be proud of that amazing win coming up in such an important series here, because that series put them up back in towards the side of their respective group. 1 more shot and they make it into the last chance stage.
Yeah, and they did make it. They definitely will try their best to go into the last chance qualifier stage. Why am I stuttering so much today? What's going on?
Yeah, but I think that it's all about just like momentum, right?
Yeah.
Once that team had kind of hit it, you found your first win. I think that will kind of springboard you forward. Now you have a little bit of confidence. Things should be much easier. Dare I say, the sky is a little bluer, the grass is a little greener. Things are just a little bit, a little bit more positive at the end of the day.
I would say it's more of the energy change coming in for the side of the Jordan squad. You can definitely see the Ahmad in the interview itself. He did mention that, you know what, we played it to our strengths, we played to our gameplay and played on the game plan, which brought us to be able to win that series against UAE. And having a first win coming in towards this Asian Games qualifiers, it actually puts you into much of a comfort. Like we always say, if you start on the wrong foot, you start to dwindle down slightly, but if you start on a win, you can find back that confidence that you're looking for into that highlight.
Yeah, it's definitely going to help you out, right? I think that getting that first win, again, we're like, things just become much easier, right? And I think that even when you move forward, what is that winning condition? How are we able to play it? And you heard that in the interview by Ahmed. It's just that the strategy of just like, hey, taking down numbers before we take any sort of team fight. Like there were specific things that they're looking to do. Again, like that checklist of things, again, and why they were able to pull this victory away.
At least they have an idea of what they want to do when the plan actually works out for them. Even though it's the simplest form of trying to pick off 1 or 2 heroes. And you know what? It actually works out very well for them. And it's proven that that they have an idea. It's all about the execution.
Yeah, and the execution definitely prevailed well today, coming in for the side of Jordan here. As UAE played their final game of the Asian Games qualifiers here, we will go into an interview with UAE and Mara on towards the stage. Please, let's go.
We're here with Team United Arab Emirates. In this competition, it might not have been the results that you desired to achieve. Although, how do you think that this qualifiers have helped Team UAE, and how will this help the region in terms of Honor of Kings?
يعني واضح انتم ما حصلتوا النتائج اللي تريدوها، بس كيف هاي الخبره ساعدتكم انت كلاعب، وكمان انه مثل اللعبه نفسها في اليو اي في الامارات؟
الصراحه بعد البطوله هاي اهلي في الامارات والشباب في الامارات والكوميونتي في الامارات صراحه كانوا يتابعونا ويشجعونا، مع ان احنا ما اعطينا احسن اداء، مع ان كنا نبي نعطي احسن واحسن، مع ان التيم كان جديد. بس عادي ان شاء الله ناخذ خبره ونتطور، وان شاء الله عقبال المباريات الجايه والبطولات الجايه بنبدع اكثر واحسن، وخلوكم ويانا. فالكم طيب، وصراحه الكوميونتي يعني بعد البطولات هاي الكوميونتي في الامارات يكبر اكثر واكثر، وان شاء الله فالكم طيب.
He says, during this competition, my mom and my family and my friends, they were all watching, and that gave us a lot of support. And we obviously, this was not exactly what we wanted to achieve. It wasn't as high as we wanted to go, but we do appreciate the support we got. We were able to see people following the community in the MENA region as well. So we're very glad that we could represent our country and do well for them.
Hold your head high. It's a great honor to be able to represent a region. And now for everybody watching, what would you like to say to them?
ايش تقول للمشاهدين شافوكم يعني كانوا يتابعوكم كمان؟
حق امي وابويا ان شاء الله فالكم طيب، حق المباريات الجايه، وحق كل اللي في البلاد يتابعونا فالكم طيب، وعفو عليكم، والجاي احسن، لا تحاطون.
It says to mom and dad, I hope you're watching. I hope I made you proud, and next time I'll do even better for you and for everyone in the UAE.
Team UAE, come back stronger. We'd love to see you in the next international tournament. Now we'll head back to our casters. Lead the gorge.
That's a very strong spirit showcased by the side of Abdullah coming in from Team UAE. I think not only his parents will be proud, but the entire UAE as a region and country will be definitely proud of Abdullah's entire performance as a whole. Because yes, you did lose, but at least you held your chin up, heads high, and you accepted the loss wholeheartedly, and you are looking to better improve yourself as coming in from the MENA region.
Yeah, there's nothing like having everyone having your back, right? You know everyone at home really rooting for you, regardless of what you're achieving. That's the unconditional love and support coming in from everyone. That's a feeling that no one can explain.
And also at the same time, I mean, not to be negative about this, but I think that as a player, this needs to hit home. Right? You need to remember this feeling.
Yeah.
Every single time you practice, you're like, oh, I don't want that feeling to ever come back. I'm going to be much better. I'm going to learn from this game. I'm going to just go hardcore in terms of just like making sure the team comms, all the synchronization, everything is going to be good. But this moment, don't you forget it, my friend. I think that it will help you as you grow.
We hope to see Abdullah once again, and also the side of UAE region as a whole coming back into the next tournament, whichever it is, because it's always nice to see familiar faces and also strong hearts coming in towards this tournament. Yeah, but talk about tournament, the next upcoming one will be Vietnam going up against Kazakhstan here. I would say, and I will coin this specific matchup as the group breaker. The winners, soft guarantees for the event. The losers, they will still have to fight the other group member for a spot at the main event, because right now, the way that Group C is shaping up is like Vietnam.
Yeah.
I think also Myanmar. Yep. No, Vietnam, Laos, and also Kazakhstan. They're all tied. I wouldn't say tied. They are all qualified for at least top 3. So one win, one lose, and that it mixes up the entire dynamic, which allows some teams to qualify for main event, and some team has to stay back and play for more games going into the last chance stage.
You don't want that third spot. You want that first.
Correct.
You don't want to have to play on the last day, because if you actually actually went through to the main event from the first and second spot, you can always rest from now on and just enjoy your time in Malaysia especially. But I do understand if there's nothing else you can do and you actually fall down to number 3, you know what, they can still have tried their best on the last chance qualifier.
Yeah, just go with the less stressful route.
Yeah,
you know, get first and second, control your destiny, win out. I think that's going in. I mean, with 3 teams that are very competitive and within arm's reach of one another, this is that moment to be like, okay, actually, let's take control of this group.
If you take control, you put yourself in one step ahead towards the main event. And talking about control, if you want to be able to control your hero even better in Honor of Kings and have smooth graphics here, do check out iQOO 15R, the official Honor of Kings Asian Games qualifier phone coming in for this specific event. It has been a wonderful device so far for our players here. We had no issues thus far, and we hope to be able to receive more support coming in from the community and trying out the iQOO 15R. So once again, thank you, iQOO.
Thank you, iQOO, and that is our match just now. Very, very fun for us to watch. The face of the UAE player just now who was being interviewed, he is resonating so much positive energy, even though he actually just lost just now. I think it's very rare to see that because usually people feel like very down or it's very sad. But also maybe because, well, it's already confirmed that he's not be able to get any slots. But again, the energy, that's the spirit of Asian Games.
Yeah, it's just about learning from them, getting better, growing from them, and I think that we'll see them coming back much stronger in the future.
And that's the end coming in for the UAE versus the side of their matchup here in the Asian Games qualifiers. After this break, we will be coming in with another banger, which features Group C, Vietnam, and Kazakhstan. See you later.
Who will be the next to shine on the Asian Games stage? Contestants fight for the honor of their regions while we cheer them on from the stands. This is a challenge, but it is also an opportunity. The tide is turned.
Astas in front. They're going to use it. Golden Tide slows out Tatsumi.
Victory! And we pulled it off together. We share the same voice, the same radiance. This moment of brilliance belongs to all of us. Together, we shine.
to the 2026 Asian Games Esports Qualifiers, Honor of Kings. 20 regions, one stage, and only the strongest 9 teams will earn the right to shine above the rest. Taking place in Malaysia, June 13th to 21st, 2026. Coming to Malaysia, this is the battleground where teams fight for the right to qualify for the Asian Games. 20 teams enter, but only 9 teams will move on. Apart from the 20 regions, there are 3 regions that have direct qualification. Here is the 2026 Asian Games Esports Qualifiers Honor of Kings format. First, the 20 teams will split into 4 groups of 5. In each group, every team faces every other team once in a single round robin, with every match played in a best-of-3 format. That means every match matters. Every game matters. Every single point matters. The point system is simple. Win the match, earn 1 point. Lose the match, earn none. At the end of the group stage, teams are ranked by the total points they've collected. And from there, the road begins to shine. The top 2 teams from each group qualify directly to the Asian Games main event. That gives us 8 teams advancing straight out of groups. But for those not through yet, the light isn't out. The teams that finish 3rd in each group still have 1 more shot. They move into the last chance stage. There, they battle through one final BO3 single elimination bracket until 2 teams remain. The 2 teams will then face off in a BO3 match to claim the one final qualification slot. So in total, 9 teams will make it through, 8 from the group stage and 1 through the last chance stage. That is the rule. Now it is time to see who can rise through it. From across the world, regions gather here in Malaysia. 20 teams, and only 9 will qualify. The path is set. The stakes are clear. Together, we shine. Stay tuned, and we'll see you at the stage.
Ultimate not ready yet. You have slain an enemy.
My magic murmurs in ecstasy.
Amazing!
There is no escape for you.
Killing spree. Double kill. Triple kill. Spectacular kill.
Don't worry. I'll be back for your life soon.
Shall I compare thee to a summer's day?
Don't engage. Don't crush us like insects. Defend our base. Our high ground tower under attack. Amazing! Unbelievable!
Ah, the fragrance of romance. Fortune is on my side.
They tried.
The new Spritling skill, Dig It, is a passive skill, which will automatically trigger at fixed times each match, up to a maximum of 10 times. The skill grants guaranteed standard rewards like gold, XP, shield, health recovery, and more. There's also a small chance to uncover mysterious grand prize effects during the match. Dig It may also produce tradable high-value treasures. Detailed information about acquired treasures will be shown after the match ends. Each treasure has its own rarity and storage size, and obtained treasures will be automatically stored in your warehouse. If you want more high-quality treasures, make good use of the Treasure Fusion feature. You can also copy and share your code so friends can help speed things up. Treasures in your warehouse can be sold for event currency, which can be used to redeem skins, items, and other rewards on the event page. You'll even have a chance to win physical prizes like smartphones and cash. You can also spend event currency to bid on high-value rewards. The auction uses a hidden bidding system, where you can submit 2 bids for the same reward. The highest bidder wins, giving you even more ways to obtain rewards.
Itu kan track kita. Relax bro. Phone aku. Jom kemana? Mountain View.
Sound of the rain. No matter how I feed the flame, you know I feel the darkness and the pain. All of the ways we tried to break free from the night. You know we made it out, we found the light. I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new vibrant world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Now I see that I got everything I need. It's alright, I'm on fire, I'm alive, 'cause now I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new colorful world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're
the stars. How we get this far, like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world.
What's a life without its worth? Compromising with what hurts inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take in life. In life, I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against all odds, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, and no one let me down. Destiny is calling high. I'm not afraid to fight for everything I love. Victory is in my sight. The more we lose, the more we gain. The more that nothing stays the same. In time, in time. Can't love ever, can't forget. What you see is what you get. Sometimes, gonna show the world tonight. The light that shines inside us. We're against the odds, but we won't give up, 'cause it's our time to shine.
As we bid farewell to UAE in this Asia Games qualifiers here, we will be venturing into our upcoming series of the day. This will be between Vietnam and also Kazakhstan to decide who amongst Group C will be the first team heading over to the main event. My name is Sagi here. This is day 6 of the tournament here, and with me is our Castles of the Gorge, and we have emergency substitution here. Hollis is injured? Nah, he's not really injured. We're welcoming Sir Cloud back to the broadcast here to partner up with Spartanka here for more amazing cast. Welcome back.
I'm just shocked with what he was doing. We didn't plan anything. But thank you, Sagi. Thank you so much for having us here. And we are very stoked about the next game, which is gonna be amazing and fun.
Oh yeah, absolutely, right? And I'm very happy to sub in for Holler because he faked an injury to have food.
I mean, it's a pretty valid excuse here. I'm not someone who actually will judge because I'm a food lover myself. Okay. But if you're interested into some amazing event rewards here, participate in this event for a chance to win physical prizes, special items, redemption codes, and other amazing rewards. This is a 1688 token, no minimum spend reward voucher, and I think you can redeem skins in HOK, the official server, as long as you do missions. And you can do the consignment market quest, sell the new goodies that you get when your Spriteling digs up the treasure. And then you can convert that into this specific token voucher that you see on your screen. Yeah. And then you can get those legend skins for free.
Yeah, there's a lot of things that you can do. A lot of rewards and prizes coming in inside HOK right now. Just don't forget to update your game because it just came in yesterday. And there's so much things for us to find out about.
Oh yeah, I tried it as well yesterday for the first time, and it's like there's a new hero as well, which is Devara, and then you have the Dig It feature as well. And Devara is still like debated whether it is fixed on the Clash lane or can it also go to the farm lane. I kind of had that thought it could go there though.
I played some Devara farming games yesterday. I would say it's okay, and it's more suited in towards the Clash lane as of now. But for my experience yesterday towards the entire June 17 patch, right? My biggest takeaway is don't let your teammates play Florentino because they can't play it. And then don't open up Anet or Lorien because Anet and Lorien, their range, their kit is just so darn strong.
Yeah, as a roamer, right? There's a lot of crowd controls coming in from them, but the Florentino ban is not for the enemy side.
Yeah.
It's to make sure that our teammate doesn't use Florentino.
To add on towards that, you ban it from your teammate and you sort of, by any chance, dodge a strong Florentino on the enemy team. Because enemy Florentino is always stronger than
It's
you.
always, that's how it goes. That's how it goes.
Yeah, just like how the enemy Devara has been always very strong yesterday in my game. So yeah, I guess we'll need to discover how to counter that as well.
So that's enough about the new season update here on season 15. I think we need to be focusing on our matchup of the day, the Vietnam going up against Kazakhstan, because we talked about it already. Group C has already been shaped into a way where India and Saudi Arabia can no longer qualify for the main event nor the last chance stage. Now it's down to Kazakhstan, Vietnam, and also the side of Laos to see who amongst these three teams earn the slot directly to the main event and who amongst these three teams as well has to be sent to the last chance stage.
And the last chance stage, again, we don't want that. There's too much work, too much effort to go through. But we do know that between Vietnam and Kazakhstan, Vietnam has quite a bit of a lot of experience in AOV prior to coming here as well. So a lot of that can be translated very well into Honor of Kings, which we will see. This patch is a lot of it is catered towards to make it available for everyone in that area.
Yeah, and if we were to look at the three teams now, right, like what you mentioned, right, I would say that these three teams, it will be really tight between them. Like, it's kind of hard to tell, like, okay, who will eventually be the top two spot and who will actually make it into the last chance qualifiers.
Well, to find that out for this specific matchup coming in for Vietnam and also Kazakhstan, we will have to welcome them to the stage with this teaser video to open up this epic showdown between these two regions. Let's go.
Undefeated and in complete control of their journey so far, with just one more victory, will secure their place in the next stage. Ready to finish the job? Make some noise for Vietnam!
Just one step remains between them and qualification, but anything less could leave their fate hanging in the balance. Ready to seize their opportunity? Let's hear it for Kazakhstan!
The stakes on this series itself is going to be inevitable because both of these teams have yet to secure the direct slot into the main event. This upcoming game between them, this BO3, will find out who amongst these two teams will be directly qualifying it first.
Yeah, and this will be Team Vietnam's lineup, which will be Hoi Duc, Bao Huang, Lin Van, Huy Tan, and Nam Phuong, which is one of the most dangerous players for us to see coming in from Vietnam. We do know that there's a lot of experience coming in under their belt. We do know that they are very, very relentless and very consistent in their gameplay inside this group.
Yeah, and they are very aggressive, right, in terms of their play style. We have seen them during the day one as well when they play, right? They came up like really, really strong, really, really hard. And that's why they are one of the top favorites in this group as well, right? But then again, the journey is not over yet for them. They still need to do the business here in this game.
It has been really clean and very aggressive with their drafts and synergy here. But do walk me over towards this Kazakhstan lineup because they have been really well played as well.
Yeah, coming from Kazakhstan, we have Alikhan, Marapat, Arshin, Bajol, and Sunkar. We do know that these players are crazy as well because Sunkar's ultimate coming from Umbrella Always, if I'm not mistaken, is just so effective. Even though sometimes he keeps it a bit too long, but then when he does it, the timing is just so perfect. And the timing, the cohesion with his teammate is what we want to see.
It's all about using it efficiently, right? Because the Unbridled Outburst is a very expensive skill.
Yeah.
The cooldown is, to a certain extent, irrelevant because it's more about collecting the Magnus stack. So you have to hit it really, really well. Now we're going to compare the head-to-head between these two regions here. And if we were to look at the hero pool, looks like Kazakhstan, they have a little bit more to offer.
That's true. And if we were to look over to the KDA, it tells us a lot about the playstyle coming in from both teams. I think Kazakhstan has one of the longest game duration as a team so far. Multiple Tempest games, stalling it towards the late game, and the way that they play the game always revolves around big team fights as they like to fight their way over towards the victory. But for Vietnam, it's about strategic aggression in the early game to get them the lead and to close off the game with the mid-jungle pressure that they are really consistent with.
And if they are one of the only few teams that actually proven that they can handle the pressures, I think the fact that they, can really hold on the game against Laos for so long, even though that they were supposed to lose at first, way early on, that just shows on how disciplined they were, on how strong mentally they were to actually defend the entire fight.
You know what stands out for me in this stat is that look at the KDA, right? So especially on the K part, 91 for Kazakhstan, whereas for Team Vietnam, 47. So they almost got more than half of the Ks here, more than half of the takedowns towards Kazakhstan. So statistic-wise, it shows that they are a very aggressive team. Just that based on the first strike rate, they need to be careful of the early part of the game.
Totally agree, right? Or we can actually agree on another way whereby Vietnam's games are really fast, and Kazakhstan's game tends to be really much in towards the later games where there's more team fights happening, where there's more stakes at hand, where Vietnam's games are just like, okay, we win the early, we smooth it out, and we end early. There's so very distinct playstyle coming in from both teams, but one thing's for sure, both of them, they like to play in a rather early game aggression way. Skirmishes in the jungle, skirmishes in the side lanes, and going for those 4v4s. And this is the farm lane matchup between Huy Tan and also Bakzol.
Look at how close the stats are, exactly the same amount of average KDA with 700 gold per minute. Both of them are more or less the same, and the team fight participation as well is actually 11% apart.
Yeah, only the major difference here I would say is the average DPM though. But as a farm laner, what's important is your farming capability, right? So your GPM is going to play a very important role. Here we can see that Bakso, he has a little bit more than Huy Tan, but they are not too far away. Now DPM, it's kind of situational as well, right? Depending on like how much you can deal from the back and also how much protection that you get from the front as well. But if they are able to like kind of match up in terms of GPM, I think this is going to be a really tight farming match.
It also explains a lot about the priority given over to the player itself in the team strategy pool, where Huy Tan maybe he's on the weak side and then Bakso is more on the focus side coming in from the Kazakhstan roster, where they're pouring in a lot more resource and protection in towards this specific player, in allowing his Direnjie to actually scale towards that late game marker that we talk about here. And for the side selection here, Kazakhstan will have be selecting towards the blue side and Vietnam will be going over to the default red.
I'm not sure if this is going to be too big of an advantage for Kazakhstan on the blue side, because sometimes red side might be better for you to react to what's potentially going to be picked up from the other one. So for the blue side on Vietnam, I think it's going to be very interesting to watch. Blue for Kazakhstan, red for Vietnam.
But if you're on the blue side, obviously you have the first pick. So first pick, well, we have seen popular first picks like the Chano, like the Mai. So if they want to prioritize like either one of these, it can already set the tone. The moment we see a Mai, we know that, okay, they're going to play a fast-paced type of game. And looking at some of the stats here based on that, potentially we might see that be their priority pick.
That brings a good point, right, Sir Claude? And especially when we talk about Kazakhstan as a team itself, they are a rather fight-heavy team. Yes, their macro gameplay might not be the best, but when it comes down to how they're able to structure those early game aggression, those late game team fights to force it out with those Dharma picks that we talk about here. You see, exactly right. Alihan, we saw how much high right views that he can actually generate with this specific Dharma pick, and putting priority on towards this pick makes a lot of sense for Kazakhstan. Now the question is, does Vietnam immediately answer with the Direnjie? That has been an amazing pick thus far coming in for side of Bakso. No, they go for the steady pick, one of the tournament's highest pick rate heroes. D Chana will be locked in here for the side of Huitan, and the side of Huiduk will be getting his hands on towards that Charlotte.
Oh, this is very interesting for them to actually go with Charlotte, even though there's a Dharma here. Charlotte doesn't really have that much of crowd control except for power gradation that can only probably hit someone who's nearby him. It all depends on the mechanical skill using the hero. Chano, with a very high damage output coming in all the way from early game as well, is quite good. So it seems like they're not going to go with the Direnjie. They are still going in with a very aggressive lineup. This is a Zhang Fei and a Yu Huan who's going to make sure that they don't never have to go back with that unending sorrow.
Yeah, and also the extra shield from the Leaping Savior, right? So that will allow them to sustain in team fights a little bit more longer, especially when it's engaged by the Dharma. And of course, it can be followed up by the Zhang Fei as well. When you have the Atta, with the idea of like splitting up the fight, because it's all about timing sometimes. Like you see the Leaping Savior coming in and then you pull up the ghost ship. Basically, Zhang Fei can't move anywhere and he's caught in a position that he could be taken down.
And also serves as a flex pick, right? Usually on the red side, if you can pick a specific hero that can actually flex around, which in this case, it's definitely going towards the jungle where the Charlotte is already going to the Clash lane. So it goes back to Sir Cloud's mention, right? Good solid tank, strong early game, can play as an aggressive front liner here, and judging from the pick and bans here, you can see specific picks has been removed from the pool coming in from the Kazakhstan side, where the Direnjie that does really well into solid tanks like the Ata and the Nakaruru both are removed from the side of Kazakhstan. While we check on the Kazakhstan ban, Heino and also the Lian Po. So most of the aggressive roamers has been removed from the pool, and you can probably go for something like a Lapu Lapu if needed, or even a Diadea coming from Vietnam.
Yeah, a very good ban coming in from both sides of the team. Garuda is actually a very good pick as well, because he will be able to poke the front line of Kazakhstan, and they have to buy a lot of magical defense for sure to really keep up with the damage coming in from Garuda. Knowing that Atta is here, they need heroes that will benefit from Doomsday a lot. Something like a Marco Polo, something like Arlie that could really thin down the HP that's going to be coming in a lot from Atta.
I see a Marco Polo better, right? Because the Arlie can be countered at the early phase of the game by the Chano. But it looks like they're going to go for the Aryan instead, and the Hanshin is going to come back in as well. So they have a lot of big engagers here. The Hanshin can jungle invade, can find targets, and then you can have the Dharma to really follow up. Or even when it comes to a team fight, the Dharma can start it off first, and then together with the Zhang Fei, the Hanshin can still go in later. So they have a lot of options when it comes to team fights.
I do agree, especially when we talk about the team fights here. Much more of the proactiveness do come from the Kazakhstan squad, like the spells that you mentioned, Unbridled Outburst, Truth Mantra coming in from the Clash and Roamer player from the side of Kazakhstan. But what I'm worried about is that the early game aggression coming in from Vietnam really packs a punch. As you see towards the specific lineup coming in from Vietnam, you have the Garuda, Chano, and also the Charlotte, 3 winning lanes against Kazakhstan's 4 teamfight conversation. Yes, I understand the grand idea of the Wombo combo, but if you can't protect your jungler Hansin that needs a lot of farm from the hyper aggression from the early invade, it's gonna be pretty tough to scale into that mid to late game teamfight moments.
Thank you, Sagi. We're gonna watch how it's gonna go down. It all depends on the execution from both sides of the teams. It seems like Vietnam really choose with a lot of aggression hero because they have a lot of crowd controls for sure. Also, they have Hanshin as their jungle compared to Vietnam. My bad. It's gonna be a lot of Atta. Atta is quite tanky, so Kazakhstan is gonna be very, very aggressive with their picks here.
A lot of it is truly down to execution, right?
Yeah.
I do agree with that. But just basing out of the draft, right, putting aside the execution, I kind of feel that Kazakhstan has the better draft here. because of their level of engagement and their durability when it comes to team fights. I can imagine like if a team fight is prolonged, Kazakhstan will be able to last longer. Plus, they did bring the heal spell with the Zhangfei, so that will give them a little bit more edge when it comes to sustaining fights.
Yeah, and this is what's about to happen in mid lane. They were trying to be a bit more conservative. He managed to dash back quickly, but it seems like Vietnam is going to be trying to steal the Azure Golem.
Ooh, they managed to get it? Oh no, they did not. They did not. So it still fell back to the hands of Marapat. So good protection there by Kazakhstan, and it shows that their timing, their shot calling to come and protect their buff and back up their teammate is on point.
I was actually shocked. Arshid actually used his flash just now, which is strange, but he was trying to hit the more full tempo, which hopefully in turn could land a good stun coming in from Ali Khan, who was nearby just now. So that's probably what he was trying to do. And at the same time, we can see Bajol was still alone with Hoi Tan at the bottom lane. In terms of itemization, there's nothing quite strange just yet. Still very early on, just 2 minutes to the game. There's no one that has been taken down just yet.
Okay, but there's one thing I want to see from Kazakhstan, right? Like whether they're going to do or not, which is to play this aggressive early, playing around the Hanjin, playing around Marapat. As in Marapat goes in, cuts into the jungle, looks for a target, brings him out, and then is followed up by whoever is close by. Maybe if Bakso is there, or maybe if Ali Khan is there, because they have that potential. As compared to Vietnam, based on their draft, they don't really have that jungle invasion sort of draft. So if Kazakhstan is able to pull that off earlier on, then they might be able to snowball with that advantage.
Yeah, in terms of damage output early on, it almost seems like Vietnam will have a bit more tankiness. They will not focus too much on damage output, but it seems like the Umbrella Opus is already here. Wings of Judgment has been let go, but it's just to clear the minions as of now. Both sides of the teams are having the same amount of gold, and they're not going to be trying to take too much risk right now.
Yeah, slightly towards Kazakhstan at the very early stage. But then again, it's not that significant like what you said. But you would take any advantage that you can get if you're going up a team that has a good reputation like Team Vietnam, right? So as long as they can retain this sort of advantage, they can slowly snowball towards the later stage of the game. But Team Vietnam, they're starting to pick up the pace here. They're moving in. Unbridled Alpha is connected to only Bawang. Would that be enough though for them to get that takedown? They should be, but Bawang still stands tall, but still the first strike goes towards Bakso.
A very good ultimate coming out from him, but look at Marapat! He is so quick, Hoi Tan will go down, and so does Sunkar, who doesn't have Unbridled Opus anymore, and he's gonna be pulling back for a bit and not gonna extend way too much. 2 for 1, a very early aggression coming in from Kazakhstan.
And that came just before the Tyrant, so the Tyrant is gonna be a fair pickup for Kazakhstan. They only need one person in front, Ali Khan, to just zone out the remaining members of Vietnam, and the Tyrant falls to their hands. But Vietnam, they're not going to make it easy for Kazakhstan. They're going to take down this... Oh, was it still? Okay, no steal. So the Overlord still falls to the hands of Vietnam.
Very close to being stolen over there, but a very good move coming in from Ali Khan just now. They were trying to at least give a bit of a problem, zone them out away from the Overlord. Very interesting how they are diving into the tower, and they're going to try to get Hoi Tan, and just like that, they will focus on Nam Phuong. Nam Phuong will go down, but look at this Wings of Judgment.
Nam Phuong survives, and now the Wings of Judgment for the side. They should be able to get the counter, and they will with Linva with a double strike. Nam Phuong tanked it all out for his teammate to score the double.
A huge amount of damage coming in from both sides of the team. They are neck and neck. They know what they're doing. They really want to get the kills as much as they can. They dive all the way through back. And mind you, the tier 1 tower at the bottom lane hasn't been destroyed just yet.
Oh yeah, it's still active there. Yeah. But this is what I wanted to see, right? Like from Marapat to really go in and be aggressive, just like how he did before. He almost got Nampo, so that was kind of unfortunate, I must say. It was really close, but I'd like to see him do more of that because they still can.
Yeah, 1,600 in front, but look at Nam Phuong. He's trying to use Raging Sea. I'm not sure if this is a waste or not. I think he should have just kept it just for a bit, but it seems like Bao Huang is on the way, but look at the bottom lane. Unbridled Opus has been used. They're trying to get some more damage into him, but Hoi Tan is going to go down as well. It's a bit too aggressive for me, I think.
Okay, but at least he made out the Umbrella Albers and he also got one takedown for himself, which is the farm laner. So I would say it's a kind of okay trade-off.
Yep, not bad for sure. But we can see on how Hui Tan is still around the top lane and Ali Khan is nearby. Nom Phuong might dive in, but they have to be careful. This is Dharma. He can use his death mantra anytime.
Look at the rotation here coming in from Kazakhstan. They're moving towards the top. And the Wings of Judgment being used, but no big impact from there. The idea is for Team Vietnam to disengage.
Yeah, and Blazing Cape has been bought by Bao Huang. They're going to be able to get the red buff very early and giving it to Hui Tan very early on. So Bao Huang doesn't really need the red buff anymore. He will try to focus more on towards Team 5 and the blue buff. But it seems like there's no madness enough coming in from Sunkar. So Sunkar does have his ultimate, but it seems like they're going to try to focus on Ali Khan. But Raging Sea has been shown out so often that as if the cooldown is not long at all.
Yeah, I know, right? Or maybe their plan is to like, okay, within them, their comms is like, okay, guys, we're not going to do any team fights. So just try to win the lane, poke here and there, and that's about it. When the comms is like, okay, guys, we're ready for team fights, that's where you start to see like the Raging Sea being kept. That's what's happening behind the scenes. Just pulling on some imagination here.
Yeah. Wings of Judgment has been let go, and we do know that Mina is going to be cleared very easily. Garuda is such a good hero. You have a very high ground hero base where you can just defend from very far away. Raging Sea one more time, trying to get some damage in. Look at this Ghost Ship. I'm not sure if that's the best one I've seen so far, but look at this knock-up coming in. Unending Sword trying to heal himself, and Kazakhstan is still in the fight. They're trying to get Bao Huang, and Bao Huang's gonna go down.
Oh, that took a while, but at least they get Bao Huang at the end of the day. But the trade-off is getting a farm laner for the side of Kazakhstan, so it's actually not too bad. But Kazakhstan will still push on to the top. They still have the numbers, they still have the manpower, and the tower will be down.
Yeah, you know what? Getting Bajol is actually quite worth it. And the fact that they're really trying to dive all the way in, coming in from Bao Huang, who is a jungler, is quite aggressive. Look at him. Nam Phuong is going to go back after using Raging Sea. He is one of the only few Labulabudi I've seen that consistently keep on using his ultimate as soon as he has it.
Yeah, that's why I noticed as well, right? So in the latest Raging Sea, I kind of noticed that shouldn't he have kept it for a potential takedown? Not too sure. Or maybe it's again the team comms that says that, okay, we're not ready to take any fights at all, so let's just pull it back. That's why he's using it to buy a little bit more time for his teammates. But a little bit more time bought by Team Kazakhstan. They just got the tyrant for themselves.
Yeah, Ali Khan is quite nearby as well. He's trying to get some damage into the enemy side, but at least it seems like Vietnam using the Garuda to an extent where they can be able to clear the minion as fast as they can.
Okay, right now a little bit more focus putting on the middle, but some harassment there by Marapat on the bottom. Now Marapat, he's in the position that he can do a little bit of split push as well because the four of them are at top. Marapat, yes, he is heading towards his own buff, but then again, he can move down forward to the bottom lane and he could surprise Team Vietnam.
You want to watch on how Bao Huang's going to go in, but look at this Lapu Lapu, so aggressive as usual. Nam Phuong, look at this good ultimate coming in from the Garuda, but Lapu Lapu's going to go down first. He's the first collateral damage.
Oh, and they're looking to zone them from behind, and Bakso gets Bao Huang. That's a little bit of a revenge play there. And now they disengage after getting the tower and a couple of takedowns. Disciplined gameplay shown by Kazakhstan.
Nam Phuong and Bao Huang has been lost. Right now, it seems like Kazakhstan's play to try and get the tower. This is what happened just now. A very good Wings of Judgment coming in from the Garuda, but Nam Phuong was a bit too far ahead in front, and there's nothing that they can do to save him. But this is what happened when they almost managed to be able to get the Clash Lane coming in from Kazakhstan.
Yeah, and if you look at that earlier fight, in summary, Kazakhstan actually got 2 takedowns and the tower as well. Yeah, they lost one, but that's okay for them. And because of that, they now have access to the next tyrant that they will take unchallenged at all because Team Vietnam, they will be busy clearing the top lane.
Yeah, and we can see on how they have a 6,000, 5,000 gold lead coming in from Kazakhstan. The gold deficit for Vietnam is going to cause them a lot of problems. I think what they have to do is try to take it a lot more slower and try to give more time for Hui Tan to get his itemizations more. They have to try to stretch the game all the way to 16 or 17 minutes. Then they can maybe start something different because Hui Tan has no items for now.
I was kind of worried for Hui Tuk earlier on. Like he was engaged with Marapat, but he managed to slide away to safety. Now Kazakhstan, they're starting to open up all the lanes a little bit more. This time, sending Ali Khan towards the top lane, putting pressure, while 4 of them put pressure onto the bottom. And they're making Team Vietnam now chasing them, like from the top to the bottom. And Team Vietnam is like, okay, where are they going to be next? Well, the answer is going to be shown to them soon because the Overlord is going to be taken by Kazakhstan. And that's when Team Vietnam will know their position.
A rather quick Overlord coming in from Kazakhstan. Vietnam sending in Nam Phuong, trying to use the vision that he has, but he did not manage to do anything with it for now. But Unbridled Always is still available, so Vietnam still needs to be very careful. I'm not surprised if the Shadow Vanguard actually sent down to the bottom lane, and yes, it has. They're gonna start to be ready in the mid lane. Tier 2 tower is gonna get destroyed without any resistance.
Yeah, you always want to send Shadow Vanguard towards the opposite side, right? So you put pressure on one lane and then you yourself pressure onto the other side. Now they're going to put pressure onto the middle as well since they just took down the tower, but the protection is coming in on the bottom. They almost lost that bottom tower, but they still have it.
Wow, Bajol almost went down just because of the Wings of Judgment just now. Lin Van is very, very accurate with his movements, and they really have to be careful with him when he's around. 7,000 gold in front. Can Vietnam defend this? We haven't seen any move coming in from Huiduk. We can maybe suspect some movement can be made by him after this, but look at this, a very good ultimate coming in from the Charlotte. They're trying to focus down as much as they can. Reggie C trying to get the stun, but look at the Zhangfei. Zhangfei goes in, trying to get the knock up, but Yu Huan trying to get the last hit. The Charlotte is also insanely crazy. Going to the front, Huiduk very brave, opening up a lot of space for his teammate to actually clear the dragon.
Well, you asked for a fight, then Kazakhstan will serve it to you. They jump all the way behind the tower, starting the fight. Now, we'll check out this replay again. Focus onto what's happening in the middle. Okay, it starts right in front of the tower, and just see from the side, the Unbridled Outburst from Sunkar. That was the follow-up that they needed. And when they got the Unbridled Outburst, the stun by the Unbridled Outburst is very, very long. It allows them to give free hits towards whoever is still within the tower range of Vietnam and take them down one by one.
And I feel like if they can just time their Charlotte and Atta movement correctly, they might be able to get a lot more efficient damage output coming in, because it seems like they were going one by one, but also that's thanks to Unbridled Outburst coming in from the Zhangfei. Sunkar was so effective with the Unbridled Outburst. He actually pushed everyone away and literally destroy the firm formation that was being held by Vietnam.
Yes, and the position where he pushed is that he doesn't push from front to back. He pushed from the side to the other side. So it will allow his teammates to also follow up easier from there. And that's why their team fight early on was so effective. Now the objective for Kazakhstan is to focus onto the Tyrant. And again, I don't see Team Vietnam being able to challenge for it.
Yep, they have to be more careful. They cannot take too much risks. For sure, 8,000 gold in front for Kazakhstan is going to be helping them a lot, but they still have to be very careful. One small mistake might cause them to lose this gold lead, because they have a potential to do a lot of shutdowns towards Kazakhstan.
And now they're just waiting, all right? Kazakhstan now needs to slow down the pace, just wait for the minion to arrive and then see whichever opportunity that they have from there. The Unbridled Outburst is ready, so they can engage where they want to.
Right now, Marapa is very much ready. He's trying to dash towards the back for sure. Reggie has been used, so does Garuda's ultimate. He's trying to get all the back line. Unbridled Outburst has been used. They push everyone towards the fountain. Will this get themselves into trouble when they touch the fountain?
Too far.
The fountain has a high damage, which is very, very dangerous. The double strike coming in from Bashol.
Okay, and here comes Team Vietnam. They want to try to re-engage, but Napo receives a lot of damage. Marapat gets one for himself, and it's going to be the channel down. Without the channel, with only Lingma, with only Napo, will it be enough though? Wings of Judgment will be used, but not enough. It is game one to Kazakhstan!
What an explosive game coming in for the side of Kazakhstan here, taking the first win of the series here. They just need one more, and they will be 3-1 in the standings.
I am shocked. I wasn't expecting this, and these are the surprises that we want to see. These are the gameplay, the aggression that we want our players to really try as best as they can.
Hey, I mean, when the draft came out, when we went inside the game, I was like, hey, I kind of like the Kazakhstan draft a little bit more, because I can imagine like the whole combination, who goes in first, 1, 2, 3, and then just boom everywhere. Well, whatever they did, And whatever I imagine is just
Identical.
equal, the same,
Yeah.
identical, yeah.
I think for Kazakhstan, they really found the ideal playstyle that they are looking for, which is the fights galore and wombo combo one. I like in the game that you guys definitely pointed out, Sungkar's on the Unbridled Outburst setting up the pace, or Alihan going in for that crystal 3-man knockup in towards the wall with the truth. These are key moments which Kazakhstan can really find, but the main breaking part, the game that really broke Vietnam in this game one was the Azure Golem invasion that they got to take down several on the side of Vietnam and then converted that lead into another objective tyrant. Then as of that point, the game was firmly in control of Marapat's jungle pacing.
Yeah, and that really destroyed Marapat's rhythm, right? So he had a plan, he had a pathing for the Hansin to actually rotate properly, but once that first jungle is gone, it's very difficult to, where do I go next? Where's the best place? Can my teammates follow me? A lot of things going through our mind.
You know what? I feel like I'm watching an orchestra. I'm watching an orchestra with a conductor just going, okay, this one, this one, this one. Okay, I'm not that musical genius, right? But it goes like, okay, it's very sequential, right? It goes like, okay, we do this, and then we do this, and then we do this, and it just flows all the way. And it's beautiful to watch how Kazakhstan played this one.
It was really difficult for Hui Tan on the channel to actually play this game because most of the time we saw how much the Unbridled Outburst coming in from Sungkars, and Marpat was able to be flanking through the side lane and finding this channel in specific positions here. Hence, at the end of the game, he only had 9,000, almost 10,000 gold, which as of that point, you don't have enough items to realistically take down multi-tank lineup like the side of Kazakhstan where Alihan is full tank and Sungkar is so beefy on that Zhang Fei.
Yeah, this is not the first time he's used Zhang Fei here in Asian Games Qualifiers. He excels at Zhang Fei. He's one of the only few that loves to use Zhang Fei in ways that it's just so aggressive. He doesn't wait. Usually some other Zhang Fei or Liampo users, they prefer to react to what the enemy is doing. But this guy, he loves to start things. He doesn't wait for things to happen.
Yeah, and if you do that, you put yourselves in front, you're moving around, you're finding that position, right? You're finding that angle, and then your opponent is always very aware of where the Zhang Fei is. It's like they're constantly looking at, okay, where he is, which angle is he looking at, right, for the Unbridled Outburst, and they try to stay away from there, they try to not put themselves in the awkward position and all that. So they kind of messes up the formation of Team Vietnam.
And to add on towards this entire itemization and gold, check out Marapat's gold versus Bao Huang. Almost double. You can see through this goal discrepancy of these two players how far behind Bao Huang suffered due to the fact that his jungle got repeatedly invaded ever since that Azure Golem invasion.
Yeah, definitely a lot of problem for him, and I think Bao Huang have tried his very best to also try to save his jungle, but there's not enough help coming in from this side of the team as well. But the damage contribution coming in from Kazakhstan is almost equal, and there's not one person that really stands out. I think that's what we prefer to see, where we would want the rest of the team to really help each other out rather than trying to depend on just one guy to deal everything.
I mean, if you look at these stats here, right, Hui Tan did had a good time. Like his damage output only 68.9k as compared to Bakzol 102.3k. So as a farm laner, if you're not able, if the stats don't show he has a good damage output, then it's very hard to play.
Yeah, he didn't really have the best of the moments here, especially when you have Alihan, Songkar, and Marapat consistently looking at you in every single team fight, making sure that even if the channel doesn't fall, we're gonna break the flash and make sure that he has no real room of doing damage here. If I'm on the side of Team Vietnam, we gotta be considering, are we still gonna allow Alihan to get his trusted Dharma? Because every time Alihan gets his Dharma, he's been finding engage after engage after engage in almost every single series.
Such a playmaker. I think banning out Zhang Fei and Dharma at the same time is not wrong. Even though it might look like, you don't want to go against Zhang Fei Dharma, but you know what, who cares? Because this is just so important that you have to respect the amount of crowd control coming out from Kazakhstan, and that's just the way they play, exactly like how Sagi was explaining just now. The gameplay for both of these teams are actually almost quite similar. They really prefer the early aggression.
And it's shown here, right? Like Kazakhstan, they had the early aggression advantage, and their graph just goes all the way up from there. It hardly goes down. And because of that as well, like Team Vietnam, they weren't able to get even a single tower. That overlord that they got was like the first overlord, if I'm not mistaken. There was a trade-off. because the Kazakhstan went for the Tyrant instead. But other than that, we don't see any other plays from Vietnam.
It's like a consolation prize, right? The Overlord.
Yeah.
It's like they're forced to take it because there's just nothing on the map for them to actually do so. So this is the early play here that we are talking about here. Unbridled Outburst catches on towards side of Bao Huang. And since there's still a 0 golem behind him, if you fall as a jungle here, your blue side gets invaded and the late game channel, Hui Tan, getting caught by the Hansing sweeps, you're just sitting there wondering like, oh no, my early game plan is over. And my late game insurance on towards Hui Tan, getting back-to-back down coming in from the players from Kazakhstan. You're just going to be wondering like, oh no, what's going on? The entire rhythm tempo from Vietnam just went to shambles.
Yeah, I think that's also where Marapat really excels. He's very good in sniffing out opportunities to try to get all of these small little buffs and jungles to really hurt the resource coming in from Bao Hang. And afterwards, his teammates just keeps on pushing and pushing the limit of their goal difference.
Yeah, and I kind of think that what Kazakhstan is thinking of, like, okay, let's focus on taking out Hui Tan, because he's the biggest damage dealer, whether it's the mid stage of the game or the later stages of the game. The secondary one might be the Charlotte, but even that is not the biggest damage dealer. So in their mind, perhaps they're thinking of like, if we can take out or suppress the biggest damage dealer, we're good.
Yeah, they were good. And take a look at these few moments, right? We had Alihan almost diving into the fountain there. Yes, he did find a 3-man mantra, but it's a tank Dharma in the end. But as of this point, Arshin, Bakzo, Marapat, they were just so unstoppable with so much gold in their pockets that it doesn't really matter anymore. Gaining an easy win pickup for Kazakhstan in this game one of this important series. And an MVP, of course, Marapat picking up yet another one with this MVP performance.
Marapat 4-0-3, 16.7% damage and also 18% damage taken. But the total goal that he has is 25.1%. So this means that all the damage that he's been doing are very, very selective. So this is quite important. Selective damage is when it counts the most. It's when it's the most important ones, and he doesn't waste his time, and he will always try to rotate and get other objectives. That will benefit his team in the long run.
So you talked about the Dharma being respected, right? How about the Hanshin now? Should the Hanshin be respected?
I think you don't necessarily have enough ban slots coming in for the first phase to actually respect the Hansin. But I think if you are on the side of Team Vietnam, you gotta break it down what exactly happened, right? The Zhang Fei, Song Gars, and Alihan, they were setting up the big plays for the tri-carries coming in from Kazakhstan to flourish in that game. So maybe targeting towards Kazakhstan's pool of hard-engaged heroes might be something that Team Vietnam needs to venture into.
Yeah, because there's only so many bans that you can do, right?
Yeah.
So you cannot only rely on like, oh, I ban everything. If not, you will ban everything and you only have like the 5 heroes for yourself. So you have to work around what you can have.
Yeah, it's very hard for me to choose as well between Zhang Fei or Dharma or Hansin or Mai. There's a lot of heroes that can be played by the Kazakhstan side. So they really have to be smart about it. As long as they can try to reduce the early game aggression coming in from Kazakhstan, I think they will do all right.
Yep, and try to reduce the mistakes, right? Because so far we saw in game 1 of this series for Team Vietnam, uncharacteristic mistakes coming in for the side of Hui Tan and also Bao Huang, where they suffered repeated, I would say, fumbles, jungle being exposed, and then your channel being repeatedly caught out in those few plays, which really slows down the growth coming in for such an important character like the channel that needs so much gold.
Yeah, definitely. And I think that it's such a good choices coming in from them with their hero pieces now. From the coach as well, kudos to the coach because he knows what's best for his players for sure. But again, Vietnam really have to rethink about what they're gonna do with this. Are they gonna change their meta, their composition altogether to try to maybe handle the potential early game aggression again from Kazakhstan, or how?
Yeah, I would say that they might want to consider to like, okay, let's try how to be able to win the early to mid game, because I kind of felt that the composition was more towards like, if this game drags to late game, we're good.
Yeah.
Right? But if it's like early to mid, if they don't win it, then it's hard.
That's the problem coming in with the Ata, right? If you fail, you sort of become just like a meat shield that gets taken down easily here. But if you're wondering where this epic showdown is ongoing right now, it's actually at the Petaling Jaya Marriott Hotel, also our official venue and hotel sponsor coming in for this prestigious event of the 2026 Asian Games Esports Qualifiers for Honor of Kings. Once again, thank you so much, Petaling Jaya Marriott Hotel.
Thank you, Petaling Jaya Marriott Hotel. And we are still here at the venue, still waiting for the second game coming in amongst Vietnam and Kazakhstan. And it's gonna be quite interesting for us because the players are already up on the stage. They know what went wrong, they know what went right. Are they gonna just repeat what's, not broken?
Well, it's going to be slightly different this time because Team Vietnam, they have chosen the blue side. So they're going to have the first pick to set the tone. Now, we talked about the bans, right? So that's one thing on whether you want to give the respect ban onto your opponent. Because they have the first pick, they have the opportunity to have that chance to take away that one extra hero from them. So if they were to take out, maybe they can use the Dharma for themselves, which is okay.
I think we'll be looking at some of the key bans like you mentioned here, specifically Dharma and one more potentially, picking up My Shroni for themselves, banning away something like the Zhang Lian Po Lapu Lapu, either one of those, So just to make sure that at the very least, they don't get such a comfortable draft that can always have so many triggers to start off team fights on their own. Because just now, if we saw on towards the Vietnam side, yes, it's a very solid draft if nothing happens for the first 8 minutes of the game, where everything is stable, 50-50. But for the side of Team Kazakhstan, there's so much engaged potential that really put Vietnam on the board that every single time they had to play so carefully here. And Vietnam, they ban out the Zhang Fei and also the DRNJ as their 1-2, and they lock in Ling Wan's perfectly performance on that Yu Huan. He's been having a phenomenal run so far on this pick here, which opens up another Dharma pickup here coming in from Kazakhstan.
Yeah, I don't know what to say. It's very brave of them to actually just let go of Dharma, but sure, they actually managed to get the Zhang Fei out, and we do know on how effective Zhang Fei was just now. Yu Huan is going to be taken by Vietnam for sure, and the next two heroes are going to be picked by them right now. With having Lapu Lapu and Dharma on Kazakhstan side, it's going to be hard to match the amount of crowd control coming in from them.
Oh, okay, and we're going to get the classic Dun Dolia combo here, which is really nice. And obviously, the Dolia can also combo with the Yu Huan as well. So this is a really, really good pick here. They'll just need a hero that can deal a lot of damage later on, but the farm laner can be picked later, which is fine. Now, the Hanshin is going to make a return here in the next round. And, I mean, you got an MVP Hanshin, right? How can you complain about that? You can engage, you can jungle invade, and you can take down enemies really, really fast. The Lapu Lapu, I would say, is a good supplement to the Zhang Fei. The skills are, to a certain extent, quite similar. So you can also use that with the same mindset of how you play the Zhang Fei.
I think it's like going back to their comfort, right? Where they like the aggression in terms of those team fights here. And Team Vietnam, how they counteract it, it's like, okay, we were given a lot of priority towards Hui Tan just now to be the late game carry here, but it was getting shut down very easily coming in from Kazakhstan's heavy engage. So we turn the script here for Team Vietnam. We go for the Yu Huan Dolia, Dun Dolia, as our early to late game composition here. Because early game, we'll see more of the Dun Dolia going for early invades, early fights, and later on, the double unending sorrow comes in clutch for going in for deep dives or for the damage potential.
That's what we love to see, right? The endless amount of combos potential coming in from Team Vietnam. And we do know that double unending sorrow is also quite painful if the unending sorrow is actually aimed towards the enemy instead of just your allies. But the respawn coming in from Kazakhstan is to go with Hanshin and Erin. But also the Arlie and Byron coming in from Vietnam is looking aggressive.
Yep. Oh, and the Zia being the last pick for Kazakhstan. Now, I was looking at the early pick and I was like, okay, no wonder, because the Chano was banned. So without the Chano, then it was an easy pick here to pick up the Arlie, because the Arlie is a very, very slick sort of hero. It's kind of hard to catch as well. So it will be a good one to see how he will be able to kite out skills.
We'll have to definitely see the execution coming in from Hui Tan once again coming in with this early pick. There's going to be a lot of targets here coming in for the Kazakhstan side to actually take down this early here. It's coming down to the fancy feet of this Vietnamese player.
Sagi, before you go, which team do you think has the better hero composition? Not looking at which players are playing.
I think it's Kazakhstan. The Zia at the final pick here definitely counters out the Dun and Bar really well.
I see. Thank you, Sagi. As we go into the game right now, and I think I might have to go with Vietnam because Vietnam's pick looks very classic, very, the old times of HOK when we had these all 5 heroes in the same team more often than not. So, I'm feeling a bit nostalgic from my side, from my end.
Wow. Okay. I'm going to join you on the dark side as well.
Side.
I'm going to go against Sagi, and I'm going to say that Vietnam does have the better draft for me personally. Yeah, putting aside, of course, who's playing, right? But it's really down to execution. Now, for Vietnam they only have this draft. Okay. All right. For Vietnam to have this draft, they need to be able to get the early to mid advantage. If they can get that, snowball all the way.
Yep, that's good. And right now, they are trying to focus down on the jungle and trying to steal as much as they can, making sure that they do not lose anything too much, trying to maximize having Yuhuan nearby. But look at Marapat. He's gonna be always so ready to try to get anyone in front of him, and it seems like Li Tuan is gonna have to run back.
And right now, we saw early game aggression here by Team Vietnam, right? And I believe this is what a lot of fans would want to see from them. You already have the draft in hand, and you already have those heroes that the fans know that you're very, very good with, right? Especially with the Yuhuan that's played by Ling Ban.
Yeah.
So you need to be able to take advantage of that situation. And they're doing exactly that right now. Look at the rotation towards the top, and they're going to try to suppress Ali Khan. But Ali Khan is aware of that because of the communications, because of the vision, and that's where he backed off.
Yeah, right now they're trying to group up a very quick rotation coming in from both sides of the team. Actually, their economy situation is actually more or less the same, Cloud, which is good to see that there's a good amount of fights in terms of trying to get a lot more resources. But look at this, Sunkar might go down, but the wind slash actually misses just because of the flash that has to be wasted by Sunkar.
Okay, one good trait of a good tank, right, is that you are able to gauge how much damage you are able to absorb. Sunkar has shown that in 2 occasions in less than 3 minutes that he knows how much he can take in before he gets away to safety. No takedown yet onto him or onto anyone else for that matter, but the point here is that he knows how to measure the damage output or the damage that he can absorb, and that is really, really good. That will bring them far in this game.
Yeah, for sure will bring them very far indeed, but he's gonna be able to cancel that out. The space portal cannot be used for now because he's on cooldown, because he just used it just now. And the knockup is really annoying from Huidok. Very smart from him trying to slow down the rotation coming in from Kazakhstan. Dolia is very nearby. Sunkar can see him as well. Is he gonna be spamming his ultimate just like the previous game right now?
Okay, so speaking of spamming ultimates, looks like Arshin is now ready to spam his Universal Law. Looking at the top, we have a rotation here. Marapat's going there. Marapat engages at the top. Marapat. Ooh, okay. Backed off in time.
Okay. And we can see on how Lin Fan is actually still in the area. Nam Phuong as well, he can always try his best to reset their teammates, but the wind slice is gonna hit, but he's not gonna go back in. Nam Phuong is trying to reset his Unruly Blade from far, but actually he's still keeping it for now because the new Unruly Blade has just arrived. Still with Nam Phuong quite nearby with them, they're trying to get ready for the next Tyrant coming in for Vietnam.
Yeah, it's time to keep it, right? Because now the Tyrant is up and Team Vietnam, they're going to take it just like that, unchallenged at all. But is Kazakhstan going to trade with the Overlord at the top? Looks like they will. And I wonder, are the 2 players of Vietnam going to challenge for it? Looks like no. So they're going to let this one go and they're going to get one apiece.
Yep, interesting move coming in from them. Marapat is going to get the red buff as fast as he can. Sunkar is still nearby. He's going to use his Raging Sea or not. There's 3 people in front of him. He's trying to create some space for Bajol to clear as fast as he can. Dharma is here. Everyone from Vietnam is trying to run away because they know how scary Ali Khan is.
Yeah, and Kazakhstan, they're starting to group up right now. Look at this, right? All 5 of them at the bottom. And what they're looking for right now is an opportunity. Opportunity to get engaged in fights. That's why you have the 2 big CC guys here at the bottom. You have Sunkar together with Ali Khan. They are in the same rush. Wait for it.
Oh, it's very scary. Look at how they're trying to go in. And a very good Raging Sea coming in from Sunkar. Bajol goes down. The damage coming in from Huitan is just so painful. And so does Sukar. A very good turnaround coming in from Vietnam. They're going to try to get one more. Bao Hang did not manage to get that wind slash.
It's a 50-50, Adam. It's a 50-50. Both lost their farm laners and roamers, and it became back to neutral. But good move there by Ali Khan together with Sunkar waiting inside the brush together, because they know that if they combine together, their CC can easily take down almost anyone.
Yeah, Huitan is just so good as well, right? Because he still managed to move around and try to deal as much damage as he can. That's why they still managed to able to escape and survive that. But this is still early in the game. Imagine if that happened during 10 minutes into the game, the amount of damage coming in from Ali Khan is gonna be very scary.
Oh yeah. But then again, are they able to get that opportunity later? Because they've already done it once, and if Team Vietnam, they read this properly, they'll be like, okay, they're probably going to do it again, so we're not going to put ourselves in an awkward position to allow them to have that opportunity. So maybe Team Vietnam will try to stay away from those kind of attacks.
Marapat was just so aggressive. He's always up front trying to see if there's any opportunity for him to actually go in, but look how they're all going to be helping to get the Azure Golem. Unruly Blade has been forcibly used. He has had the reset from Celestial Melody, but there's no time to use his ultimate to go back because the amount of crowd control was too much.
Oh, and they got back the buffs there, and now Kazakhstan have both blue buffs. Ali Khan has one, and he also got that takedown at the same time, and taking down Bao Huang. That's an important takedown, a jungler.
They actually used all of their skills just on one person, and no one else from Vietnam was actually trying to help him out. Except for Dolia, maybe he was trying to reset the Unruly Blade, but he did not manage to use it one more time. He cannot at all, probably because there's not enough resistance coming in from the Boots of Resistance, trying to reduce the crowd control. I think he might have to add a little bit more Frigid Charge to add more to the resistance.
Yeah, that could be a good idea as well, right? So in order for him to do that, he has to be able to farm. But if we were to look at the level difference right now, without even looking at individual goals, you can see that they have at least a 2-level difference.
Yeah, it's a huge amount of difference for sure. But the knock-up, the slow, the universal law trying to hit the targets. Azure Golem is trying to be taken by Vietnam. Are they going to jump in? Almost managed to get with the Raging Sea, but the Laurel Bloom has also been used. I love how Sunkar play, right? Sunkar is never shy to always use his ultimate. Even if it hits, even if it doesn't, as long as he tries something.
Yeah, and he has a small idea of like, okay, if it hits and I get to steal away the blue buff, then he'll be like, you know what, that's a highlight there. That's a highlight. You know, he can clip it for his own social medias and all that, and the fans will be very happy. But he's waiting in the bush.
He's waiting one more time. Sunkar, he's gonna pull back. His teammates is nearby. They try to help him out, but look at the top and bottom lane. That's the most crucial thing. Marapat is being very sneaky. He's actually managed to clear the top lane very quickly, and I don't think Vietnam actually realized, okay, they actually sent Byron all the way to the top, trying to save the tower.
But look who's waiting on the brush at the bottom though.
Yeah.
Mr. Ali Khan. He's just waiting. If anybody passes by down there, he'll be like, go in, and then come back out. You know?
This is not the first time he's doing this, by the way. He loves that brush. We could probably call that brush the Ali Khan brush, because he always waits there. But look at this knock-up coming in from Vietnam.
Oh, Sunkar's one.
He's still
Silver's the law! And Marapat will be the finisher to take on Nampong!
Look behind them, Ali Khan is still nearby. They have to be very careful. He loves to hide in these brushes. They're trying to rotate together, but very disciplined coming in from Ali Khan. A trigger discipline that he's keeping on. He doesn't want to waste it, but look at their friends. They're trying to come around, trying to give him a backup with this vision that he's been giving.
Ali Khan's doing the waiting in the brush at the bottom. If the wave comes, he will clear it. If anyone comes, he will just mantra. And at the same time, Marapat's doing a little bit of a split push at the top. Now he's gathering up together with his team. They are looking at the tower. The minions have arrived just in time. This tower will be down easily.
Kazakhstan is still on the rush. They want to get the top tower as much as they can. Master Sword has been bought by Marapat. This is a very important item. Every time he uses his dashes, he's going to have a lot of movement speed, and his basic attack is going to deal a lot of damage. Ali Khan is going to get a bit of a wind slash. He's going to fly up high in the sky. Look at the Ani Zoro. He's going to be healing his friends for a bit. Universal Law has been hit. He managed to apply the Imperial to everyone. The ultimate coming in from Sunkar is just so good. Sunkar is going to go down just in the nick of time. and they managed to get 1-for-1, one clash for one roamer.
Oh, because it's one clash and one roam Kazakhstan, they have that slight profit there. Now the Tyrant will be challenged. Here comes the Universal Law dealing damage onto the left side. Took number one thing about home, but finally they will. And the Tyrant will still fall to the hands of Kazakhstan.
Marapat manages to get the Tyrant, which is very, very good for them. I think the way they rotated is quite clean. They know the danger is close, but they still managed to be able to handle the potential danger that's coming in, and they were quite confident with that as well. But look at Huitan, who is very, very confident. He's gonna try to get the kill. Arshin will go down, but so does he.
One more.
1-for-1.
No!
Marshall's gonna go down. They're gonna try to get Marapat. Marapat's trying to run away, but you can never chase a Hanshin who already have Master Sword, who is so fast.
Yeah, you can't chase a Hanshin, and now he has his two bodyguards together with him. Sunkar will be there as well, but Sunkar slightly caught. But still, it's Sunkar. You can dash forward. You are tanky. You can still hold on.
Look at the bottom lane though. Marapat, he's gonna try to get the high ground tower. I think this is a bit dangerous for them, but he will get all of the minions as well. But Byron's gonna try to pull back. He tried to recall over that spot. I don't think that's the best thing for him to do.
Yeah, but then again, well, lucky for him, the entire minion wave is not there, right? If it's there, maybe he might go all the way. We don't know, but that's an alternate universe altogether. Nevertheless, it was still a very good quick work there by Marapat to shift from the top, go to the bottom. He saw that opportunity, he take it. I really like how he opens up his vision of how he plays this game, not only on one area.
It only took him 10 seconds from the top to destroy that tower. Just 10 seconds, so quick. He dash, he went in, and he just destroyed the tower immediately. But look at the Universal Law, it's very effective here, Cloud.
Yep, they're going to go on to Bahua. Bahua is not going to receive a lot of damage. Can he actually survive this one? The answer is no, because Maxo is there. Universal Law get to shoot him away, but here comes Marapat. Underneath the tower, it still protects the players of Vietnam. They'll be okay for now, but they have to prepare to defend.
So it's like the Vanguard has been sent towards the bottom lane, but Marapat did not get a good hit into the back line of Vietnam just now. I think also because Marapat did not communicate with his team. His teammate wasn't there. But look, a very good teammate.
And look at back line.
Very good kill. Look behind them. Pashaw's gonna go down thanks to Huitan, who is very, very brave to dive all the way to the back.
Okay, Huiduk's still tanking it. They thought they could get Ali Khan, but the damage output is not going to be enough. Plus, they had to clear off the lanes at the same time because Marapat again doing Marapat things at the top.
He manages to destroy the high ground tower without anyone realizing. I think playing with this distraction gameplay coming in from Arshin, Ali Khan, Bajol, Sunkar, providing just that crucial 3 seconds for Marapat to dive into the high ground tower, to really literally destroy the tower as fast as he can and then pull back.
Yeah, and now they want to put focus on the Marapat, but you can't set 4 heroes to Marapat because Marapat can easily dash away.
True.
And then it will open up other lanes. So what is the answer for Vietnam now?
Here's the thing, right? There's no one who can actually give a pinpoint stun, a single target stun. Everyone is like a hero that you really need to aim your stun with, has a channeling AoE, which is not the easiest thing to do. So you really have to all gank him down as quickly as you can. But look at the damage they're trying to get out of Bao Hang as well. Ali Khan is in the area. A very good knockup coming in from Arshin. Are they going to be able to get some damage? Almost being able to get the rover from Vietnam.
Oh, that was really, really close. But then again, Team Vietnam, they also have to be aware of their bottom lane as well. It's being infiltrated by the minions. Now, opportunity taken again by Kazakhstan. Shadow Tyrant is going to fall to their hands. They're going to focus onto the middle. But again, look at Marapat at the bottom.
Yeah, Marapat is always ready at the bottom lane. He's going to try to get in from the side as well while his team distracts, right? This is what his team always does. Kazakhstan is going to try to open a wall from the side here. Very, very brave coming in from Ali Khan.
Okay. Marapat's going to come in as well from the other side. And here comes the game. Ended by Kazakhstan.
No one expected a 2-0 coming in from Kazakhstan here, and they defeated Vietnam in a quick succession here in a clean series win. And I gotta tell you, I am as surprised as any of you on this desk.
I'm surprised. I wasn't expecting this. This is great. This is great. This is what we want, right? Surprises. And also, how fast Kazakhstan actually managed to adapt to the game. That's just crucial. That's just so good.
Oh, I would say that this is a very good quality game. This is an amazing game to watch here.
Yeah, exactly right. Like Kazakhstan, the way that they drafted, the way they executed it was so damn beautiful to watch. Like in the end, I like the Ziya pick because before I actually went out, is because this Ziya gave no room for the Dun and Byron to actually play the game. The moment they come in, he drops the burn, and that's magic resistance and physical resistance gone.
I agree. The first and second skill always punishing anyone right in front of him. And at the same time, the way Marapat has been used, he has been so useful. He rotates from to left, right side, while someone else is distracting on the other side. This is such a fresh gameplay. Very different. It's not just aggressive in the early game, but also very aggressive all the way through the late game, in fact.
And Marapat is showing that there's not only one way to play the Hanshin.
Correct.
Game 1, the way he played the Hanshin was very different than Game 2. It's dude, you give him the same hero, it's still the same spell, same, but the style of play is different. Oh man, it's so good.
I think what Cloud said earlier on, the fact that while Marapat's hero Hanshin is not going to be banned, might be a problem, and this might have proven to the fact that they actually be able to manage to win again and again with Hanshin. I think Hanshin is the problem.
It's really down to how they execute their style of gameplay. Like you can see, like, okay, in the first game, I think we had like almost 80% of the same draft, aside from the mid lane being different. But the way that they play it is actually similar, right? The Zhang Fei is not there, the mid lane is not there, so they swap it for a Lapu Lapu and a Ziya. But the way that they play the counter pick on the red side is really what I want to point out. Props to Coach Su, because he made it sure that this red side last pick has so much value. They're like, okay, Dun and also a Byron. Super tanky, Aaron cannot handle. And Hansen needs to take time to actually go through it. But when the Ziya came in, longer range than Yu Huan, burns down the resistance coming in from the double tank. It made it so that the entirety of the draft, they baited Vietnam into that specific position.
I agree. The way they play, the way they think about it is just so damn good. There's no other way to explain it. I think the way Kazakhstan has really evolved from what they were to what they are now is something really to admire of.
Yeah, and technically this is like a comeback as well, right? Because if you remember like the early game, like Team Vietnam, they turned up the pace, they played aggressively, they go towards the farm lane, they try to harass and do all that fancy stuff. And it really put a lot of pressure towards their opponent, right? And somehow, like when it reaches like the mid stage of the game, it just went all the way to Kazakhstan.
Sagi, help me out here. I want to know, because my knowledge about how to counter Hanshin is, you know what, other than just proper rotations, maybe to get some heroes like Daji, someone who has like a single target stun, or maybe like Milady. Is that the only way, or is there any other way to properly handle this Hanshin?
I think they played pretty well in the early game, which showcases the early aggression coming in from the Dun Dolia, but they were on a timer that made it really difficult for them if they did not utilize the Dun Dolia strategy in cutting down the Hansen's farm timer. Because judging from Vietnam's entire draft itself, you can start to see one thing. Who's going to be the side lane that's going to be bringing up the wave in handling out Hansen? It can't be the Arlie, because the moment Arlie shows in the side lane, Hansen jumps and someone jumps on them as well. So you need to make sure that you have a side laner as a jungle, as a fighter that can actually handle the Hansen in the side lane.
Just handle Hansen or just the lane? Because he's going to be pushing, right?
No, I mean, like, you have to be able to meet it in the 50-50, go for 1v1s, and make sure that he can't move as freely. Because right now, what is happening right now is that Team Vietnam, yes, as a 5-man unit, they are really strong, as we can see in the early game. But the problem is, there's just no one that can actually match the 1v1 with Hansen in the side lane. So every time Marapat shows in the side lane, the waves will be immediately pushed for the side of Kazakhstan against Vietnam.
I see. What do you think, Cloud?
Well, I like what Sagi says, right? I would summarize it as, if you can't beat them, you split push them. This is exactly it, right? Because like what you said, when it comes to team fights, yes, Vietnam, you put 5 of them versus 5, they're probably better, maybe. But if you put don't put 5 of them against the 5 of them, you split it out and you force them to go to one side and then play chase and go to the other side and all that, then Team Vietnam's draft won't be that effective.
Which means that becomes the battle of who rotates faster to help their teammates, right? Because that becomes like how fast do they read the map? How well do they start to trap from brushes to brushes? Expecting a certain different path that's going to be taken by the enemy side to try to capture them, especially when you have people like Ali Khan.
Yeah, Ali Khan, Songkar is definitely the meat shield coming in for the team itself, setting up so many of these plays with the Truth Mantra, the Raging Sea, and it was really nice to watch. And you can see that last pick on the Ziya here. Look at that damage output on the side of Arshin.
Oh man. Wow. Yeah, that's a lot. That's a lot. 155k, right? You know what other stat that actually caught my attention is Marapat's damage dealt. It's only 39.9k. It's below Ali Khan. So to him, it's not about like, oh, I get into team fights, I deal damage. No, it's just like he just does his split push style. He just be annoying. He just be that if you're a cat and you're trying to catch that toy but you can't, it's like that.
Yeah, insane amount of damage coming from Marapat. I envy his confidence playing Hansin. It's not easy, by the way, to play such a fast hero and to have that confidence to actually go in, to make a quick knockup and then just stab everyone quickly and then just go back. It's just not easy. It's just not easy.
It goes back to what Klaus said just now, right? It's very different of Marapat's Game 1 style and Game 2 style. Game 1 style is more of flanking the backline and making sure that Hui Tan didn't have an easy game. Game 2 is more on utilizing his team's advantage in the mid lane 4v4, allowing him as a split pusher to always get those moments in the side. And you can see, Ali Khan's role here is like a jungler. He's setting up for the team, he's playing as the main engager here, and then Marapat comes in with the teleportation portal and picks up a quick takedown on towards Hui Tan. And in all of these moments, you can see, right, it's actually really unfortunate for the side of Team Vietnam. They got the first engage, and the numbers were always in front of them, but it's just the pickoffs coming in from Kazakhstan being more on point compared to Team Vietnam.
It's that the blue buff thing just now, that's the one when Bao Hang actually started to go down, and then things started to go downhill from that point. But the way that Vietnam actually tried to maintain their composure is also great. But with knowing that Bajol already has his itemization such as the Sparkforge Dagger, the Doomsday, it really hurts Bao Huang's HP because it starts to really melt down the percentage of his HP.
And I just want us to put attention onto where the position of Marapat and Ali Khan is always at.
Yeah.
For the most part, at the late stage, they're already like, okay, we're always at the other side of each other.
Yeah.
Right? Like early game, yeah, maybe they can play closer, but now, starting like the later stage, they always open up. Now it's just that, based on the highlights, yeah, they have the advantage, that's why they push in the middle. But if not, they're always like, look at this, look at Marapat. He's all the way up there when his other teammates are the opposite side of the map, basically.
Correct, which is what we expect, right? Like, Ali Khan takes on the role of assisting the team in the plays, and then Marapat comes in as the player who goes for split push because he's more efficient at it. And this one, the last pick, Ziya, man, I'm telling you, this was the best one so far that I've seen in terms of a counter pick on the red side. It really dealt so much damage against the draft, coming in with the Byron and Dun from the side of Vietnam.
Yeah, congratulations to the coach, by the way, because he's one who helped to choose this hero and wants it with 42.1% damage overall. We do know how effective Ziya was with all the space that he had, with all the distractions that his teammates can give him, and all he has to do every time people try to touch him, just 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. It's the easiest thing he can do, and his positioning is just pristine.
I like how you use it like a musical sort of
skill 1, skill 2,
tempo,
skill
right?
3. Skill 1, skill 2, skill 3.
There you go. Yeah, but I'm glad that he gets the MVP as well, because a lot of highlight early on, like during the lanes and how it was pushed, was towards Marapat, right? And maybe the early stage was Ali Khan setting up a bit in the brushes. But essentially the overall was because of like how you have been explaining all this, Wasagi. It is the Ziya and how Arshin has played it.
It's a very good value that they have provided in especially this BO3. I would say that it's a shocker that we actually got a 2-0 coming from Kazakhstan. I was thinking like maybe it's going to be a 2-1.
Yeah.
Vietnam's going to be on top, you know, being more experienced coming in from a MOBA experience region itself. And then coming in towards the series, my oh my, was I really wrong.
Yeah, I'm shocked as well. It's not that we didn't have any prior discussion, by the way, about who do you guys think will win. We did not have that. But apparently, they actually proved me wrong as well, because they actually showed that their gameplay is just so good. They can actually pick up with a very fast assessing gameplay. Not all teams can actually manage a fast assessing gameplay. Sometimes people prefer to play much slower with Dune, Atta at jungle, try to rotate more with the tankiness that they have. So build along with the farm lane, farming as long as you can to get all the itemization, scaling game. But this one, they literally just started banging from the beginning.
Yeah, and I want to point out something, right? You guys at the desk here have been talking about like hero mastery, right?
Yeah.
Like master that one role or master that one hero and all that. This is Marapa showing that he has achieved hero mastery. Like one hero, multiple play styles. This is just top of the game.
I think same can be said as well for Alihan and also Sunkar's. Like Sunkar's one is more on towards the engaged roamer style where he can always find a really nice setup coming in for the team. And for the side of Alihan, his Dharma was really different in Game 1 and Game 2.
Oh yeah.
Game 1 was more as a tank, Game 2 was more as a damage setup coming in for the team as a finisher here. So it's really flexible coming on how Kazakhstan actually chose to play the same heroes but in a different style. And talking about different though, we have a new update coming in on June 17th that already it is implemented in 20 live servers here. Diamond Draw, Dragon's Horse skin pool, and also limited time token skin pool has all been updated here. So this season, if you earn more limited time token, you can exchange for even more newer skins.
Yeah, the Dragon's Horde skin pool, that's the one that I really want, because there's a Luna skin that you have to spend 20,000, the golden dragon thing, Dragon Crystal thing, which is a lot, by the way. It's very hard to get that. But even though I don't play Luna, but I really want that skin.
Well, I mean, we can all be collectors, right? Why not, right? Yeah, there are some heroes as well that I don't normally play, but I thought that, hey, that skin's kind of nice. I still got it as well, so yeah, it's a thing. It's a thing.
No harm to always try, right? But after that amazing series here, we'll definitely want to interview the winners coming in from Team Kazakhstan and Mara to see what they exactly feel. Because if we are so excited, they're definitely going to be excited as well. So Mara, take it away.
Team Kazakhstan in high spirits after that dominant win. Marapat, congratulations.
Thank you, thank you.
And Team Kazakhstan had a very unique formation today with that 2-1-2, paying close attention to the clash lane before grouping around the objectives. So how was this formation to your advantage?
就是我们之前的打法，就是我们完全改变了我们的打法。曾经我们是要保护我们射手发育，然后导致整体节奏很慢。然后我们也知道对方的对抗路玩的比较强，所以今天的打法就是主要是针对对方对抗路，然后释放我们的对抗路，让我们对抗路能去支援。然后我更擅长于那种刺客型打野，就带线，让对面的节奏一直就是对面一直陷入我们的节奏之中。
So today our game, we totally changed our strategy and formation, and then we focus more on the clash lane, and then we understand that usually we last time we used to take care of our farm lane, and then today we changed it, and then we only attack on the clash lane, and then at the end give them change the momentum of the total game, and then yeah, that's why.
Very well done. But you know, before coming into this game, they say this would be your toughest match yet against Team Vietnam, but you came out on top. How was the talk before today's game to make sure that the mentality and coordination is perfect for such a tough team that has been undefeated?
就是之前他们预测说这会是一场很难的、很困难的一场比赛，对你们组来说，因为我们要对抗越南。可是你们就是取得了胜利，打得也很好，所以这对你来说是有什么？
是我们还是就是教练给我们多讲了点战术，然后我们就是改变了一下打法吧，就让我们的节奏能更快，然后。 把对面的节奏完全拉到我们这边，让对面跟着我们的节奏走。
So before the game, we had a lot of discussion with our coach, and then coach also gave us a lot of advice, and also we focus on keeping the momentum and keep in charge of the momentum of the game.
Marapat, you are great, and I'm sure you're so happy finishing strong. This was your last game. Tell us how happy you've been with this Asian Games qualifiers, and what would you like to say to everybody?
想跟大家说点什么呢？跟心情是怎样？
非常开心。就是当我们输老挝的时候，其实我们整晚的睡不着，很紧张，因为我们感觉这样第一次上国际舞台，如果能晋级肯定是最好的。我们也特别希望有这样，就很希望能晋级吧。如果输了，我们也会比较遗憾。我们感觉我们没那么弱。
So before the game, we were really nervous, and also we are happy to stand on a global stage, and then that's why we take a lot of practice, and then we are happy to be here and able to qualify. That will be best for us.
Regardless the nervousness, your skill came out on top. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Let's talk about that performance a little bit more, so we'll head back to the casters. Lead the gorge.
Thank you, Marapot, and also Mara. Wait, I can't spell Marapot without Mara.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you, Marapot.
Marapot. Okay, anyways, if we were to check on the content of the interview just now, that was a really interesting segment that we actually heard about. It's like, the first few questions that he asked, like, okay, what changed? How did you suddenly bounce back from the loss from Laos to a win against Vietnam? Two of the group favorites, dare I say, because he mentioned that Marapot mentioned, it's like, okay, at first we were playing really revolving around our farm lanes, like farming strategy and everything, and it was pretty slow in actually getting a lead. So in today's game, they know for a fact that Vietnam's clash lane is actually really good, hence they changed the strategy in focusing their clash lane and then making it really difficult for their clash to perform. And then Marapot says he's more of a jungle assassin expert on carries. That's why there's more Hansen coming in today. Hence the entire strategy on how they adapt towards the last few days and today is actually really different in allowing them to actually win today.
I love that. I love the fact that he's going with what he's comfortable with, and he's not trying to force to follow others who's going with Atta jungle and whatnot. They are confident with his picks, and whatever he said makes sense because he actually proved it in the grounds of Heroes Gorge.
Yeah, and I like what he said in the interview as well, right? It's the collaboration between the players and the coaches as well to be able to come up with this sort of strategy, because whatever that he did is not by himself alone, right?
Yeah.
It's a team effort and everybody has to understand the game plan and then individually you execute it well, and that brought them the victory.
The way they bounce back from a loss is also really amusing towards me, and it shows that they actually have the spirit of a winner, because they told the audience, like, after losing to Laos, they couldn't sleep that night and they were thinking on how to improve their gameplay, and that improvement brought them towards here. And right now, they won against Vietnam. They are 3-1 in the standing. Yes, that's their final game. And it really comes down to how Vietnam and Laos performs later on in Group C, because yes, they are qualified for top 3, but it's still not locked yet on who actually is the top 1, top 2. So it's going to be interesting for Group C right now.
Yeah, you know what else is very interesting? It's going to be iQOO, the official gaming phone for 2026 Asian Games Esports Events Honor of Kings qualifier. And that's why Kazakhstan played so well.
Oh yeah, I mean, you want to pull off those Hansi moves. Just look at Hansi, how he dashes, how he moves across, right? Yeah, it's thanks to the iQOO official phone as well.
Yeah, you can't be playing on 60 FPS on a Hansen, man. I can't accept it. And 120 FPS is exactly what you get on iQOO 15R. But that's all for the Vietnam versus the Kazakhstan game. A very big upset, and very well congratulations towards the side of Team Kazakhstan, because that was a really amazing game delivered by them. Now, coming up next, it will be Korea going up against Sri Lanka here. Korea has had a very good opening match in day 2, if I'm not mistaken, of our tournament here.
Yeah.
They beat Singapore in a 2-0 quick fashion. Now for Sri Lanka, they're currently 0-2 in the standings, and if they lose one more, I think they're out of contention.
Yeah, this is what they want to avoid. They want to try to be as safe as possible. Try to get that slot 3 position to at least have a last chance qualifier chance. But let's see how it goes for them afterwards, because Republic of Korea is not the easiest team to go against with.
Yeah, they have a lot of international experience as well. So this is definitely going to be a hard team. But who knows? Anything can happen, right?
I mean, after that series here, Cloud, I think anything can actually happen as long as you prove there's the improvement and growth coming in for both of these teams here. But let's take a short break before we come back for the 4th series of the day between Korea of Republic and also Sri Lanka. See you later.
shine on the Asian Games stage. Contestants fight for the honor of their regions while we cheer them on from the stands. This is a challenge, but it is also an opportunity. The tide is turned.
Fast is in front. They're going to use it. Golden Tide slows down Tatsumi.
And we pulled it off together. We share the same voice, the same radiance. This moment of brilliance belongs to all of us. Together, we shine.
Welcome to the 2026 Asian Games Esports Qualifiers, Honor of Kings. 20 regions, one stage, and only the strongest 9 teams will earn the right to shine above the rest. Taking place in Malaysia, June 13th to 21st, 2026. Coming to Malaysia, this is the battleground where teams fight for the right to qualify for the Asian Games. 20 teams enter, but only 9 teams will move on. Apart from the 20 regions, there are 3 regions that have direct qualification. Here is the 2026 Asian Games Esports Qualifiers Honor of Kings format. First, the 20 teams will split into 4 groups of 5. In each group, every team faces every other team once in a single round robin, with every match played in a best-of-3 format. That means every match matters. Every game matters. Every single point matters. The point system is simple. Win the match, earn 1 point. Lose the match, earn none. At the end of the group stage, teams are ranked by the total points they've collected. And from there, the road begins to shine. The top 2 teams from each group qualify directly to the Asian Games main event. That gives us 8 teams advancing straight out of groups. But for those not through yet, the light isn't out. The teams that finish 3rd in each group still have 1 more shot. They move into the last chance stage. There, they battle through one final BO3 single elimination bracket until 2 teams remain. The 2 teams will then face off in a BO3 match to claim the one final qualification slot. So in total, 9 teams will make it through, 8 from the group stage and 1 through the last chance stage. That is the rule. Now it is time to see who can rise through it. From across the world, regions gather here in Malaysia. 20 teams, and only 9 will qualify. The path is set. The stakes are clear. Together, we shine. Stay tuned, and we'll see you at the stage.
magic murmurs in ecstasy.
Amazing!
There is no escape for you.
Killing spree! Double kill! Triple kill! Spectacular! Kill!
Don't worry. I'll be back for your life soon.
Double kill!
Shall I compare thee to a summer's day?
Slain. Don't engage! Slain. Don't crush us like insects! Slain an enemy! Defend our base! Our high ground tower is under attack! Amazing! Unbelievable! Triple
Ah, the fragrance of romance.
ally has been slain! Rampage! Double kill! Triple kill! Spectacular! Pentakill!
Lady Fortune is on my side.
They tried!
The new Spritling skill, Dig It, is a passive skill, which will automatically trigger at fixed times each match, up to a maximum of 10 times. The skill grants guaranteed standard rewards like gold, XP, shield, health recovery, and more. There's also a small chance to uncover mysterious grand prize effects during the match. Dig It may also produce tradable high-value treasures. Detailed information about acquired treasures will be shown after the match ends. Each treasure has its own rarity and storage size, and obtained treasures will be automatically stored in your warehouse. If you want more high-quality treasures, make good use of the Treasure Fusion feature. You can also copy and share your code so friends can help speed things up. Treasures in your warehouse can be sold for event currency, which can be used to redeem skins, items, and other rewards on the event page. You'll even have a chance to win physical prizes like smartphones and cash. You can also spend event currency to bid on high-value rewards. The auction uses a hidden bidding system, where you can submit 2 bids for the same reward. The highest bidder wins, giving you even more ways to obtain rewards.
Itu kan track kita. Relax, bro. Phone aku! Jom ke mana? Mountain View!
sound of the rain. No matter how I feed the flame, you know I feel the darkness and the pain. All of the ways we tried to break free from the night, you know we made it out, we found the light. I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new vibrant world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Now I see that I got everything I need. It's alright, I'm on fire, I'm alive, 'cause now I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new colorful world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Never thought we'd get this far, burning like the stars. How we get this far, like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. What's a life without its worth? Compromising with what hurts inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take in life. I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against the odds, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, and no one let me down. Destiny is calling high. I'm not afraid to fight for everything I love. Victory is on my side. The more we lose, the more we gain. The more that nothing stays the same in time. Can't love ever, can't forget. What you see is what you get sometimes. Gonna show the world tonight the light that shines inside us. We're against the odds, but we won't give up, 'cause it's our time to shine.
Thank you for your patience here, and we are back once again at day 6 of the 2026 Asian Games Esports Qualifiers for Honor of Kings. My name is Sagi, your desk host for today, and we are having a substitution once again as Haller's fake injury has been recovered for some reason by a miracle, by a chance, and he's back right now with Adam No, not Adam. Sir Cloud.
Oh,
Sorry there. But
thank you. Thanks.
You're ruining the
thanks.
moment.
Yeah,
You're
yeah,
ruining the
man. We're having a
Alright,
romance
sorry.
here.
All right.
That's why there's like a middle, you know, there's like, it's not like a connected heart.
Oh,
Whoa. Sounds like you're
Whoa.
judging our heart.
he's jealous.
Okay?
A bit.
You're literally creating a crack in our heart by pointing it out.
It's for the show, you know. It's for the show.
Okay. But much love. I'm glad to be here with Cloud. Maybe not so much the other one, but
Aw.
you know, we'll create that heart in the end.
Yeah, we see too much of him every day, right?
Now, just now, right?
Yeah.
I think you just saw the series coming in from Kazakhstan versus Vietnam in the talent room, right? That series was, I believe, one of the biggest upset that we had so far. Not to say that we didn't expect Kazakhstan to win, but the expectations of probably the netizens, some of us in the Kazakhstan, especially me, we were thinking like, okay, Vietnam's probably going to be giving a very hard game against Kazakhstan. It's going to be pretty messy, pretty 50-50, but turns out Kazakhstan was totally in control.
They're legit, okay? I've been saying this from day one. This is the son. I mean, Alahan, Shisuke, he's from Virtus Pro. He was amazing. He was like the best player on that team. And to see him on here, I was just like, okay, this team is legit no matter what. Because you know he's bringing that same level to the stage. And not to take anything away from Vietnam, but man, they were ready to go. Kazakhstan really play that one.
But it's also the storyline of how their group has shaped up,
yeah,
right? That's one. And also how that particular game, especially game 2, shaped up. It's like, okay, at first it kind of looked like it's going towards Vietnam, and then all of a sudden it shot back up to Kazakhstan. So it was an amazing game.
And to your point as well, right? The grouping story of that Group C itself, now that Vietnam lost to Kazakhstan, they need another win to potentially force a tiebreaker to determine whether they can actually be in the direct event or they have to play through the last chance stage with Laos. So everything is looking so competitive in that Group C. We were talking like, what's going to be the closest group coming in for our entire event? We were talking about, maybe Group D, maybe Group A. But who thought Group C would be so competitive?
Yeah, a little under the radar.
Yeah.
I think that it's kind of catching us all off guard. And the fact that you might have a 3-way tie going in to see exactly who's going to be the top 2 to make it to the main event, I don't think anyone really saw that. Because again, when you're looking at the teams, you're kind of looking at things like, okay, maybe India would have a chance. Maybe, like, you know what I mean? Like some of the other teams. But the other, like Vietnam, Kazakhstan, they really showed up here.
Yeah, but we're going to put focus after this into the group that has arguably played the least amount of games so far, which is Group D. So there's still a lot of room for it to be shaped up, right?
Correct. The upcoming game talk we are talking about is going to be Group D, Sri Lanka going up against Republic of Korea, which it's not going to be an easy route coming in for South Sri Lanka because yesterday they went up against Hong Kong, China, and we all know how that went up because those were not easy games at all coming in for Sri Lanka, and today they are going up against yet another difficult team there, I would say, in Group D.
Yeah, and I think that even going into this one, Sri Lanka, Korea on this one, we haven't seen at Korea for quite some time. They've had a little bit of a delay, so they've been having a little bit of an advantage of being able to watch the games. At the same time, I'm kind of worried of just like, is it too long of a break? You know, have they been are they able to kind of just get in and just jump right in and just to take down Sri Lanka? I mean, we're going to have to find out.
But you know what else starts with a D, gentlemen? It is the new hero, Devara.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and it has been added right now into the game. And also, some of the classic AOP heroes that are available for you to try out for a limited amount of time. So this is an opportunity to really see whether Devara can be used only in the Clash lane. Can it be used in the farm lane? Can it be used as a jungler? Well, I personally, after trying out yesterday for the first day, I kind of felt that, this could be flexed into a farm lane. I see these 2 lanes. I don't know about you guys. Do you think that it can be used in another lane?
I mean, it definitely has that option. I don't want to discount that, but I want to go back to what you were saying in the sense that, like, it seemed like we were going to play a game of like, any sort of word that started with the letter D, and then you went into the very, Devara style hero, and I was like, okay, well, I know some other words that start with the letter D, but I wasn't going to just brag there, but I did want to play a game with you, and unfortunately, it's just going to be with the name calling on this one.
I think what he meant is D as in Dig It event coming in from Honor of Kings.
Oh, yeah.
Actually, no, but okay.
I'm giving you a stirs to go down here, buddy. You got,
You're giving me an out. I appreciate that.
Yeah. But, I'm talking about the other heroes, right? Lorian, Anna, Florentino, those have had a lot of success so far in my rank games, and I'm seeing those heroes to be rather popular and People have been using it really nicely here, but that's enough talk coming in for the official server here because we are in the Asian Games version here, and this upcoming series will be featuring Republic of Korea going up against Sri Lanka, and once again, we will be introducing them with a teaser video.
One of the tournament's most feared contenders. They have already shown their strength with their first victory, but their work is far from finished. Hungry for more and determined to be at the top. Please welcome Republic of Korea!
Their journey reaches a defining moment. A match that will determine whether their hopes continue or come to an end. Ready for one final push. Entering the arena, Sri Lanka!
Tactical proficiency going up against unscripted potential. This is a classic clash of experience and potentially an upset where the seasoned contender aims to assert control while the underdog rookies hope to pull off something surprising for everyone on the broadcast.
Sri Lanka is being 0-2. This is a must-win situation, getting themselves into this. But first, Republic of Korea, you know, Jihoon, Sungbin, Hyunmin, as well as Sunggun, they will be rounding out the team. This is a very familiar team if you happen to be part of the Honor of Kings esports scene, as they are represented, of course, by Nongshim Red Force essentially here.
Oh yeah, we have seen them a lot in international tournaments, right? They have a lot of experience clearly, and they are one of the favorites in the group. So this team is definitely a team to watch on how they play and what kind of aggression are they going to bring onto the gorge itself. So it's going to be really interesting. And to note that it's also my first time being able to cast the games of these two regions.
Well, it's something new, right? And
yeah,
talking about something new, right? When you come to a Asian Games qualifier event, right? It's very different. Compared to carrying your club's reputation, now you're carrying a region's and a country's reputation. Now you're aiming for glory, not only for your team, but as an entire representation from your home country itself.
Okay, you're putting even more pressure on the players right now. We're listening in on this. Obviously, there's a lot at stake right here, right? I think I like the fact that you're pointing it out as representing that region, which is going to be super important. I mean, you have to be very honored and humbled to be able to do that.
Yep, and the players that will be going up against them will be Sri Lanka, represented by Nasanda, Tarusha, Janif, Anjana, and Amalka.
I think they had a pretty decent game yesterday where Tarusha still is the core player coming in for the side of Sri Lanka, where a lot of times we see on the side of Janif, he went for the roamer item start, and then you see Amalka going for jungle item. This is a classic funnel strategy that you want your jungle to have the most resource in being able to be tanky or have high damage due to the item difference from that gold that he actually gains. But we did see some Zilong funnel yesterday. Not a big fan of it, but I hope they can bring the same value in, but on a stronger hyper carry, like something like Marapat's Hansen just now.
Yeah, and they were trying things out. That was the biggest piece to Sri Lanka's lineup, right? They were kind of trying to catch people off guard with a Zilong pick. I think they need to bring a little bit more of that because it really kind of makes the other team think in terms of the draft. Is it enough? Do we have the right counter picks? A lot of different questions that they might have to answer.
Yeah, and speaking about the draft, we're going to get into it soon. And looks like for Sri Lanka, they chose the blue side. So they're going to get the first pick after this. And Korea is going to be on the red side. So they get to set the pace. Now, this one I want to ask Sagi, right? So, Sagi, what do you think, right? Is it harder to execute team fights or is it harder to execute pickoffs?
Team fight or pickoffs? I think in a 50-50 game, pickoff seems to be harder because you cannot avoid team fights, but you can avoid pickoffs from information and vision control coming in from information.
Okay, all right, that's interesting because I was kind of thinking of like through Holler's point, right? Of like, okay, if you want to try to do the easiest way or the least risky way, right? Or if you want to focus on like a draft that is like, okay, want to focus on the pick-off sort of draft or do you want to focus on a team fight sort of draft? So based on what you said, Sagi, right? Perhaps what Sri Lanka can come in here with their draft here is try to think of like, how can we do a draft that is really, really strong in team fights?
Yeah, and I think that, I mean, most teams generally go in with that thought process. They want a team fight, right? So they usually pick like the Zhang Feis, the Lapus, right? Because those are big team fighters. But I think that if you're really looking to kind of maybe dissect a team and take them out, and if your execution is a very high level, you're probably going to be able to play more of the ambushing style with the assassins. This could be definitely a possibility, I think, more from the Korea end because they are a little bit more known to do these type of things.
It's about experience and also the mechanical mastery coming in for some of the heroes so you can actually pull off the combination that you mentioned just now. But coming in towards this draft itself, Maestro Nui and also Guan Yu ban on the side of Sri Lanka, and Korea has chosen to remove double roamers from their pool. First pick will be the Charlotte for the side of the blue team, and then an aggressive one, Byron and the Ukyo Tachibana. One of the strongest early game jungle clash duos has been locked by Korea.
I like how, Holler, when you mentioned about like, oh, focus onto like a team fight and try to focus on like getting the Zhang Fei, the Lapu Lapu, immediately when you mentioned that those two heroes were banned off. So maybe Korea, they're thinking of like, okay, we don't want them to be successful in team fights. We are better in just because we have a little bit more experience. So we are going to block all that from them picking them up, and we will pick up those kind of heroes that can do pickoffs, just like what the Ukyo Tachibana is for.
So right now, I mean, it's very balanced. I mean, they're giving up the Lianpo, the Musashi will be kind of going for that back line, but who are you going to go against? These two targets are going to be prime targets. Okay, I mean, Arlie here, speaking of a prime target, this is the one that he's going to want to get onto, but you know Hyunmin is going to be more than up to the task here.
As one of his signature picks, right, coming in from his own respective region in this pro league, and being able to get his hands on that on the red third pick side, it means that when you go into the second phase, you can start banning out things like the Chano, like the Direnjie, to reduce the counters available for Arlie in that laning phase.
Oh, okay, so you have the Arlie. Well, Chano auto ban, that's quite straightforward there. But I do like the three picks here by Sri Lanka, though. Like, you have a good engage with the Musashi, and then you also have a good CC as well with the Lampo. Charlotte can also be very mobile to go towards the backline to potentially try to find the Arlie, as the Arlie will be very, very mobile as well. So far, Sri Lanka, they seem to have that plan against them. What Sri Lanka could use a little bit more is perhaps they can get another long-range type of CC, so I would expect that to happen for them. Maybe they're looking to pick a Princess Frost later on in their second phase.
Could be a potential, right? Like, we are still looking at some of these potential mid lane pickups here for the side of Sri Lanka and also the side of Korea. But roamer pool is quite low now for both sides here. We do see a Xiao Xiao being locked in on the side of Korea. Likely will be a Mo Zi roam here for their last pick, or a Liang if they do want to venture in towards that route. Coming from Sri Lanka here, they do have a few options. I do think there's something like Garuda, Frost, Lady Zen could be an answer that they are looking for specifically for their final few picks.
And going into this one, Korea right now just shoring up all of the team fight, right? You have that Xia Qiao, you have the Byron, all both different ways to kind of set things up so that, again, you're letting Hyunmin really excel on the Arlie. You are also letting Jihoon on the Ukyo really just, take one of his own damage-dealing type of heroes. You have a lot of ways to kind of burst. And again, this is why Coach YK is good, is because most of the drafts are, again, putting yourself in a prime position with no weaknesses.
Oh, okay, going for a lot more damage, it seems, for Sri Lanka. So looks like they're going to go for the Garuda with the Wings of Judgment and also the Lady Sun. Okay, now this is where I'm looking at Sri Lanka. They need to have a plan to try to protect the Lady Sun as much as possible, right? So the Lampo will play a very big role here. But the only thing is that if Lampo goes in with the Tremble Smash, and sometimes you would flash and Tremble Smash forward, right? You might be a little bit too far from the Lady Sun. So that will leave the Lady Sun kind of open there. They need somebody secondary to always be there with the Lady Sun somehow.
I think it depends on who needs to go in, right? Maybe the Lian Po is like within the vicinity of the Garuda and Lady Sun, making sure that the engage maybe might happen with Musashi and the Charlotte. Then later on, they all move in one straight line, grouped up together. Because, like you mentioned, Sir Cloud, which is a very good point, if you're split up and you're over diving, Lady Sun might not be the best hero in being able to actually follow up in those deep dives, like the Musashi or Lian Po, for example.
They have so much control. The deep dive you're talking about with Duel's Death, if it happens, they have multiple ways to kind of counter-initiate. I do like this draft because, again, it's more about what we've seen and we know from Hyunmin. This is Siri. He's very good on an Arlie, and I expect him to bring that to the Asian Games qualifier stage here.
Well, let's see if we can still bring it here today. It is a brand new day, brand new game, and anything can happen. And we're going to start off with the stock standard of 3 heroes gathered up in the middle because they want to try to win the mid lane as quickly as possible. At the same time, get a couple of balls at the side. And because of that, Republic of Korea, they managed to get a little bit more advantage. But okay, that's a very early first strike there. Looks like a small invasion happened.
I mean, Yunho just completely let him go. I mean, he flashed forward. He got him so low that Songbin was there to help clean up. And Korea doing a great job. This is exactly how they like to play because, Songbin, aka Illusion, he's another guy that really gets going. Once he gets that farm, you're going to see a whole nother level of this team.
Oh yeah, I mean, those are kind of heroes as well that can scale really fast, right? Like you just give like 2 waves, 3 waves, he's ready to engage in fights. So you want to, as an opponent, you want to try to suppress him as much as possible. But because at the very early stage, they already got their first try, they already won their lanes, even in the middle as well. They stole a couple of boards at the side, so it's quite clear that they're in front.
Yeah, and it's not 2 minutes in, right? It's 1.5k net worth lead. It starts with that first strike, it starts with that boar invasion, and now, again, they know when the timers are on, and now Korea are looking to make them pay by looking to just steal this right under their noses.
Oh, and where is the jungler there? He's just too far away. He definitely will lose that one. And not only that, he's even suppressed from being able to cut across his bottom side of the jungle. So you can see it's like, he's trying to rotate, but he doesn't have a good, comfortable rotation route.
Yeah, and Sri Lanka on the other side, they're going to see that, hey, actually our Crimson Golem was stolen away. This is like Christmas Day. You go to your Christmas tree and it's completely empty. Everything is gone. No? Too much?
Oh,
Is that very personal?
I mean, I never had a Christmas tree, so
okay. Right,
yeah.
sorry.
But looks like, but the Sanda is having 2 to handle here at the top, and he's again not having a good time. By the bottom, at least Sri Lanka, they respond, and Tarusha gets Songyeon.
Yeah, Songun will be going down on this. But I think that, Korea will be okay with that. But a great rotation by Sri Lanka. It's like, hey, if I can't find jungle camps, we got to make something happen. And they found Songun in a bad position, and they made him pay. They focused it down and made sure they got him.
Oh, but Yunho had the opportunity to go all the way behind. So he had a bit of invasion of his own. I believe that maybe he at least cleared off 1 camp while he was doing that.
Okay. And, I mean, if we're looking at the top lane, Yunho and Nisanda, you're going to give an edge to Yunho only because of the fact that he's got the Byron, right? This is a Clash lane monster, somebody that Nisanda needs to be very careful about. And you're kind of seeing a little bit of a swing, at least in favor of Yunho for now.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, right. And he does have his shields. So even if you want to go in and poke, you have to be aware of, like, if the shields are up. But now he'll be joined by Jin Hoon, and Nisanda facing a 1v2, he cannot leave his tower.
Yeah, can't leave the tower, and it'll push, right? And Jihoon was, again, rotating. Now he's teleported into the mid lane. Just to talk about efficiency, getting whatever's available across this map.
Okay, so Wings of Judgment just to try to protect the entrance from the players of Republic of Korea from coming in, and that was okay, right? They try to find that balance again because they need to. They are starting to lose pace here. The goal difference is almost about 3,000.
Yeah, about 3,000, but this is where the opening happens. All of that lead, now they've got to better. They're able to just burn down the turn so quickly.
Oh, that was so fast. Arguably one of the fastest that we have seen. And not like once they took down the Tyrant, they pulled back into their own jungle. No, look at their position. They continue into the jungle, clearing off everything from Sri Lanka. It almost like for Republic of Korea is that, hey, we don't need our own jungle, right? We farm from your jungle instead.
Yeah. Yeah, we basically take everything that's yours, right? And then once we have that, then we can kind of, make a cycle back. But bottom lane.
Oh, that was a quick one there. Seonggun shows up together with Humin, and they will get another strike at the bottom. Anjana could hardly react to that situation.
Could not. I mean, they had 2 members, and this is also the problem of the Seonggun modes, right? You have that cannon blast, you have that control. Anjana obviously doesn't want, he needs protection himself, he needs to just stay alive, but easier said than done, especially when those cannon blasts, that range is actually quite high.
Okay, look at the bottom, right? So they are looking at stealing the buff again. Oh no, they saw him. Tarusha's in trouble. They thought that, okay, we just track the brush if anyone's there. Boom! Tarusha happened to be there and they take him down. And not only Tarusha, but Seongmin got a double strike onto Anjana.
Yeah, Tarusha was waiting in that brushes and he was just like, hey, if I don't move, they can't see me, right? Not gonna happen. It's like a steal yet again for Korea. I mean, literally taking over the map at this stage.
Yeah, I mean, frankly speaking, if I was him as well, I was like, okay, I'll just be here, okay, until the timer turns up and I'll quickly take it, right? But at the middle, Janif, luckily enough for him, he does have that flash, so he will be A-okay for now. But that was a lot of damage dealt.
Yeah, Yunho just not scared. I mean, even in the top lane, Nisanda taking some decent shots. Like, the way that Korea are affecting you, right? They're putting a little bit in terms of the poke. They're willing to dive towers and to just kind of take some tower shots because they know that you're going to be pushed off of that lane.
Well, speaking about pushing, now they're going to push the mid lane instead. And look who's still in front. We have Seonggun here. And Seonggun opening on the map, they have the information. They will go all the way to the back line after receiving all that. And they will get a couple of takedowns here. Crucial initiate by Yunho to open up that fight. 3 from Sri Lanka goes down.
So Yono actually flashed Storm Strike right on top of them. They had all grouped up. Sri Lanka was trying to respond. They used the duel to death, but it was on Yono. That's like worst case scenario. That's the one they want because he's the tankiest of them all. And now Korea starting to roll.
Oh man, and now they're gathered all 5 together. They push the bottom and now they will take down the middle, just waiting for the minions to arrive. Well, that was a really, really fast move by them.
Yeah, and look at Storm Strike right on top. Seonggun, Cannon Blast on top. That's the wombo combo. Worst case scenario, what you need to be doing is spreading out and getting that final shot. Nobody gets for free. Seonggun all the way on the side. We see you, bro.
Dude, that Cannon Blast from the other side, that was insane. And they're not stopping yet though. Now they're going to push the top. So while they're doing that, look at the position of the Ukko Tachibana at the bottom. He's just doing what fast heroes do. Push at the side.
Yeah, yeah. And I mean, look at the side of like the mini-map, right? You can see all of the jungle camps still up on the Korea side. But they don't care. They want to just end this game. They want to take these towers down.
Oh, they want the Lady Sun. They want the Lady Sun for sure. He's looking at the Lady Sun. He's just waiting for that opportunity while pushing down the bottom lane and open up that space for the top lane for his teammates to push. But he's going to pull the handbrake for now.
Yeah, the handbrake for now. I mean, Jihoon, he's still sticking around. Look at that. Look at how brave, confident he is, maybe a little arrogant, just sticking around, knowing that Sri Lanka really can't do much. He has mobility. I mean, yeah, he's just threatening, but he gets on out.
Yeah, he's just like teasing them, right? Yeah. He's just like going in, going out. I mean, it's just so annoying, the fact that you not only have to focus on the top, but now you have to keep one eye at the bottom as well.
Yeah, and it's the potential flank, right? If the team fights are happening, and now with these minion waves, they have to shift. They find Jihoon.
Okay, there goes the dude to the left. They got him though, and that's the takedown that they're looking for. Finally, they don't need to worry about him. They only need to focus onto one side. But then again, while all that was happening, the tower at the top was taken down.
Yeah, it's like damned if you do, damned if you don't, right? From that bottom line, it's like, okay, let's get rid of Jihoon. I mean, he was being arrogant, as we were talking about. He was definitely out of position. But it was all a bit of a farce because the true strike was in that top T3.
Well, in his mind, that probably was all part of the plan.
Yeah.
Like, I want you to come towards me, and then we finally get that opening at the top. If not, it would have been a stalemate.
Yeah, yeah. And they'll stick around. I mean, they're up about, 10K, not even 9 minutes into this game, and they're going to wait for Jihoon to make his way, his appearance back to the stage on this side of the river, if you will. But the Tyrants, that's probably going to be something that they're maybe looking into, but after this fight.
Okay, they're going to put focus onto the middle where Yunho is at, but here comes the rest of them. And are they going to engage though? Again, disciplined gameplay, right? They want to try to win the waves in, and now they will start to move it all the way to the back line. And Tanusha has to back off as well. He can no longer tag. While Xiaomi gets a rampage onto the Sanda right now from the back. They will end this game, and game 1 goes to Republic of Korea.
In a sub 10-minute game, Republic of Korea takes it clean after a few days of not playing. Their form is still really, really sharp, and they are bringing in yet another storm for Sri Lanka to actually be solvent.
Yeah, and the way that Korea were doing this, they were on the Sri Lankan side almost this entire game, right? And I don't know the actual game time, but I think it was less than 10 minutes. But in the very end, even with that flash forward, where the Honey Sweet Breeze would just set them up because they were like grouped up together. And this is the problem. When you're hiding in your base, there's only so much space, and you want to scatter out as much as possible against this lineup. But when you're kind of, again, huddling in your base, you're going to stick together, and that clump was there, and that was game ending.
I kind of understand as well why the clump happened, because it's sometimes you feel comfortable with your friends around you, right? Like you want to like, I'm together with you. You know, if you spread out like you're one here, one there, you feel less confident. I totally get the psychological effect of that, right? But objectively, they also have to remember, like what you said, right? If you clump it together, it's easy to get group CC.
I think there's also another reason for that, right? When you look at the screen on the phone like this, and then you're like, oh, I don't see my teammates on my screen. It doesn't feel that safe. So when they're in your screen, it feels much more safer.
Oh, it's a psychological
thing, like Carl mentioned,
Yeah. I mean, you definitely want to be grouping up to a certain degree, right? When you're in your base, there's only so many spots that you can go. But it's still like, hey, maybe we need social distancing, right? I think that's the biggest thing. Going up against this lineup where you know that those ults will hit you, or even the spells, like the way Korea was built, it was about the team fight. So it's all about spacing. It's got to be something that they look into in game 2.
And the early game coming in for the side of the jungle, the Ukyo Tachibana.
Yeah.
Straight up, level 1, invade, picks up the Azure Golem, takes the takedown on towards the side of Tarusha, and it all went pretty bad ever since that. So coming in for the side of Sri Lanka, maybe don't give away heroes that are too overly strong in the early game, especially things like the Ukyo Tachibana, the Ata, for example, because it's pretty suffocating when you're losing since minute 1.
Yeah, and you don't have anything else to farm in your own jungle, right? Like at some point I saw that the entire jungle was dark. Whereas on the side of Republic of Korea's jungle, it's like, oh, they still have dots there. So it almost feels like Republic of Korea didn't really want to farm on their own jungle. They farm on the enemy side jungle instead. And the moment they want, the Musashi wanted to farm, it's like, there's nothing left.
Yeah, nothing left at all. I mean, Jihoon, only one, he died twice. Sunggun only died a single time, but the rest of them were pretty much flawless. But great initiations by Yeonho, setting things up. Songbin with a great game ender in that last initiation. Hyunmin, again, the tried and true carry of being able to close it out. That's what you want from a team here.
And Songbin was really active on towards the map, right?
Yeah.
I remember playing on Xiao Qiao, and then he's just like running around the map, picking up takedowns left and right. The mid-roam synergy coming from Seonggon and Songbin has been pretty consistent. Like, the moment they go towards the side lane, the main person that has been absorbing all this pressure from this mid-roam duo is Anjana. Every time I see the Xiao Qiao and Motu huddle towards the bottom side, snowballing the lane for the side of Hyunmin, it's pretty difficult for Anjana to actually sustain that lane, coming in from so many of these pokes from Republic of Korea.
Yeah, it was just too bad as well for Amaka. I believe the entire game he did not find an opening to use the Tremor Smash, like a really good one, like go in and then everybody can follow up from there. Probably the best like go in and engage was the duel to the death, but that was like towards pretty much the end when they just wanted to finish off the Ukyo Tachibana.
Yeah, and duel to death is so great when you're initiating. Everything was reactive. So Tarusha would have to, amidst all of the chaos, find the right target. Songbin and, of course, Hyunmin were your targets. He was not able to do so because the rest of them, Yeonho, Jihoon, Sunggun, from afar, were just taking them down and controlling them and making life incredibly difficult for the Sri Lankan squad.
Exactly, right? And you check out this entire lineup coming in for the side of the Republic of Korea draft. It's more so on a few things. They don't really have much on the late game because their priority wants to be able to be looking into those early pickoffs coming in from the mid and roam and the jungle pressure generated by the Clash and jungle synergy, which in our way is like, okay, if we can win the early to make game and snowball to a fruition, why bother have the late game in the first place?
I also want to point out the fact that the stats earlier showed that Republic of Korea, everybody has almost similar amount of damage dealt. So that means that everybody contributed in their own way in terms of poking and stuff like that, right? Now, looking at this graph, it was quite clear from the beginning for all of us is that the moment the jungle invasion happens, it's almost like Sri Lanka had no answer to it. It's not like, okay, you invade our jungle at the bottom, for example, and then we invade your jungle at the top.
I
think you counter invade.
Yeah, it makes sense, right? But when we come towards the draft itself, right? they just don't have the winning lanes in allowing Tarusha to go for those counter invades. When he gets caught in his own jungle, you notice for a fact that the mid roam and Clash Lane has immediately rotated over to the side of Jihoon's aid to make sure that they can never react towards this. Look at this. The movement coming in for the side of Seongbin and also Yunho, they're already here, and where was the other side of the Sri Lanka squad?
Yeah, and they weren't there in time. I mean, the way that, again, the coordination, it's like, hey, I'll set it up so my buddy Seongbin can get the kill because I've lowered them. I've been able to just go in. Look at how they're always taking a numbers advantage when they go in. The setup, the damage, he gets on out. He's not even punished. And this is my favorite play of the game. Yunho, Flash Storm Strike, setting it up. Yeah, he eats a duel of death, but the rest of the squad are there. They've got the camaraderie and finding that last pickoff as well as taking the mid lane. This was a fully dominant Korea squad.
Yeah, and this moment, Jihoon was just like, okay, come get me, guys. I dare you, come get me. And that's what he wanted, right? He wants to pull the attention towards him so that all four of his teammates can push at the top and subsequently open up more space inside the base, and the rest was history.
Seongbin's Xiao Xiao has been magnificent coming in towards this game. Those flash follow-ups, those flash engages on the Honey Sweet Breeze, he was finding them markers really, really well with 506 KDA, 27% damage down, and only taking less than 10% damage in this game alone when playing so actively in the front line on this middle range mage.
Yeah, Seongbin, Illusion, one of the best mid laners, I would say, at the Asia Games qualifier. The way he's able to set things up and full control and not dying, right? I mean, taking like less than 10% of the team's damage means that he was never really focused. He was always from afar, throwing out those Honey Sweet Breezes and setting up the rest of the team and also getting a decent number of kills himself.
Yeah, and it's because of his setup, right? His other teammates are able to follow up from there. So sometimes when you set up, it's not only about you setting it up, but you need to be aware of like, are your teammates in the right position to go? Are their skills still on cooldown and all that? Taking all that formula into calculation, the moment he sets up, everybody goes in. This guy is the playmaker for the team.
Now it comes to the question here, how does Sri Lanka come back from this? Because I understand that there's a very large strength discrepancy between the two teams, and they have tried their best in finding those early pickoffs, especially on towards Seongbin. But the question comes, how do they find different moments? Like, how do they force the lead to be lesser coming in with the side of Korea? Because so far we've seen, yes, you can get some pickoffs left and right, but how do you equalize the lead? Because jungle control, map control has been pretty devastating for the side of Sri Lanka.
I think it starts from the beginning, right? In the first minute, when you saw that jungle invade, even to the boars, just taking those away, that kind of just snowballed a little out of control. And then the Azorka, they get vision of where the buffs have been taken, where the jungler is, right? And then they know that Tharusha is not there. And then later on, they go to the top side, they take that away. So they have that advantage because they're understanding where those junglers are. So for them, they need to repel that initial, any sort of scouting, right? Protect your jungle as much as possible, especially early, so that again, you're able to take things down within the team itself with that gold sharing.
I'm thinking along the lines of fight fire with fire, right?
Okay.
If they take your boars, you take their boars.
Okay.
Because the other side, the boars were still open, right? So they have the opportunity to like, okay, we'll let go of ours to you, fine, we'll go take yours, and you still equalize from there. So maybe something to consider.
I think it will come down to how the draft plays out, right? Where if you can go for the counter, that's the best case scenario here. But if you were caught in the middle of doing an Azure Golem and you have 5 people in your jungle, 4 people in your jungle in the early game, it's pretty difficult. So maybe coming in for the draft, coming in for the second game, for example, more winning lanes, or a jungle that is stronger in the early game against the Ukyu Tachibana, because Ukyu undoubtedly in this entire Asian Games patch has been pretty dominant in the early game. One of the best early game junglers, very aggressive, can go for boars, like Sir Claude mentioned, can go for Azure invades. So maybe when you go in towards the second phase of this series, try to remove it or try to at least match a 50-50 matchup.
Yeah, and while I do agree with you, I do think that the draft is important. But I think that if you think about this, even from that boar invasion, it could have been any 3 heroes. Right? Any 3 heroes going in. And I think that you're talking more lane matchup for maybe the next level, the deeper discussion in terms of how they can do a better job laning. But I don't think that it's something that they can do right away, right? The draft is definitely an edge, but I think, again, execution. Protect that jungle as much as possible, especially early.
You know what other deeper discussion we need to have?
What is it?
Is how awesome this place is, right? Yeah, this is the Petaling Jaya Marriott Hotel, ladies and gentlemen, the official venue and hotel partner for the 2026 Asian Games Esports Qualifiers Honor of Kings, where you see the stage being built, the players get to stay here, the lounge is here, the food is here, everything has been amazing.
Deep, man, deep.
Deep in so. And now, coming in towards this deep of a series, we need to find out how Sri Lanka is able to convert that loss into a better gameplay here. Like what Holler mentioned, right? Yes, pick and bans is one thing, but how you execute that early game draft, like react faster, be more proactive in getting the vision for your jungle here. It's like how Republic of Korea plays. They push out the mid wave, they get the vision immediately. It's like, okay, jungler, the enemy starts here. Do you want to invade or do you want to start normally? So these information should be acquired faster and in a much more efficient way so that Tarusha, the jungler coming from Sri Lanka, gets to react and think faster on his next move.
Yeah, and also when your jungle is being invaded, you spot this out. You spot more than one. Do we have the right numbers? We probably need more numbers so that we can truly punish them. I mean, if it's a 3-on-3, maybe you come out a little lucky on this 50-50, but maybe you look to just rotate to the other side. If your red is getting buffed or getting stolen, you should look to take theirs, right? So it's like the counter movements, I feel like they need to kind of, yin and yang, so to speak, in terms of where they are across the map.
It's like playground, right? Like if you see like the big kids playing in one part of the playground and you're this small kid, to go find some other small kids and play on the other side of the playground, right? So it's like, okay, if they come and invade your jungle, you go onto the other side, you play onto the other side, because technically, yes, if you draw the map, yeah, we always say that, blue side, red side and all that, but you can also rotate the map and think of it from like, the blue and red side can be a little bit different. So you can also play on the other side if, your own side of the jungle is invaded.
It's like the parallel jungling, right? Like make sure that you are swapping something, have a stop loss for this situation. Don't just give it away for free, essentially, which I am liking it from Sri Lanka, right? Locking in the Byron as their first pick, making sure that it's sufficiently strong in the early game to at least take care of Tarusha if he wants to go for those jungle invasions. And coming from South Korea, they go for these exact same route, banning with the Zhang Fei and Lian Po to start off the match.
Yeah, and they're also going to go with the Angela, something that they really like to go with, especially with Sungbin in the mid, actually, I believe. But anyways, they're going to go with that Angela, really set things up. I mean, this is about that control, the damage, and he loves to ambush people from brushes.
Yeah, we got to see the Yuhuan being picked up together with the Lady Zen as well. Oh, okay. So, looking at the current draft, they still need another hero to really be more durable in front here. So I'm looking at if they might want to consider picking up the Dune for themselves and then another marksman.
That could be the case, right? Coming in for the South Sri Lanka, if they do need a jungle tank per se. And South Korea, once again, locking up the Ukyotachi Bana. Since they didn't fill on it at all, they are revisiting that pick and making sure that the early game goes in towards their advantage here. So it's coming back to the same thing. Can Sri Lanka react towards the early jungle aggression coming in from Korea?
And as they go, I mean, you've got the Yukio. Like, this is just like the tried and true. If it ain't broke, why fix it? Plus, you have the Charlotte. You know that you're going to get a lot of impact from that top lane from Yono. So, a lot of just going at you, right? This is a type where I think that they feel confident enough. They don't really need a whole lot of the team fight, and they can just be more glass cannon style and to just jump onto this back line.
I'm now thinking about, like, what if Sri Lanka goes for a Nerza, right? Like, okay, if you have a Nerza, at least you can play with the pace of how Republic of Korea moves, right? Like, sometimes they're at the bottom, sometimes they're at the top, they're jungle invading top, they're jungle invading bottom and all that, they're playing with the lanes. So at least if you have a Nerza, you can also somewhat kind of spot out opportunities to like, okay, it's an opportunity for me to just fly at one of them and try to get the takedown to get with the team.
I think it could work out as long as Sri Lanka gets a smooth jungle early game, unbothered, uncontested, and the Nerza pick that you suggested gets to scale towards that level 4, then it may work out coming from Sri Lanka if they do have the hero pool per se. And right now, they are looking at a jungle and farm lane left coming in for their remaining roster here to be finished. Coming in for the blue side here, potentially the Direnje, the Aaron, something like that could be a equalized matchup going in towards the channel. We know for a fact the channel has been the tournament's favorite farm lane so far. Decent early game, strong late game. But the only thing that it loses to is a form of hard engage or some flank angle that Sri Lanka can actually consider in their draft.
Yeah, Luara is looking to be picked up here with the Ata. This is going to be an interesting wrinkle. We haven't seen Luara, I believe.
This is the first time.
Yeah, first time, right? So this is, I think, more for the lane-up matchups. It does actually, on paper, it does okay against the Wolves. That is Jano. So I see the logic behind this pick.
Yeah, but Luara doesn't scale very well into the late game, so that's a little bit scary here, right? So if this game goes late, right? So if we look at the draft of Sri Lanka, who can they depend on to deal the damage?
I don't think anyone can realistically scale to the late game from South Sri Lanka aside from the Luara if she does go for the critical build. And a trivia as well, Hyunmin on his original team itself for his club, which is North Red Force, he is the only few players that would actually bring out the Luara in competitive games. So this is more of a challenge for him to actually dissect how to play this specific matchup.
Yeah, you're playing into somebody who actually likes the hero himself, right? So, to be honest, the China will always have a bit of an edge, but the logic is there. It's all about execution on this. And you were talking about the fact that they don't have a late game, but hey, this is that time, right? If you want to go and take the fight to them, you got to go early because you got to set yourself up so that you have a good mid game. And then maybe that late game is something that we even get to here.
All right, let's see, where will we get to here in this game? Will it be an early, mid, or late game? Ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be game number 2 between Republic of Korea and Sri Lanka. So based on this draft, I don't know, man. I feel like during the early game, Luara is going to be harassed a lot because Luara is going to be the only key damage dealer for Sri Lanka.
Okay, you got to be a believer, okay? I think that's the biggest thing. The other ones, if we're talking about like the picks that they had, the Byron, very strong in the Clash lane, right? Should be fine against the Charlotte, at least early. Then you have the Ata. This is more of a Tharusha special. He loves this hero. Strives on it. Janeth, Lady Zhen, also a lot of control. I mean, you know that the Angela Songbin will be generally pretty static, immobile, and you can make him pay.
And same formula again applied by Republic of Korea, right? Jungle invasion at the top, and now they will just harass the Luara at the bottom, just like how we kind of expected, right? And now Anjana is forced to turn back. So by forcing him to turn back, he will lose this wave.
Yeah, loses. I don't think he's. I mean, he's gonna lose parts of it. He was kind of zoned out as is. Songgon has been a pain as well, especially with those cannon blasts. If you ever want to see how to play a moat's support, this is the way to do it, where you completely zone them out, push them away, and now Omaka has to look to just freeze the lane so that it buys time, at least for those 2 minions, to be picked up by Anjana here.
Okay, so looks like Republic of Korea, as compared to the game before this, they are taking this slightly slower. Or maybe they're just waiting for the buff countdown to happen, right? And then they will jungle invade again. But they're going to take the boss at the side. So again, some similar formulas here and there. Whereas for Sri Lanka, they are not doing that. Okay, you invade us, we invade you back. But the Blazing Brilliance from Seunbin will give him that first strike just like that, thanks to the multiple stuns.
Yeah, multiple stuns. Songbin, that Blazing Brilliance, that's going to set it up, right? It's Cannon Blast, the Chaos Center. This is a nice 1-2 combination. Angela, Moats. These guys, when they are able to hit their stuns, one will help the other one, and then Blazing Brilliance, it's GG for that unit.
Wait, they're looking for another one now. Now Ji-Hoon goes in, and they will let that one go for now because they will focus on to getting the buff.
Yeah, not only that, but they also took some of those beasts as well. Korea right now, this is the way you want to play. You want to be aggressive in looking to invade the jungle. This is textbook of just kind of taking over everything. Look at your side of the jungle. All of it, the top side, hasn't even been touched or it's respawning because you've taken everything from Sri Lanka.
Yeah, everything is dark right now for Sri Lanka side. Whereas, again, same formula, right? Oh, again, Blazing Brilliance! That's a brilliant one! With the thick center box, managed to hold them down. And Republic of Korea, just like that, gets 2.
That was the perfect play by Songgon. Complete setup. Cannon Blast, 3-man stun, flash, Fig inside the box, lock it down for Songbin to just clean house with that Blazing Brilliance. That's the 1-2 combination. You're going to see these guys moving all the way around. Plus, they're going to look to take away this Crimson Golem. They're taking away everything right now.
Dude, they have to be careful. One Cannon Blast, and then the Blazing Brilliance comes in, and it will be really, really quick. And that's why they are playing this very, very close to each other, just like what's going to happen right now. But lucky enough, this time Malka is able to get away to safety. Arjana has to back off as well. He's receiving damage, and he will be okay. But still, Republic of Korea, man, they are still pushing the gas.
Yeah. first things first, I'm not your dude, bro. As we go in, it looks like Yunho, a little on the lower side, is going to be looking to just run off here.
I got you, anyway, Tyrant's up, and with this kind of advantage, right? I mean, we're talking about like what, almost a 3-4K advantage. Oh, we're not done yet at the bottom. Amalka's really not having a good time at the bottom. They don't get Arjuna, it's fine. They get Amalka, that's okay. Without support, the Luara cannot farm at the lane.
Can't farm, can't even show face. That's the biggest issue. And Amalka, I mean, the Unending Sorrow had been used, so they knew it was on cooldown. And they're like, okay, let's just continue to wrap around. And Korea, again, just finding angles where, you know, Amalka should probably not even be hiding under the tower. That's how far back they need to be.
Bro, this long-range stunts. I got it. These long-range stunts are just so annoying. But, oh, okay, another takedown in the middle. Janif went down. Now, Republic of Korea, they're going to put focus onto the middle, and they're going to continue to push.
Yeah. I'm not your bro, friend, as we get into this one. Now, it looks like the high ground on this part, where it looks like Korea, again, just complete control in this.
Oh, man, look at the damage onto Arjana. He has to back off immediately. Who's going to protect him? Right now, he has to rely on Tarusha to protect him, but there's so many skills that can cut through. Again, the Cannon Blast from afar will stop them at their tracks, and how are they going to move forward? Oh, but they catch one in the middle. It's going to be Nasanda. Nasanda flashes away, but can he survive this one? Nasanda still being chased down, though. A little bit of an old extension there, and Junho will pay for it.
Yeah, he's going to pay for it. He went all in on this, and the rest of the Sri Lankan team are just waiting in arms. But they lose the mid T1. That's a bit of an issue here, as Korea, again, using that map control. Look at how the cores, Jihoon, Hyunmin, just running right back. They're going to just take over their jungle and then go back in when they need to.
Yeah, and Yunho was like, okay, yeah, he sacrificed himself, that's okay, but because he went chasing, the rest of Sri Lanka has to chase together as well. And because of that, the tower was left exposed for Republic of Korea to take down.
Yeah, and right now, Sri Lanka, they don't feel safe, right? Even in their own jungle. Look at how just like, even on the side, like Songgon is just like, okay, like, come at me. Like, even though he's largely by himself, but Sri Lanka is just more afraid of the other guys that might be there. I mean, yes, Sungbin is definitely within the vicinity, but they don't know that.
Another cannon blast there, signaling to the Sanda that, hey, somebody's in our jungle. So don't go out, guys. But if you don't go out, where are you going to farm?
Yeah, no space. Top T2 just, I mean, taken down here. They're completely zoned away. They've completely controlled this map. I mean, they're looking even to just cut the wave in the mid lane. Like, that's how, you know, brave and confident they are with this net worth lead.
Right. Are they going to open up the bottom lane? That could be a question for Republic of Korea. But anyway, the Blazing Brilliance comes in and Janice receives a lot of damage. Again, he has to back up to heal. Obviously, he cannot tank at all.
Cannot tank at all. I mean, completely zoned, back in their base, if you will. All 5 members somehow have to hold on. But it's a wave clear, right? Just deal with that. I think that Luara is decent at the wave clear part, but she's kind of not really farming enough, as she's about 1.7k behind Hyunmin.
Yeah, and if you want to wave clear, Luara's range is it's okay far, right? It's medium range, right? So if you go there and then you put yourself in an awkward position, again, Cannon Blast will come in, Blazing Brilliance will come in, and you're immediately deleted.
Yeah. Actually, that's the piece, right? Like, they have that range, like CC, right? So you can get completely controlled. You're gonna just have a really tough time even getting into the team fight.
Okay, mid tower now, slightly exposed, but waiting for the minions to come in. Top tower will be taken down by Republic of Korea, and this is their time to go in. No tower means hello, come in right now, and they will go in, and they will take down one by one. Hyunmin goes down, but it's okay. They still got 2 from Sri Lanka.
Yeah, but they also took the top T3, and they might even get more here.
Oh, okay, here comes the response here, but the Blazing Brilliance! Brilliantly done, and that's where they will get a hot streak for themselves. This is the time for Republic of Korea to claim the absolute 2-0 win.
Absolutely dominating performance here coming in from the Republic of Korea here. They make it look flawless, seamless. Every single play converted into a larger victory. And I like it. The combination coming in from Mozi and Angela. 1 Cannon Blast, 1 Chaos Cinder. Poof, someone is gone. And the early game, that was the story here. They just couldn't control how strong of a force that the jungle and the roamer coming in from Korea was just putting so much pressure onto the side lane.
Yeah, just way too much. Even in that very end, where you're kind of thinking, oh, we might have some numbers, we're probably going to be able to fight. But Songbin actually, he got locked into that ghost ship, and he's like, okay, I'm going to stand my ground right here, use that Blazing Brilliance, it gives you those shields, and he's able to just power through with the rest of them to just clear them up. So it ended up being a trap, so to speak, for Sri Lanka to go in, and they paid with their lives.
Too many long-range setups.
Too many.
The Chaos Cinder is an option, the Cannon Blast is an option, so either one lands, the other one might follow up, or it would just be follow up with the Blazing Brilliance, and that's it.
I mean, we saw that beautiful play coming in from the side of Xionggon in towards the Mozi. He went in, Cannon Blast on towards Tree, Spell 1 Flash Ultimate in towards multiple members, and then he got such a large lead for his team to set it up for such a seamless win.
Roamers are just able to make plays like that. That was like a team fight, almost game fight winning, like, you know,
game deciding,
right? Like that was so good right there.
Yeah, the only thing about the Cannon Blast is that you sometimes cannot shoot straight, right? You have to find that angle because the minions are there, or maybe something else is there. So you always tend to find that spot.
Yep.
And he managed to find that for the most part, which is great. If he can't find it, then well, the Chaos Cinder can follow up. So they have good options here. How can you take them down if you cannot even get close because of this, right?
I mean, it's a tough choice. For me personally, playing as a farm lane experience, right? When you have a Mozi on the enemy team and you get hit by one Cannon Blast, your entire laning phase is technically over. It's because, like, bro, now what?
Yeah. I mean, he's completely zoned away. He couldn't farm, he couldn't lane, he couldn't do anything. And this is also why it seems like the Yuan probably should have been babysitting a little bit more. You're getting a lot of value out of this, her sustains, the heals, and that outrange, that mini stun that you're getting, and not having that shield, you're really like kind of leaving him on a ledge, so to speak.
Yeah, and the unfortunate thing is that based on the draft of Sri Lanka, they don't have enough babysitters.
Yeah.
Right,
Yeah.
they don't have like a Zhang Fei, right, to like babysit, sit at the lane and absorb everything, or give extra shield with the Leaping Savior so that, whatever Cannon Blast comes in, you still be fine. They don't have that.
Yeah, they just don't really much have that, and they don't have someone like Liam Po, like you mentioned, or Zhang Fei, right, to really block the Cannon Blast for the farm lane. At the very least, if you have a Liam Po, you can utilize your spell kit, the CC immunity, to block some spell, at the very least sustain for quite a bit. When you absorb this pressure, the other side is relieved of stress so that they can play much more freely here. But once again in this game, Ukyu Tachibana, it's invading camps, it's taking away, stealing away all the gold resources coming in from Tarusha's Ata here. So it's been pretty difficult of a game for them to actually pilot through.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen Jihoon Haku play as much Ukyo as we've seen, right? Like the way that he's playing in multiple consecutive games, definitely not something they're traditionally will do. So this is going to be a new wrinkle because again, for this patch, Ukyo incredibly strong here.
One of the best early game junglers, right? Like we were to allude to just now in the pregame. But this is the gold stats, everything item-wise coming in for the previous game. And I gotta say, Xionggon, he's really clean on that Mozi.
Oh man, yeah, 009, all 9 assists towards him, and very, very good. I mean, he always passed together with Xiongbin, right? They always move together at some point. Even at the early stage, he joins in the middle first, pretty much stock standard, try to win the lane early on, and then they start to rotate. And from then onwards, it almost feels like they're in a relationship. It's like they always want to hold hands together and go anywhere.
Okay, but then the honeymoon phase ends, and then is there destruction? Do they break up? What happens in this story? Or do I need to find out next season?
Well, if the game was extended, then maybe that's the next season to it. But yeah.
Okay. So no, but I do think I like the familiarity between the two. Those two are definitely very hand in hand. They're definitely able to read one another's mind in terms of when they're looking to go, and I think that synergy has just improved. I mean, considering that this team, these guys have been picked up just this year. So from where we started in the beginning of the year, where there were definitely some questions, and now to the point where they're reading each other's minds and able to just stack stuns, they're on definitely a much higher level here.
And talking about higher level, right? With Korea bagging this win for themselves, they're currently 2-0 in the standings. And unfortunately for Sri Lanka, they're now 0-3. Now, we know for a fact that 0-3, unless the group starts shaping up into a three-way tie at the bottom, it's pretty difficult to actually qualify from this position from now on.
Well, I guess all they could do right now is just to try to win the next game and see how things goes, right? So the focus will still be there for them. If there's any hope, then, well, we'll see.
Yeah,
but
you control what you can control,
yeah.
right? And I think that, you know, they play their hearts out here. Korea got the better of them today in 2 games like this, and you're checking out exactly the goal graph. There was really not too many opportunities or jumps where Sri Lanka were able to kind of find their way back into it, because the way that Korea, again, just be able to control that map.
It's very difficult, right? When you're losing the early game so hard on towards the map, on towards jungle resource, because we talk about jungle resource, right? When you take something from the enemy, you're gaining that goal and they're losing that goal. So it's double the value if you can steal more camps away from the enemy here. And it goes the same for minion waves as well. If you take down someone with the Blazing Brilliance plus the Cannon Blast combo, they lose out a whole wave, and that's about 200 gold loss.
Yeah, and Sri Lanka was not able to even cross the river at all. Like, the best is that, okay, we play along the river, that's it. But, and that's shown through these highlights, right? Like, when was that time? Oh, but this is a beautiful, it was a 4-man.
3-man.
Oh,
3-man Cannon
3-man.
Blast into a 3-man thing inside the box. That was beautifully done.
Oh,
that was absolutely, that was the play of the game for me, right? Because once you open that up, the bottom T1, mid T1, everything just opens up because you have space. And then this is the play where Nisanda baits it out. Looking to go in. He's like, I got him. And he's like, oh crap, there are 4 of them. Oh no.
So fast. But yeah, towards the end, it was just like synchronizing, just rinse and repeat of what they did, right? Like, you get a cannon blast onto 2, the follow-up happens immediately. It was almost like seamless for them.
And this Blazing Brilliance, right? The shield value was just so critical. You know, for the fact that there was no escape anymore, no more flash, backs against a wall of the ghost ship, and then he's just like, okay, let me do it. Let me just drop all the damage there, and there we go. This was an MVP performance coming in from Seonggon. Definitely one of the key highlights of this game. I remember he brought out his signature Quay as well on his debut game for the side of Korea against Singapore. And now coming in towards the series, yet another skill shot reliant hero. He played it super duper well.
He's just able to predict the enemy movement and getting so much value. I mean, you were talking about the Quay already. He had a monster game in that one with all the hooks that he had. And then this one with the Cannon Blast, just so much control. I mean, he was like the perfect, final piece to this lineup to just really set it up and make everything so much easier for the squad.
And literally, he was the last pick.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Moza was the last pick. So, yeah, it's shown that they already had it in the plan. They already, kind of imagine, okay, how a team fight is going to play out, how every move is going to play out, and it's just so beautiful to watch.
The storyline coming in from Group D is really similar to Group A, where you have 2 group leaders. In the form of Group A is Indonesia and also Philippines. Now in Group D, it's starting to shape up with more and more games with Hong Kong, China, and also Republic of Korea, the 2 group leaders here. So if we were to think about it like that, I think one of the days we'll be having these 4 teams battling it out in their respective groups, which will be absolute bangers to actually decide in the end who will be the first place. Because first and second, yes, you make it to the main event, but it's about the pride and value that you get. It's like, I beat you, I'm the real first place.
Yeah, and actually just winning out. I mean, who's undefeated versus the 3-1?
Correct.
And I think that we're going to find out, I mean, in the final series, that one is going to be coming up, Hong Kong, China. They're going to go up against Singapore, who, in my opinion, haven't had a great time here. I mean, they've only played 1 game against Republic of Korea, but there were high hopes for the Singapore squad. There are some ex-pros on this team. So are they able to kind of take down Hong Kong, China, who have been rolling in the Asia Games qualifier this far?
Yeah, it's almost the situation of something that happened in Group A as well, right? A team went up against Indonesia and Philippines back to back. So it's the same case for Singapore, right? Like, they have to face off against Republic of Korea, and then Hong Kong, China is 2 back to back. But if you think about it, once you get over them, it's like, okay, we can now clearly focus on what's ahead of us, and we can leave that one behind.
I think if they perform really well, and not to say, okay, number 1, the idea is to win coming in from Singapore. Yep. Number 2, if you didn't win, but you perform well, that's still a good confidence boost in piloting yourself through the Group D itself, because Group D itself is pretty difficult. If you can survive and make it to top 3, that's good enough. Worst case scenario, make it towards the last chance stage and try to get your slot for the final 9th team going into the main event through that route instead.
Yeah, but it's actually really rough on the coach, right? And the reason why I say that is that you go in and you're just like, all you're doing is like researching Group D teams, right? Finding out their drafts, understanding what they're like, their tendencies, all of these things, the good things that you need for your team. And then unfortunately, if you get in third place, now you have to play the third place across all the other teams so that you have to check out and you got to start getting yourself prepared. And that is the life of a coach. I get that. But you don't want to put yourself and your team in that situation. You got to get top 2. I don't think you ever give up on that strive for that goal.
I like that. That means that, you gotta approach every single game just like, okay, this is the game, right? This is the game. Yeah. So who knows? Because of that kind of mindset and mentality of like, okay, we're gonna come in, this is the game. Maybe the opposing side might take it a little bit relaxed, right? And we might see a surprise.
Anything can happen, right? Yeah. Because in these sort of competition, esports world or like any mobile game, you can't decide an outcome just by saying something. Maybe something happened today. Maybe someone is not on the 100% form, and maybe someone on the opposing end is on like 200% of their form. Maybe these sort of things that actually happen, whereby we need to see how the game actually unfolds before deciding on an actual result. Of course, there are still discrepancies between teams we can always point fingers at, but I do believe, and I am a believer, that if it's not played yet, you can't 100% say it's gonna be like that.
Yeah. And I think that even going in, especially with that sort of mentality where it might happen, right? And I think that it's for Korea to just, again, they're gonna feel in a great spot, 2-0, and they're gonna be watching this final series here, getting a little bit of intel on Hong Kong, China, and to see exactly how to take them down, because both of these squads, they're not perfect. Even this series today, Republic of Korea, there were still some moments. I mean, it looked good. I mean, like an 80, like a 90% A-, I'm going to score them. But there's still things that they can do to get to that A+, if you will.
Oh, wow. You said
I have a very high standards.
Yeah,
very high standards.
I can see that, right? I'll be afraid to be your kid, right? but I do agree.
I'm adopting. I'm just saying, if you want, I can. But I'm bringing up standards. That's all I'm saying.
Just show me your bank account and we'll think about it.
Really?
Right? But yeah, I do agree with that. There were moments that they were kind of like, they let go. Like at the bottom.
But the interview currently is ready with the Korea representative after their win against Sri Lanka. Mara is ready on the stage, and let's go over to Mara to hear more about the interview.
Very convincing and dominant win from Team Korea. Sungbin, congratulations. For other teams, when they have an early lead, they keep forcing non-stop fights. But we noticed that with Team Korea, instead of forcing every fight, you controlled the map really well. With the vision, you were invading, stealing the jungle camps, you were denying the farm, and slowly increased the gold lead. So when does Korea decide when to make a fight and when to make the map smaller for their opponents?
많은 팀들이 계속해서 교전을 강요하는 플레이를 하는 반면 한국 팀은 상대 정글 자원을 빼앗고 시야와 맵 장악력을 넓혀가면서 상대의 성장을 제한하고 골드 격차를 조금씩 벌려가는 운영을 보여주고 있습니다. 그래서 그렇다면 팀은 어떤 기준으로 싸움을 걸어야 할 타이밍이 판단을 하나요?
일단 뱀픽적인 단계에서 미리 정하고 들어가는 것도 있고 지금 저희 모든 방향성이 그 정글 쪽에 잡혀 있어서 그게 가장 큰 원인인 것 같습니다.
So actually, at the band pick stage, we already design and control all the route that we are going to play. So that's the stage where we prepare, and then also our route is focused on the jungle route, so that's how our strategy goes.
We can see the experience of Team Korea. Now looking at your group, because you seem to be dominating the first 2 matches so far, which team and region do you think would be the biggest challenge for Team Korea, and how do you plan to go up against them?
So 압도적인 그 게임을 보여주셨는데요. 그래서 팀 중에 가장 큰 경쟁자가 어떤 팀인지.
아무래도 이제 저희 마지막 경기인 홍콩이 가장 힘들 거라고 예상되고 그 이유는 사실 홍콩이 가장 이 게임을 오래 했을 것 같아서 그게 이유인 것 같습니다.
So our last game with Hong Kong is our strongest opponent, and then the reason is because they played this game for a very long time. So yeah, that's the reason.
And we're really excited to see that. But tomorrow, you're going to be going up against Team Syria. So let's invite the people from Republic of Korea to support you and also send a message to all your supporters.
우리 한국 지금 응원하고 있는 팬분들께 말씀 한번 해주세요.
오늘처럼 그냥 빨리 끝낼 거니까 그냥 가볍게 오셔서 구경만 하다 가시면 좋을 것 같습니다.
So we will finish the game tomorrow very fast and quick. So please also come to support us and watch the game.
Finishing the game very fast and very quick. That is their prediction. Now let's see what the casters have to say. Casters, lead the gorge.
Thank you, Xiangbin and Mara, for the interview there. You can definitely know that their final goal is also to meet up against Hong Kong, China in their fateful battle. They know for a fact Hong Kong, China has so much experience as a team together, just like how Republic of Korea. Their team is really similar in playstyle and also in terms of experience-wise. So their battle is going to be legendary.
Yeah, and battle for the top, if you will. And I mean, things are looking like both of them are going to be towards that 3-0, and that's going to be the final showdown, if you will. And you're kind of thinking, does it really matter? Of course it matters, right? I think in terms of reputation, respect, and all of that, being the top dog is where you want to be, and you always want to take it to them, no matter who you're playing against.
Of course, the flex matters.
Yeah, of course.
The flex matters. And obviously, if you are number one, number two, objectively, it doesn't matter because you both qualify onto the main event, but it's a matter of who qualifies to the main event with a red carpet, right?
It's like there's a saying, right? If you're a 100-mark student and a 99-mark student, the 99-mark students had an error, but the 100-mark student, it's because the max mark is only 100 marks. That's not his limit there.
Okay. No, I do think that, like, obviously, I'm the 100-mark student here at the table, while you guys are like 90, 92, and 91. But, you know, it is what it is.
We'll give it to him. We'll give it to him. It's okay. Let him have a win.
I will happily take that one. I mean, but I will always go for 100. That's what I think that both of these squads are looking to do as well, especially, again, when you're going in and you're going to you might even see them in the main stage. You want to kind of put that thread in them now.
But you know what else I will always go for?
What is it?
It's our official gaming phone for the 2026 Asian Games Esports events on our case qualifiers, which is iQOO, ladies and gentlemen. The phone that helps all these players to perform really well on stage, and how you saw those quick moves with the Iko Tachibana, with the quick cannon blast, flash in, and then the thing inside the box thing. Yeah, it's all achievable with this iQOO phone.
Always a good device that can improve your gameplay, right? And talking about gameplay, our upcoming match will feature Hong Kong, China going up against Singapore here for our final match of day 6. For Singapore, this is going to be an important match for them because they're currently 0-1 in the standings here. And for Hong Kong, China, if they win this, they're soft guaranteed as well for their spot into the main event.
Yeah, I was definitely getting the cart ahead of the horse. You know what I mean? In the sense of like, oh yeah, Hong Kong and Republic of Korea are going to meet. But like, wait, hold up, yeah. Hold up. Singapore is still a very strong team. They have a lot of potential here. But are they able to bounce back? I think that I was a little worried when I first saw them from the Republic of Korea game. And hopefully they'll be able to level up and really take it to Hong Kong, China here.
I mean, they fall arguably one of the best in the group, right?
Yep.
So at least that's an experience for them, so they know that, okay, this is going to be the standard here. This is going to be how this tournament is being played, how the stage feels, how we should prepare ourselves mentally and all that. So I guess the next game would be a good run for them.
I think it's like a testing ground, right? For Hong Kong, China, it's about repeating that success they talk about. And for Singapore, it's like also a testing ground, but trying their absolute best to topple the giants of their group. And if they can do that, great news. If they cannot do that, also okay, but they need to be sure that their mental is in check, and the way that they learn from the game that they lost, they need to absorb it quickly and adapt.
Yeah, and being down 0-2, I mean, I think you were talking about how the team that was up against Indonesia and the Philippines, that was Mongolia, they were down 0-2, and then all of a sudden they had to play all the other squads. But I think that this is potentially the same way, but they need to bounce back much quicker. I don't think they want to get into that situation because the mental state will be completely shook at that point.
Oh yeah, absolutely, right? Absolutely. I'm sure they will bring the best to the table later on, so I can't wait to watch the match.
Well, you gotta wait for just a little bit more because we need to go for a short break before we come back for our final series of the day featuring Hong Kong, China going up against Singapore for more action in Group D. So see you guys later on.
Who will be the next to shine on the Asian Games stage? Contestants fight for the honor of their regions while we cheer them on from the stands. This is a challenge, but it is also an opportunity. The tide has turned.
Fastest in front. They're gonna use it. Golden tight zone. Tatsuri.
And we pulled it off together. We share the same voice, the same radiance. This moment of brilliance belongs to all of us. Together, we shine.
Welcome to the 2026 Asian Games Esports Qualifiers, Honor of Kings. 20 regions, one stage, and only the strongest 9 teams will earn the right to shine above the rest. Taking place in Malaysia, June 13th to 21st, 2026. Coming to Malaysia, this is the battleground where teams fight for the right to qualify for the Asian Games. 20 teams enter, but only 9 teams will move on. Apart from the 20 regions, there are 3 regions that have direct qualification. Here is the 2026 Asian Games Esports Qualifiers Honor of Kings format. First, the 20 teams will split into 4 groups of 5. In each group, every team faces every other team once in a single round robin, with every match played in a best-of-3 format. That means every match matters. Every game matters. Every single point matters. The point system is simple. Win the match, earn 1 point. Lose the match, earn none. At the end of the group stage, teams are ranked by the total points they've collected. And from there, the road begins to shine. The top 2 teams from each group qualify directly to the Asian Games main event. That gives us 8 teams advancing straight out of groups. But for those not through yet, the light isn't out. The teams that finish 3rd in each group still have 1 more shot. They move into the last chance stage. There, they battle through one final BO3 single elimination bracket until 2 teams remain. The 2 teams will then face off in a BO3 match to claim the one final qualification slot. So in total, 9 teams will make it through, 8 from the group stage and 1 through the last chance stage. That is the rule. Now it is time to see who can rise through it. From across the world, regions gather here in Malaysia. 20 teams, and only 9 will qualify. The path is set. The stakes are clear. Together, we shine. Stay tuned, and we'll see you at the stage.
magic murmurs in ecstasy.
Amazing!
There is no escape for you.
Killing spree! Double kill! Triple kill! Spectacular! Kill!
Don't worry. I'll be back for your life soon.
Double kill!
Shall I compare thee to a summer's day?
Slain. Don't engage! Slain. Don't crush us like insects! Slain an enemy! Defend our base! Our high ground tower is under attack! Amazing! Unbelievable! Triple kill!
Ah, the fragrance of romance.
Ally has been slain! Rampage! Double kill! Triple kill! Spectacular! Pentakill!
Lady Fortune is on my side.
They tried!
The new Spritling skill, Dig It, is a passive skill, which will automatically trigger at fixed times each match, up to a maximum of 10 times. The skill grants guaranteed standard rewards like gold, XP, shield, health recovery, and more. There's also a small chance to uncover mysterious grand prize effects during the match. Dig It may also produce tradable high-value treasures. Detailed information about acquired treasures will be shown after the match ends. Each treasure has its own rarity and storage size, and obtained treasures will be automatically stored in your warehouse. If you want more high-quality treasures, make good use of the Treasure Fusion feature. You can also copy and share your code so friends can help speed things up. Treasures in your warehouse can be sold for event currency, which can be used to redeem skins, items, and other rewards on the event page. You'll even have a chance to win physical prizes like smartphones and cash. You can also spend event currency to bid on high-value rewards. The auction uses a hidden bidding system, where you can submit 2 bids for the same reward. The highest bidder wins, giving you even more ways to obtain rewards.
Itu kan track kita. Relax bro. Phone aku! Jom ke bara. Mountain View!
Call the night. You know we made it out, we found the light. I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new vibrant world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Now I see that I got everything I need. It's alright, I'm on fire, I'm alive, 'cause now I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new colorful world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Never thought we'd get this far, burning like the stars. How we get this far, like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. What's a life without its worth? Compromising with what hurts inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take in life. In life, I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against the odds, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, and no one let me down. Destiny is calling high. I'm not afraid to fight for everything I love. Victory's on my side. The more we lose, the more we gain. The more that nothing stays the same. In time, can love ever, can forget. What you see is what you get. Sometimes gonna show the world tonight the light that shines inside us. We're against the odds, but we won't give up, 'cause it's our time to shine.
We are back once again for the 2026 Asian Games Esports Qualifiers for Honor of Kings. This is day 6 and we are on track for our final series of the day, featuring Singapore going up against Group D giants Hong Kong, China. My name is Sagi here, coming in for this live broadcast. We have once again Holler and Sir Cloud back on the English broadcast.
Yeah, and I'm actually just fired up for this last series, right? I think Hong Kong, China, and Singapore, they were going in as a bit of one of the favorites, or one of the teams to look into, definitely in Group D. And then now to see them, how does Singapore respond? I mean, they lost 0-1 to Korea, but Hong Kong, China on the other side, they've done well. They're 2-0 at this point.
Yeah, in Hong Kong, China, they have a peculiar play style, right? They like to take things slow. They like to slow down the pace. They like to eat up the space and then end the game from there. So that was, at least from what we saw from one of the games, right? But we don't know what kind of play style they're going to bring today.
It's like to your point, they like to take it slow is because that they want to reduce any form of risk possible and then slowly choke out their opponents and then slowly get the win after the shadow objective 10 minutes, then push for that victory here. It's slow and methodical. Some may say it's like less on the kills, but it's more on how they execute the rotations, the invades, the zoning coming in for certain objectives.
Yeah, but what is the strategy that you like to do? Are you slow and steady, or the approach, are you like really fast and aggressive? Like, what style are you, Cloud?
Oh, I like to just do it fast, right? I like to end the game fast because I don't want to drag it to the late game.
Okay.
All right? I don't want to have any risk because you know that, we all have these kind of games where we're like, okay, we're dominating our ranked game, we're going in, okay, we can close out the game, boom, last minute come back.
I think there's a very good representation of this in the visual way that I can give you. You like to watch the double Marco Polo ultimate defending the base coming in from Team Laos, but you don't want to be the one defending the base from Team Laos. One is that you're actually looking at the game, it's like, wow, that looks really fun. When your experience is like, no, please just end this game. Like, get me to the next game, you know?
Yeah, nobody wants to experience that.
Exactly
like on
right,
the wrong side of that, when things are at like 1%, you're able to do it. But I think that, Hong Kong, China, the strategy works, right? If it ain't broke, why fix it? Because they've had a good early start. If it's not as good, then they need to change it up. That's when you need to see the pivot and then being a little bit more aggressive like you want.
Yeah. So be objective. If you can end the game as quickly as possible, why not, right? Because the longer you drag the game, your opponent is also kind of farming and catching up to the levels and all that, and they can potentially fight back.
And I know a game mode that actually doesn't go that far into the late game. You can try out the new Super Flow Brawl mode coming in with new talents and random events, more ways to play, and it's all awaiting for you to discover it. So if you are a bit tired in rank, you're experiencing a lose streak, try to vent out some of your frustration in Super Flow Brawl.
Yeah, I'm actually just, everything I want to do, every time I'm like I feel toxic or I feel bad, that's kind of where I go because that's like my comfort place, right? Because I like to just, again, I'm experimenting new heroes and I'm not losing those points and it's not such a big deal, but it still has the same gameplay that you want from Honor of Kings.
Yeah, I really love this game where I play it every day, even before this as well, when it was still in the beta. It's like, okay, that's that one game that I always go for because, well, you have a reward for it.
Yeah.
And also, it's like what you said, right? It's a chill game, right? Whatever happens, it's fine, and I can always pick the same heroes without feeling bored.
And it's guilt-free, right? And same heroes, and you have different ways of approaching it. And I know for a fact that you probably played Zhangfei Jungle there once or twice.
Oh, I played Hou Yi. I just spam Hou Yi there. Because it's much more fun. You get those talents, right? It's a lot more fun.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be really fun that we can check out after this broadcast itself. But for this current matchup here coming in against Hong Kong, China, against their opponents, Singapore, we will definitely need to invite them into the arena to meet head-to-head for this Group D showdown. So let's invite them to the stage.
They know exactly what is needed to secure their place at the main event. With everything to play for, they step into the arena, ready to show the world who they truly are. Here comes Hong Kong, China!
A setback behind them, but their focus remains forward. Built on discipline and teamwork, they return with renewed determination. Please welcome Singapore!
Hong Kong, China currently undefeated in Group D, but on the opposing end, Singapore desperately looking for their first win to stand tall in their respective group. And now, this is the moment for them to find their footing. Will it be Hong Kong, China qualifying directly to the main event, or will Singapore retaliate and find that footing?
They control their destiny, right? I think that Hong Kong, China, and you're going to see them right here, Zikin, Kahing, Kawa, Sumki, and Kahing. And it's going to be a team that, again, that has a lot of history on the pro scene. I mean, Fearless Esports is one of the team's former Pause Gaming players, as well as AG throughout. 4 out of the 5 players have been on those pro teams. So again, a lot to look into as they try to secure that 3rd win today.
They're really, a big experienced bunch coming in for this tournament alone, where their experience is converted into slow, methodical gameplays. Rather than saying it's slow, it's more, I would say, calculated. You can't really find mistakes from them because they're not allowing any single inch for you to capitalize on that.
Yeah, it's like what we discussed the other day, right? It's like, it's not only a textbook gameplay, but it's also a dictionary gameplay. Whatever that they've done is all perfect. But their opponents here, representing Singapore, going to be Yanze, Yu Ming, Yi Hui, Kai Yang, and Weekend. So this team, this lineup, they have their own respective competitive experience.
They also had one. I mean, they previously were at KIC 2024, and they were playing as Revenant Exports at the time, or Team 123, depending on what level you were going at. But they have a little bit of experience on the pro stage. They didn't have the greatest of times, but through that tournament, that performance, you saw the rise of Kayang, aka Raven. He got picked up by Visaka Esports. He had his own legacy on that one, but now he's back on the Singapore side. He's back with his old bros, if you will, and to see if they're able to take down Hong Kong, China, this one is going to be a great one.
It's a statement match, right? If they can do it, great. If they can't, they still have to venture in towards Group D to scavenge for that first win that they're looking about here. But everything starts somewhere, and this could be a possible good start coming in from Singapore as they are selecting the blue side here. So the last time that we saw Singapore go up against Republic of Korea, Korea's tactic against them is to ban away the meta farm lanes like the Arlie and Chano, removing any sort of late game carry potential for the specific player.
Yeah, that became very difficult for you to kind of choose what's going to come up next time, because those are the hot meta picks, right? But the good news this time for Team Singapore is that they are on the blue side. So they will have the chance of getting that first pick, unless, well, again, the first 2 picks are being banned out. They are the meta picks.
Yeah, and going into, it looks like there's a little bit of a discussion as the teams are going in there. Coach Sean is kind of having a discussion with the stewards on this one, because it's just ensuring that everything is fine and in the appropriate state. But for Singapore, if they can play spoiler, Hong Kong, China has built a lot of momentum. Getting that 2-0 hasn't been the easiest, and getting to this spot where, again, if Singapore were able to get the upset, we might have a little bit of a challenge towards the top of Group D.
Yeah, if they can mess up the dynamic coming in from Group D and send any of the teams down towards that route in 3rd place, that's definitely going to be the dream story coming in for either of these players here. But we're still getting ready before we jump in towards the pick and bans here, and below here you can check out the highest average GPM of top 3 of the players here in this current tournament.
Wow, and there are 2 players representing Hong Kong, China here in the top 3 average GPM, which is Sum Ki on the farm lane and also Kahin on the jungle. But in between them, Justin from the Philippines also there as well. Now, if we were to look at like the differences, right? So obviously they're playing different roles, but as a farm laner, GPM is going to be really, really important. But to have an average GPM of 913 as a farm laner, this is insane.
If I were to paint to you like the actual number at 10 minutes, that's 9,000 plus, which is about 4.5 items completed prior to the high rank fight, which is pretty insane coming in for the side of Sumki. It means that he's given a lot of room to scale and farm, and a lot of resources coming in from the side of Hong Kong, China to play accordingly in this game.
Sumki, man. I mean, we know him back from when he was Zai Zai, right? Playing for formerly AG 2024. Then you also see that Kahin, he's also a guy that's been very well known on the international stage. Miles Otis, right? So he played for Pause Gaming, also played on AG 2024, that squad as well. So a lot of familiarity within the squad, but are they able to bring that experience? And it's been some time, let's be honest, from when Pause Gaming played to this stage.
Yeah, so it's now, and this stage is also one thing, right? This stage itself, the patch is also going to be a bit different, maybe not something that they have been, are more familiar with in recent time at least, so they had to like reset themselves again. So who knows? Maybe this is an opportunity for Singapore to capitalize on.
Yeah, they will first have to capitalize on how they want to structure the draft first, right? Since you did mention limited heroes with 85 of them here, and you're not bound by the global ban pick rule. Everything is standard ban pick. So if you can find that rhythm, that perfect pick and ban that really works out for your team, you can repeat the same process like what we saw from Team Kazakhstan, right? It's a bit of the same few heroes left and right, but it's the same formula that brought them through to triumph over Vietnam in Group C.
Yeah, and going into this one, the biggest piece for me is that Singapore, they need to come out firing, right? They're a very emotional squad. If they start to like lose or get into like a somewhat competitive but like losing factor, that resilience, it's something that we kind of can question, right? Are they able to bounce back? And I mean, if Singapore are going to have a chance in this series is if they start off fast.
Well, it sounds to me like they need to try to find that opportunity to get that first strike. If they get the first strike, they get the groove, they just roll on from there, right? So they have to play this really, really fast. But let's see what sort of draft will they put onto the table here. And we're going to see the meta bans out. So
there we
you put it
go.
on, Sagi, Chano Ali.
Yeah, that's the way you actually counter the Singapore lineup here that really focuses around their player, which is Kaya on that farm lane role. For the side of Singapore, they banned away the Charlotte and Maestro Nui, some of the picks that Hong Kong China actually had pretty good success with, while locking down the Guan Yu here as their first pick. Guan Yu for me is an interesting pick here. It is really strong when enemy has immobile backlines, but in this case, Hong Kong China can still whip out the Ata in that first pick to really counteract against this Guan Yu.
Definitely open, definitely a meta pick, and boom, there you go. Just like you called it, Sagi. I mean, the Ata there, plus you're going to use the Fatih, which is a pretty decent laner in and of itself. So not only it's, you know, this is why the red side can be super key. You've shown your meta pick, now we've got ours.
Yeah, and the party can clear off lanes really fast as well. So this will give that option to, in case they need to do any form of split push. Now the Direnje and Lapu Lapu, I would say it's pretty much stock standard here in this tournament, right? So even if you don't have if you don't go for the Zhang Fei, you go for the Lapu Lapu. If you don't have the meta farm laners, you go for the Direnje, especially with the fact that Direnje is anti-CC.
Yeah, anti-CC, good in dealing against tanks like the Ata if you land your ultimate, which reduces 50% of your like defensive stats, right? So coming in for Direnje, I would say that it's one of the lane bullies as well that could go toe-to-toe with Sumki on that errand here. As we jump in towards the second phase of the pick and bans, more priority will be given over to the jungle side where Ukyo Tachibana has been removed from the pool, and potentially some form of a bruiser jungle or something like a Dun might be a good consideration here coming from Hong Kong China.
Yeah, and actually, the way that they were able to secure, you got the counter pick that you want, you got Aaron going up against the Direnje, and something that, again, when we were looking at the stats, I mean, Singapore know that Sumki's the guy, right? So they're going to try to target it as much as possible. You wanted to pick that before you go into the second phase of this draft.
Ooh, and now with the Angela being picked up, so what Singapore will be looking at is that a hero that can follow up on the CC of the Lapu Lapu, right? So mid hero is still missing for them. Maybe the Princess Frost can be considered as a follow-up after Lapu Lapu engage. That could be something.
Yeah, something like a Princess Frost, Garuda, or even a Gun and Mo that could actually outrange Hoa. All these are decent pickups here that Singapore can actually benefit from in that mid pole. And going for the jungle side is where the pole is starting to shrink. Maybe potentially visit the Nurza that has a pretty decent win chance against the Ata in this case.
So it has that potential. I mean, the Ghost Ship can completely lock it down, but it looks like they're going to go with the Zia and the Neza, as you rightly called out. It seems like they just want to go fast and furious, get on top of that Angela and Aaron as much as possible.
Yeah, and they should, right? Like what we discussed earlier on is that, okay, they have to play this game aggressively fast, try to get the first try. They get the first try, they get the momentum, and they ride on that towards the later stages of the game. Because from what we have learned from Hong Kong China's playstyle is that they like to take it slow and they follow textbook gameplay. So that could be something to exploit.
Yeah, and for the side of this specific draft that Singapore has lastly drafted, right? At the first glance, you're like, okay, Direnje, Cole, you are a early to mid-game farm lane. Not the greatest when you go into the late game, but with the addition of the Ziya here in the final pick, you sort of fix the issue where there's like two beefy front lines coming in from Hong Kong, China. The burn coming in from the Ziya and the ultimate coming in from the Direnje all deals really well against tanks like the Ata, like the Zhang Fei.
Yeah, and it looks like they're going to round it up. I mean, they got team fight galore from the Hong Kong China side. The other ones, is this Neza going to be enough to really get to the backline to make that sort of impact? Because you know, once you jump in, the rest of Hong Kong China are going to be jumping on top of you as well. So that Skyfall needs to be immaculate in terms of its own backup as well.
Yeah, it's going to be quite a challenge to get to the backline, right? Now that I think about it, because you have like 3 protectors at least from Hong Kong China that can protect the area. So it's not going to be the easiest of tasks. But if Hong Kong China in a team fight, they happen to tunnel vision, it could be an opportunity for Team Singapore to capitalize.
Yep, and as we go into this one, looking at this draft, do you give any of the teams an edge, Clown?
Ooh. Just based on the draft, right?
Yeah, just on the draft. In a vacuum, don't even look at players.
Okay, if it's just based on the draft, I kind of like Hong Kong China's draft a little bit more just because of the amount of protection they can have. They can give towards Erin. Because Erin is like, okay, as long as you can open up space, free hits, Erin's all good.
Is it because they have a Zhang Fei on the side?
I mean, you could say that too. Yeah, I'm a bit biased towards the Zhang Fei, not gonna lie.
Okay. Yeah, but I mean, for me, I'm always questioning the Xia pick, right? Because I always feel like teams understand what it wants to do. It wants to wave clear. It's going to give you that level up. But when you're falling behind, the hero is very underwhelming. It doesn't seem to be able to kind of really have that sort of impact that you're looking for from that old man.
Well, we'll see.
It
yeah,
looks like the flash away. Kaiyan getting a little bit low. He barely dodges that last shot. That was super close for Kaiyan.
Oof, okay, that was really close. I thought that he would have gotten that first strike, but okay, the first strike has to wait. But Yanzi now being pressured at the top as well. Now, back onto the topic of the Xia, right? So, I personally think that the Xia is good, right? So, the Xia, wave clear and all that. But one thing, the Xia needs a setup.
Yeah.
For the universal law to truly to land beautifully, right? So he might be looking for like, okay, Yanzi, you have to set up first before I can come in with the universal law. That's the best.
Yeah, that would be best case scenario, right? If he's able to kind of get that true impact. But UA, a lot of eyes on this guy in terms of just being able to set that up because Kaiyan will be focused. Yu Ming, again, he'll be constantly farming, taking the gold share, and once he gets going, he'll start to do a little bit of work himself. But UA, in terms of the universal law, if he's able to get on top to really just soften up the Hong Kong China squad.
Yeah, and okay, besides Yanzi, we can do it too.
Instantly used, finding some key though, but the Blazing Brilliance, he's actually trying to dodge this one. He might have gone a little too deep, and now with that universal law, does a little bit of work. Hong Kong, China, both sides actually are limping away.
Hey, what I'm liking about the current game, right, is that both sides, they are getting 50-50.
Yeah.
So Hong Kong, China, yes, they try to invade, they try to poke and all that, and we see a couple of times that they almost got a few strikes. But Team Singapore, they respond back, right? They don't sit back, like they go at them. It's like, okay, you want to fight? Okay, let's fight at the river. We come together, I send the universal law, and they push back the Hong Kong, China players.
Yeah, but Hong Kong, China still have a bit of an edge, right? It's about 200, 300 gold. It's actually gotten a little bit smaller. Singapore using that gold sharing to their advantage. But Yuming, I like the fact that you put the Skyfall on early. Right? This is like, hey, you got to respect me. I'm flying in. I might be there at a moment's notice. You got to consider where I'm at any time in this game.
Okay, so we're going to go to the quote-unquote tiebreakers soon. The moment the tyrant arrives. And both sides, I believe, is going to contest it. And it will be interesting to see who wins this because both teams still quite neck and neck in terms of goal. Not too far different, and in terms of level, pretty similar as well.
Yeah, very similar here, but a little bit of a stun on Kaiyan. He dashes away, gets to safety, but that was really smart by Hong Kong China. They teleported to the mid lane, they took the mid lane, and they took those boars, right? It's all about the little things, and now the Skyfall, they find Sumki. Does he have enough to get away? He gets under the tower, and they have a bit of a stun, and Sumki's solo, and Yuming gets first strike.
And this is what we were talking about. Team Singapore, they need to get the first strike, and they can ride on their momentum forward, and they were fortunate to get some key.
Yeah, and actually they find him. The ghost ship is going to be landed as well. This is the perfect opportunity for Singapore to take this tyrant. It looks like Yanzi was potentially going for that flank, and Hong Kong, China have to respect it because they don't have the numbers as well.
And Team Singapore, they get the tyrant for themselves. So this is the momentum that we talked about, right? Okay, you get some key, get the first strike, and then you get the next objective, which is the tyrant. And when they got Sumki earlier on, Sumki did not have his splash. So it was an easy takedown for them, which is great, right? They saw that opportunity, they took it.
Yeah, and taking that one. And I think that Singapore, look, when they're going in, you always want a priority list. Who needs to die first? Hawa's probably high on that list, but Sumki is at the top. You gotta focus him down. And Yuming, you know he's gonna be skyfalling. Anytime he sees him, he's gonna go right for that back line.
Oh, Kahing. Okay, they spoil out, but then again, he's just gonna be that that spotlight there, right? Just to gather information. And now he will join his team at the top, but he's still opening up the map. And because of his position here, Team Singapore, they're forced to like, okay, do they want to put attention to Kaheng? Do they want to go to the lane? It kind of messes up Team Singapore's sort of decision making.
Yeah, a little bit of decision making, but they traded towers, you know, the top T1 for the bottom T1. I think in the end, it's like you'll take what the enemy's giving you, and they're happy to trade at this stage because understanding that, hey, we're still kind of close. It's still very early, and now Singapore, you know, I think that they'll be continue to just push these mid waves across.
Okay, and the Umbrella Alpha is ready though, so they can start it out.
Chip onto 2 with that Chaos Cinder, does a little bit of work. The Umbrella Alpha pushing them outside, and they dodge the Ghost Ship. The Wombo combo was looking to be good, but they didn't get it hit right.
Okay. Team Hong Kong China, they got it right? Like the Ghost Ship comes up, and then the Umbrella Alpha's to follow up, but Team Singapore, they were ready for it. They know, okay, it's time for us to jump over the Ghost Ship, and then we're all safe. We jump over that, and then they wasted the Unbridled Alphas from Kaheng. Wow. Team Singapore, today they are on their game.
Yeah, their reflexes are definitely hitting, right? We have never said that Singapore was not good. They are. They have the mechanical skill. It's just that ability to kind of play. And we've only saw one game when they played up against Republic of Korea, which are a juggernaut in and of itself. So for Singapore to get into this one, this is still a great team, assuming, again, they stick to their guns and what they want to play.
Okay, just referencing the goal right now, right? So it's starting to be a little bit of shift to Team Hong Kong China because they are starting to make those plays. Whereas for Team Singapore, they have been on the defensive side for quite a while right now, especially after the first Tyrant. So they have to try to find a way to shift that momentum back.
Yeah, but at the same time, okay, now he's looking to wrap around the flash away, just keeping Hawa at least alive, and the Ghost Ship will be set up. They're gonna bounce around him on this, and the Umbrella Uppers pushes them back, and that's a perfect disengage. Yes, big ults were used, but nobody died.
There's a defensive Unbridled Alphas there just to make sure that they are able to keep things alive here. And now they're going to go for that jungle invade at the bottom though. Or are they going to... I don't know. It almost feels like Team Hong Kong China, they're just stalling time for that split push because we haven't talked about Zikin for quite a while.
Yeah, and that was the play, right? The mid-fight was like, everybody stay alive, but actually we want towers. It's space created. Everybody's so tunnel visioned on the mid lane that Zikin was literally just walking it down. He's going to potentially take the bottom T2 as well.
Yeah, just keep your eyes on the minimap, man. Look at this. All eyes at the top, but nobody's putting attention to the bottom. Okay, yes, Team Singapore, they trade off by one tower at the top, but look at the second tower at the bottom. It's almost gone.
Yeah, it took a lot of damage, and that's structural. And Zikin is just happy with glee because he's just going to walk away and be like, okay, now you're going to look to defend. It's already less than half, and anytime you go up to the top side again, I'm just going to take that one down. But one thing that Singapore are doing well is that they're securing their jungle, right? How many series have we seen today where the losing team just like completely gives up on their own jungle?
Yeah, absolutely right. Absolutely right on that. And also, they respond quickly to whatever that's happening at the bottom too. They still retain their tower, although it's only half health, but they still retain it. That's most important. Now, let's see how will they respond to this.
Yeah, it doesn't look like they're going to get that one. The smite was used. So Kahin, again, this is what you want. I mean, if you think that there's going to be a 50-50 with Yuming, like take the challenge because you're contesting if you aren't able to get it out. But Yuming using the smite now for the Tyrant, probably going to be the last one before we get those shadow variants.
Oh, I'm liking this from Team Singapore, right? What they're doing is that, well, we did talk about like trying to shift the momentum to the other side, and Team Singapore is doing exactly that. Now they are playing for Team Hong Kong China to play with their rhythm.
Oh, Kaiyang, he actually gets hit by the very tip of that one, but it looks like he's gonna be fine. He just dashes away. Kahin is a little bit on the low side, but Weekend getting low himself. He's tanky, but at what cost? Kahin gets the revenge, does get the kill, but Yanji's gonna be picked off as well. Sumki all the way on the side, just playing on the outskirts. 3 members down from Singapore, and just like that, Hong Kong China with a huge advantage as they got a 3-for-1.
Ooh, that's a big one. That's a big one. That could break the momentum here, but then again, not all hope is lost as we still have the Universal Law to clear off the minion wave. Hence, the middle tower will still stand.
it seems like they're fighting on different fronts, right? They're not playing the same game of like all 5 guys on one guy. It's like 2-on-1, 1-on-1, like they're all over the place. But DJ Cloud, I mean, break this one down.
Oh, DJ. Okay, so look at this, right? Look at this. Look at this. Look at them trying to go to the back, and I totally understand, right? Because they want to focus on the Hoa. You don't want to let Hoa getting those free moments to just throw those skills, send the blazing brilliance down the middle, so that's why they want to go from there. But to be fair to Team Singapore, they were split out. They were split out by the fact that Team Hong Kong China also sent somebody to zone out the backliners there.
Yeah, and if we're looking at target priority, Hawa and Sumki are, again, I've pointed this out many a times, 1 and 2. Those are the guys that need to die. If you're not hitting those guys in a team fight, you're doing things wrong. And Hong Kong China took advantage. Sumki was all the way on the side. He was largely untouched, just on the outskirts because they were not focusing on him. And then this mid T1 looking to go down here.
Yeah, it was a really tough call, right? In the kind of team fight, it is like a split-second decision on like who do you want to focus on, what do you exactly want to do. Do you want to play protecting your own people, or do you want to try to split them up and then you try to take the squishies behind and then you think about like the tanky ones in front? So I understand it was a split-second decision, but Team Hong Kong China, they did it in a more balanced fashion, I must say. They protected their backline, at the same time they split out the front.
Yeah, but in the mid lane, a little bit of a fight here. Ghost Ship on the side, and it looks like Yuming just navigating around. He's just going to be backing up, but the flank potentially just going on in this one. They're not giving up. Kaming goes in for right WeCat. He wants to bait out the Raging Sea. WeCat holding it to his vest. He's getting focused. 3 members down, the flash away, and now he's going to pop it. It doesn't look like he does. He doesn't get it off, and now Kaming looking for the revenge. The Razor Cavalry only one. Kayang, he's in a bad spot. He's flashing the wrong way, but he's fighting on the outskirts. He gets focused down. He takes down Siskin on his way on out, and now it looks like Yuming on the chase, trying to find the backline as well, but he gets focused down. Just too much damage, and Nyanch is running for his life. Kahing, he's like, I'm a support, I want this kill, and he's not fast enough.
Well, it doesn't matter. They still got 4 of them from Team Singapore. That will be enough for them to take over the jungle, but at the same time, they have to be aware of their top lane as well. They have to clear that one, but they only need to send an air in there and it will be A-okay. For the others, well, they can clear off the jungle. By the time Team Singapore comes up, there's nothing else for them to farm, but that was a really good team fight. Again, the same theory applies from before. Like, what do you want to focus on in a particular team fight? Do you want to go all the way to the back line? But Team Hong Kong China, they respond by splitting up that fight.
Yeah, and Hong Kong China seemed to be doing a better job of the target priority, right? Understanding where Kayang was. They're like, Yuming, yeah, he's doing a little bit of damage, and they were focusing it, right? They put pressure on WeCat. They were like, putting pressure. He flashes away. He was like, okay, not gonna use the Raging Sea. He gets killed, and then once you have that 5-on-4, it's like all, like the floodgates just completely busting open. Yuming, Kayang, incredibly vulnerable at that stage.
Okay, the next team fight, Team Singapore, they have to play this more carefully, right? They cannot allow Team Hong Kong China to dictate that team fight just like how they did before. Go ship up.
Oh, Kayang, the Unbridled Outburst, they're bouncing him around, and the Blazing Brilliance on top of that. What a great initiation by Hong Kong China.
Oh, and that's the advantage of having the go ship, right? Especially if you're able to catch the Kayang. So he's not able to go anywhere, right? His flash was still on cooldown at the time, so nothing can save him.
Yeah, nothing could save him at that point. I mean, it was just more of the positioning factor, right? I think the Singapore, they need a front liner, somebody who can be there. Kayang shouldn't be that guy.
Yep, it should be like, a WeCat, for example, right? So the positioning has to be a little bit more detailed there. Now, WeCat is opening up the left side, while on the right side, Yanzi is trying to clear off the waves. That's the best they could do right now. Clear off everything, and Team Hong Kong China, based on their playstyle from what we've seen before, they will back off on this and focus back onto the objective, and that's what they're doing right now by heading towards the Tyrants.
Yeah, not the sexiest of moves, let's be honest, right? Hong Kong China, the way this is the slow and steady race, they're the turtle, if you will. They're just willing to be like, hey, we know we have a huge lead. As long as we just, take baby steps towards our goal, we will eventually take you down. They're going to take the Tyrant here for free.
Yep, and they still send Kahing in front just to be that insurance policy guy, just to make sure that they are all kept in their own base.
Yep, and now it looks like they'll fight for the Azure. They've been pushed away, stolen away, if you will. Hong Kong China threatening, contesting, getting in your face, and making things very uncomfortable.
Oh, the rotation's happening at the bottom.
They find Sumki. He's by himself, the one-on-one, but now here come the reinforcements. He's been targeted. The homing missiles are on. He's trying to dash away. He gets under the top of the universe. on point. The Raging Sea in return, they do get the revenge kill onto Kaohing, but the Blazing Brilliance isn't enough. Somehow Singapore, all 5 members still standing.
5-man Unbridled Outburst, but the follow-up wasn't enough from Team Hong Kong China because they had split up their team. One of them had to push in the middle, so the damage output was not enough. But if the damage output was enough, they were in the right position. That 5-man Unbridled Outburst could have given them an ace.
It could have given it. That's the craziest thing. They had the perfect Unbridled Outburst, and actually they came out worse. You know what I mean? They were the ones that lost Kaohing. He was the only one to have died. Everybody else was like just perfectly set up, and somehow they survived again under that tower, gave them a chance. And now Singapore, a little bit of an opening. Kaohing is right back up though.
Okay, they have to secure this Overlord, right? This Overlord will at least give them another lifeline, but Hong Kong China won't make it easy.
Yeah, it's getting so low at this point, and Yuming will steal that away. WeCat is very low himself. He needs to be a little on the careful side. The Razor Cavalry is pushing them back, and Zekin doing a little bit of work. He's starting to hit his mark. Kaohing gets picked off. It looks like it's a 1 for 3, 1 for 4. Yanzi is all by himself, and he too will fall. It's a team ace going the way of Hong Kong China.
Well, first you try to get the ace. You don't succeed, you try again. And that's the message there from Team Hong Kong China. Surely right now they'll be able to wrap things up.
Yeah, they're going to wrap it up here. Just a matter of time. The minions are making their way there in Hong Kong China, sticking to their guns, the patient game, and they will take game number 1.
It was a really close game coming in for both teams in terms of the rotations, in terms of the macro there, but there was just more mistakes coming in from Team Singapore. Oftentimes we see Kaohing getting blocked by the ghost ship, getting caught by the Unbridled Outburst left and right. They're leading to more of a disadvantage towards their own team in terms of the goal advantage here, but their 5-man Unbridled Outburst turning it into almost a team ace, just a short bit here. But the main thing that we need to discuss between these two teams, it was a nice game to watch. But overall, team fighting, I gotta give it over to Hong Kong China.
Of course. That was the biggest edge, right? That was what gave him the inevitable win. And finding that out, and you're kind of pointing on a Kaohing in terms of just getting him with those ghost ships. But I don't know if that was really his mistakes. I mean, obviously positioning could have helped, but it just seemed like, you know, Hong Kong China were able to hit their skills at the right spot. Like, they were playing phenomenally, where Singapore, again, having to play reactive, you got to play perfectly as well, and they weren't on that same level.
Yeah, if you think about it, right, there were moments where Team Singapore, they played actively.
Yeah.
Like, they kind of dictated the game, especially at the early stages, and it looked like Team Hong Kong China, okay, they have to play catch-up, right? Like, they were pressured, like, they didn't feel comfortable there based on their movement and all that. But towards the middle, then suddenly the momentum starts to shift away.
I think it's the early game plan coming in for the side of Team Singapore, right? We saw the fact that Yuming on Nerza with WeCat caught the first elimination on towards Some Key's Aaron. Ever since then, it's starting to look really good for Kaohing's Birenjie. They were getting every single thing. But that one shift in the momentum started at the Azure Golem, where Singapore chose the Tyrant, the 8-minute Tyrant, over the Azure Golem. And at that point, the goalie started to shift ever so slightly into the pockets of Hong Kong China. And later on, there were a few teamfight moments where Team Singapore wanted to push the bot side tier 2, but the side of the Zhang Fei coming from Hong Kong China just found it beautiful engage to isolate the team coming out of Singapore.
And that was like kind of like the last pick, and the reason for that, right? I mean, the Zhang Fei is able to have that impact, especially come those team fights. Just so much going on in terms of just like Kaohing's positioning, and also like Sumki, he did some serious work. He got focused a couple times, but then towards the end, he was just like playing with his food almost.
Yeah, he got focused, truly taken down once, right? And that was the first try. And that was also because that he didn't have his Flash together with him that time. But after that, he's like, okay, just one time, nothing else is given away. So it just shows that how they recompose and play with the game, right? They learn really, really fast. As compared to some games, they see like, okay, 1 takedown, 2 takedown, 3 takedown in the same position, same manner, and things just go down all the way. But for Team Hong Kong China, after the 1 takedown, they learn fast.
That's how they managed to stop loss, right? Where once they got, like, they made a mistake, they retaliated by saying like, okay guys, it's a small mistake. We can do it again. Let's reset our mental. Let's play carefully accordingly. And you can see from this stats bar here, the damage coming in from Sumki, even though he was the main person that's getting targeted coming in from the Singaporean squad, he was so stable on that errant damage output.
Yeah, did quite a bit. I mean, and UA, again, I'm not a huge fan of the Zia pick. And you're kind of seeing that here. The universal law is just like, it's spread throughout, right? It does a ton of damage, and it looks great on the score sheet, but in terms of actually getting some of those heroes low, when those fights are happening, it didn't seem like there was too much of an impact there.
A Garden Wall would have been better?
I think so,
because there's an Angela, right?
Yeah.
Blazing Brilliance comes out, boom, standstills, boom.
Yeah, no, I like that, yeah.
I think that's a good idea too, right? Considering the fact that Sumki and also Hoa are not the biggest targets in actually dodging the skill shot coming in from the Garden Bow. But I also understand where they are also learning this specific Zia pick from. It's like referencing the Kazakhstan game where they want to use the Zia to reduce the front line's resistance in allowing Kaiyang's Direnjie to further take them down easily. But that's the problem. The damage is just not sufficient coming in from the full squad. So if Kaiyang falls on towards the hands of the Fatih coming in from the side of Hong Kong, China, things just go south immediately.
Yeah, actually, the Fatih was just able to overcome. There were so many moments where he got on top of Kaiyang and was able to just take him down, even in that, like, the Overlord pit, right? Found him just isolated, right? And having that solo, not all the Clash laners can do that, right? Where they have enough damage and to survive and to do all the good things that you want. When your cores are going up against cores, you're going to have a much better time. They had that edge, and you're seeing most of this gold graph when that favorable fight was happening, and you're seeing just like Singapore, again, on the defensive side, had zero answers to that.
Yeah, it took a while before the graph truly went down, right?
Yeah.
So that was how much consistency they had at the early stages of the game. Now, what we're seeing here on screen is, okay, I believe this is the part where it starts to swing towards Team Hong Kong China, right? Like, Team Singapore, yes, they tried to go for the backline, but they failed to get it. But on the other hand, for Team Hong Kong China, when they went for the backline of Team Singapore, they got something.
And this is the few plays that we see that Singapore actually overextended for the push itself. You can see Kaiyang is severely separated with the team, and then the Unbridled Outburst coming in from Kahing, separating the team further once again, isolating the farm lane player from any sort of cavalry. And you look over to the composition that has been drafted coming in from Singapore. If Kaiyang falls in any single situation, it's over.
It was so good. Like the Ghost Ship, he thought, and this is that 5-man Umbrella Outburst, really like perfectly set up. But I mean, somehow all of them survived here. Somehow Yuming out of the Blazing Brilliance and taking this one. And this is that one last fight. Once you saw that Kaiyang, he was by himself fighting with Zekin in that one. He goes down. The wheels completely came off at that stage.
Yeah. Sagi, do you think that they overly forced the Overlord?
I would
should they have,
say
like,
it was a 4v5 situation because prior to that play, Kahing was taken down on the Unbridled Outburst in that 5-man in towards the bottom side. So it was a must-do situation for them. But maybe the teamfight could have been better here. But this man, talking about teamfight, Sumki on this errand here. I think this is his third MVP in a row from yesterday until now. The man is still hot on fire with a 517 KDA, only suffering one death from that first level minute play.
Yeah, somebody needs to wake him up. I think that, yeah, I mean, I'm just kidding. Don't wake up the beast, right? I think you want to put him to sleep, I think, at this point. You want to somehow avoid him because he's just completely just terrorizing the Singapore squad on this one. And the fact that he was 5-1-7, just finding the right targets as well. And staying alive, not easy to do. And Sumki just proved that, hey, he's more than up to the task.
Yeah, and that one takedown was that very, very early when he didn't have his flash and all that. But after that, it's like adapting to the situation. He knows how to keep himself well and healthy. And also his teammates know how to protect him as well. So yeah, it's just shown that why he is the MVP. He adapts and learns quickly.
Yeah. And he just does it so well, right? Like, if we were to think of it from his perspective, right? There's the Guan Yu coming in from the back. And from the front, there's a Skyfall flying on towards him. So in every single situation, he's being sandwiched by both ends, trying to get rid of the main carry, which is Sumki on that errand here. But in every single situation, aside from that first death on towards that gank that you mentioned that he has no flash, he survived all of them.
Yeah, somehow he was able to find it, right? And even with the potential like airstrike that they might have in terms of the Skyfall, just being able to find that target, even then he was surviving. That was not a problem. And of course, all of this, you know, where are we at right now?
Where are we at right now? Hey man, I think I repeated it quite a few times here. Why don't you remember here?
Because
of course
my
it's gonna
memory's
be
not everything. My
Battalion
brain's
Jaya
small.
Marriott Hotel here, the official venue and hotel sponsor coming in for the 2026 Asian Games Esports Qualifiers for Honor of Kings. Thank you so much, Marriott Battalion Jaya, for sponsoring this event. The stay, the food, the AC has been amazing at this place, and we are loving it alongside with the players.
Yeah, amazing place, amazing venue, and the stage all is just beautiful here. But we got to get back to business, right? Because game
not over.
2 here is not over yet, especially for Team Singapore, right? Looking at what they're capable of doing in Game 1 against Team Hong Kong China here, Game 2, I'll be looking forward to see what Team Singapore has up their sleeve.
Yeah, and I don't think that they need to be discouraged. This is where that whole mental resilience thing is really coming into play, because early game, it was actually pretty close, right? It comes down to some key mistakes that they made, and that kind of, like, you know, snowballed Hong Kong to kind of get a little bit of control. But the experience of this team is definitely there.
Yeah, I will have to definitely agree, right? Hong Kong, China, although they had mistakes like you mentioned there, the way that they paced back into having control of the game through team fighting, through isolating targets one by one, knowing who to take down is pretty mesmerizing, I would say. But for the side of Team Singapore, I think they had a good early game. Mid-game was fine as well. The gold lead was neck and neck at one point. They weren't that far behind. But the main issue is the draft, whereby I think the Gan and Mo swapping the Zia might be a better choice, because that composition just now is only one carry. If Kayang falls, everything is in shambles, so maybe revisit something of similar, but put Yi Hui on a pseudo carry or a damage dealer.
Did you think that the Neza was the right pick too?
I think it's okay.
You think it's okay?
Considering the fact that you have a Fatih, you have a Ata coming in from Hong Kong, China, those two picks could be pretty demanding if there's no healing reduction, and the Neza provides it very early on in the head-to-head matchup against Ata.
Oh, we're going to see a very different pick here from Team Singapore. Starting off with the Dharma. Very good, able to set up team fights, able to get to the back line as well. So this will be a very interesting hero to look at. Unfortunately, the channel is banned out because, well, Team Hong Kong China is planning to pick the R Lee. So there's no direct counter, at least at the early stages towards the R Lee. For another farm laner, so they have to figure out something else. And they're going to go for the Diren J again, which I think is the next best pick anyway.
Yeah. Perfect pick here, right? Coming in for the side of Singapore's farm lane here. You need that to actually go in against the Arlie in those early game matchups here. Might not be the best outscaling potential, but at the very least, early to mid game, Direnjin still dominates against Arlie here. Now, coming in for the third pick, coming in for Hong Kong, China, there are a few picks, right? They can go for the Mage, they can go for the Roam, likely something like a Zhangfei Diadea, or even the Angel again. They had a lot of success with this so far, and revisiting on a Hoa, I think it's a good choice.
Yeah, definitely a good choice. But I think they need to do a better job of protecting. The Ganenmo, again, a huge counter, right? If they're able to get that one, because she's so immobile. If you're able to just lock and load on top of her, she's going to have a tough time. But I don't know if it's just like Singapore are staying away or what.
Now, that's the issue here. At the very least, last game, you can go for the Ganenmo because there's no Arlie here. And we know for a fact, Arlie's Maple Dance can block any sort of projectiles here. So if they do pick a Ganenmo here on the fourth pick, will it be walking into the trap of Hong Kong, China?
Also true. Also true.
But I guess it really depends on like the timing, also the execution at that particular moment, right? So it's really, really hard to tell. But I guess if I was Team Singapore, I'll be like, okay, I'll take some risks. I'll go for the Ganenmo.
Yeah, I would risk it too, because like you're working around cooldowns at that point, right? I mean, every single shots that he's got in terms of the blades, like you have more, right? Like, are you gonna force it out? Is the Arlie gonna always be in the right spot at the right time to block them out? I mean, obviously in the big T fights, obviously it'll be there, but you know, you're basically saying that, you know, she's babysitting the Angela, or they're sticking together.
It's a good reaction game, right? And that's a Liang Rom coming in for Hong Kong, China. They're doubling down on Hwa's capability on landing those skill shots. They really want to burst down Yuming on that dude. The moment Yuming comes in, click of a finger, immediately engaging on Yuming and bursting him down. But I think this opens up several counters coming in from Team Singapore. You have the Lapu Lapu, you have the Zhangfei, both extremely good into the Liang matchup here that Hong Kong, China is proposing.
I would say go for taking the risk, right? Take the Ganenmo right now because you have the Liang. If one of them happen to be protected, well, at least you have another target that you can go for as well. So go for it. Okay, are they gonna? Okay, Garuda instead. All right, fine.
Actually, I'm okay with the Garuda. It kind of largely mitigates some of the Arlie that you were talking about, right, in terms of a counter. But now you got the Lian Po. Set it up, right? Every time dude with glasses tries to lock somebody down, you punch him in the face.
Oh, wow.
No? A little coming on a little strong?
In the jiu-jitsu style?
You pop in, you pop in and knock him up, you know?
Okay, I'll be afraid now. Maybe I should change seat with Sagi.
You are wearing glasses, though.
Exactly.
Thanks for reminding me. Yeah.
Liang wears glasses. He didn't specify if it was Liang or Sir Cloud, you know? So you might want to be careful later on in the cast.
Oh, just like how Team Singapore will need to be careful of the Bai Chi now.
Oh.
Wow, you have the Bai Chi, you have the Fateh. So Bai Chi will be a very strong frontliner. Obviously, he can absorb damage, and he can also track down the Dharma if the Dharma tries something funny.
Oh yeah, and I'm interested to see whether this Bai Chi is going jungle or clash lane, because yesterday Kahin was putting it in towards the jungle, which we saw yesterday, and today he is going once again towards give it a while. We're still waiting for it to load. Once again going towards the jungle on towards Kahin.
Yeah, interesting. Because also it kind of counters the Dune tank as well. Like you want to be like, okay, you want to be that frontliner? Let's go. Wind slash? Okay. I'm tanky enough to go there. Plus I've got my own talk. I can lay waste, if you will. Get to that back line where, again, you're trying to get the squishy heroes as we go into, of course, the final series of the day. Game number 2. Cloud, who are you giving the edge to here?
Oof. If there was a Garemo pick, I know it sounds like a risky pick. We talked about it. I'll probably put it onto, okay, because you have a Garemo, I'm going to give it to you, right? But without the Garemo right now, I'll be like, Garuda, yeah, long range, Wings of Judgment. It's not because of damage, right? Especially if you want to like just burst that damage down and try to take out one as quickly as possible. So to me, Hong Kong China is the better draft.
I'm not so... Okay, I do agree to a certain degree with the Ganenmo, but I think that the Garuda is fine, right? I think in terms of like a mid laner, it still has... It outranges. It has... as long as your positioning is flawless, and he needs to be a little bit careful as he dodges some of these barriers here. But, you know, again, it's trying to outclass Hawa on the Angela, who has proven time and time again that the Angela is a great mid-pick here at the Asian Games.
Yeah, and you can combo with the Liang, like, obviously. So Liang holds down with a power word control and then comes in the Blazing Brilliance. Yeah, it's a very, very strong control. It's just that they'll be putting themselves in a very, very vulnerable position. Now, can that be countered? Yeah, the Dune is there as well. If the Dune can counter. Okay, the Dune can counter for sure. Weekend can counter too. So I would say that Team Singapore, they have responses.
Oh, the Chaos Cinder. This is annoying, right? We were like, the Dune would go in. You have the Liang with those barriers. You have Angela with the Chaos Cinder. You have so many different ways to control because it is very predictable. You know where it's going to be. And this is why this draft, you were talking about how you favored it. I mean, there are definitely counters to it. And they do quite a bit on this Yuming. He's going to struggle.
So this will also depend on like execution of Weekend, right? Like when will he go in with the Tremor Smash? Will he go in as an engage or as a counter engage? Yeah, if he goes in as an engage, well, that means that the rest of Team Singapore, they have to win the fight quickly. If they stall that fight, then Team Hong Kong China, they have a lot of utilities to counter back.
Yeah. Kahing, though, he's not level 4. He's going to set up the barrier with the Chaos Cinder. That might be enough to flash away. And all of this just for a pheasant. Man, you just want a single piece of the pie in terms of the jungle camps. And Hong Kong, China are like, nope, here comes everything.
Okay, and they have to be careful as well because Kahing is not at level 4 when that happened. So the next time they meet in that similar scenario, they are probably going to get a strike for themselves.
Yeah, and so this is going to give them a spike in terms of this early game, right? Being able to find that control, and they actually have the lay waste as well. He's not able to unruly blade on back, and they have just enough. Yuming down, giving up first strike.
And that was what I was just talking about, right? Like the moment Kahing got level 4, he's ready with the power word control. That's exactly what will happen. And that will happen again until Team Singapore gets enough items to hopefully tank it.
But they're going to struggle in the early game, right? This is a huge power spike for Hong Kong, right? Kahing, anytime that ult is on, you're looking for a gank. You're looking for something. And so Singapore have to work around that cooldown as it looks like Kai Yang is taking a little bit in terms of this trade with Sumki.
Yeah, it's the similar theory of like if you have a Liang Princess Frost sort of combo, right?
Yeah.
It's just that this is Liang with another girlfriend, which is
okay.
Angela, right? So
Should we tell Princess Frost? But here's the control. That's the lock in, and they lock it down. Yachi's going to be taken down. I mean, that wombo combo is just too much at this stage.
Oh yeah. This is again same theory with Liang and Princess Frost. It just repeats and repeats and repeats. But Singapore, they respond with aggression.
Yeah, you want to take this down, but look, here come the insult. This is a perfect flank. The Winds of Judgment looking to go for that flank, and now Yuming, he's going to just take out most of this, but they've got 4 members down here, and they find UA as well as Yuming. A great rotation by Hong Kong China.
Oh, and so happened that the Tyrant is up, so this will be a free Tyrant for Team Hong Kong China, but inside...
Oh, here we go. And now it looks like he's locking it up. The Tremor Smash only onto 1, and he's going to be going down just way too deep. Hong Kong China gave up the turn because they thought there was going to team fight, and they took him down.
Yes, and the moment he went down, maybe next is going to be the Tyrant. No, interestingly, Team Hong Kong China not interested in the Tyrant. Okay, this is not the usual playstyle that they're deploying.
Yeah, but they will start it. They do have enough. I think that it's just like, okay, we're so far ahead right now. Like we don't need the entire team to do this. Everybody go your own way. Let's get as much jungle efficiency across the map as possible.
Yeah, efficiency is the name of the game here for Team Hong Kong China. Yeah, they've calculated everything, right? They can send people up to farm at other lanes and everyone gets the best of that situation. Wow. But again, right, so we are still at like, what, the 5th minute? So this combination between Liang and also Angela is still very, very dangerous. So whenever this rotation happens, whenever Team Singapore sees them rotating as a duo, as a trio, they have to immediately run.
Yeah, immediately run. But it starts with vision, right? Getting the sentries. Weecat is going to be chased here. Kahin might go for the late waste. He's actually got the taunt on top of him. He gets the pullback. No, he's going to burst Ram on out, using those skills to his advantage.
Okay, at least Weecat is not that target that Team Hong Kong China wants to do that combo on, because there's a chance that he will be able to survive that one as a tank. So he's going to let that one go, but they're looking for their next target. So Weecat will be that key person to open up the map to give as much information as possible. Where will these 3 be rotating at?
Yeah, Sumkey here on this Arlie. Just how much threat does he have? Like, Yuming was like, saw him, took a couple shots. He's like, all right, Unruly Blade, I'm getting to safety, right? I can't even fight here. But now they actually fight him with that control, the blazing brilliance, everything to take him down, and he gets melted. And they're going to take the Crimson Golem away off the smite off of Kai.
If the dude can go down that easily to that combo, everyone else can, right? So this is going to be very, very dangerous for Team Singapore. The only one that can probably withstand that is going to be Weecat. But Team Hong Kong China can easily say, okay, we just ignore you. We just look at everyone else, and then there's a lot of options.
Kahin with that Wings of Judgment, just trying to zone him away. Kahin is on the low side, but UA needs to be careful about this potential flank. Zekin is thinking about diving in, goes on, a couple slashes on, but now the Azure Golem is going to be picked up. Singapore left wanting, and again, just see all of the buffs being stolen from under them.
Okay, all right. So now at least they're starting to back off a bit, but that's also because that they need to reset their skills again, especially Kahin. So Kahin and also Hoa, they're ready with their respective ults. We can see them pairing up together just like how they are on screen right now. They're looking for the next target. They're looking for the backline.
Yeah, but those two have been on point, right? Kahin has just been an absolute beast. But do you know the difference between Kahin and Kaiheng?
Is it G?
Yeah, it is the G. That's keeping them in, right? That's the only difference. I like it how you got it. Awesome. But now we're going in. I mean, Kaiyang, also with a G, he's looking to defend this top lane, right? Kaiyang, again, he needs that space and to kind of compete here with Somki, who's gotten the better of him this game.
Oh, Hoa putting himself as a bait. Look at that, right? While Kaiheng is really behind. But here comes Somki.
Play with that control all the way from the Frost, with the blazing brilliance and Sumki's damage. He goes down yet again.
That is nasty how they position themselves. You wouldn't expect that. You see one Angela, you'll be like, ha, Angela's alone, let's go for it. And then they were forced inside and Kaiheng was ready and all that happened.
Yeah, and they're going to take the Crimson Golem here. Okay, if there's anything against the Liang, is that he does fall off. Probably at the 15-minute mark plus, right? But at this rate, the way that Hong Kong are rolling, this has got to be incredibly discouraging. Singapore right now need to just hold on. Use these Wings of Judgment, clear the way, make sure that nobody's touching this mid T1.
The 15-minute mark is still miles away.
You gotta believe, man. You gotta be positive.
Okay, let's be positive here.
Oh, the truth. Yanshi, he not too much on this one, but Kahin's on the side. He's just so tanky. He turns it and takes down Kaiyang. The Blazing Brilliance is a little just taking the mark, and Yu Ming too will fall, not even able to get the win slash off.
Oh, they got two very, very important heroes on the side of Team Singapore. But again, disciplined gameplay shown by Team Hong Kong China. They're not going to stay there too long. They're going to focus onto the mid lane. After taking down the mid lane, the Tyrant is going to be up. It's about time for them to refocus back onto the bottom by then.
Yeah, and taking this one down, I mean, the mid T1, that was with... I told them that, hey, they had one job, and that was to keep the mid T1 up, and they didn't do it.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah. Yeah. Too bad. You have to answer the call after this.
Yeah. All right, but now, okay, Hong Kong, China have been playing a flawless game. Haven't died a single time. 8K net worth lead, everything going in their favor, finding things out in terms of just like the movements, the way that they're ganking, they're playing together as a team. Singapore right now, really, what are you doing as Singapore? Like, how do you get back into this?
Well, firstly, you have to literally get back.
Yeah, the control just too much at this point, and the taunt as well, just locking him down. Yanzu was trying to make the heroic play to save him, but he too will fall. And now the turnaround, the pullback with the layways as well. They've taken them all down. Yiwei is going to be dove under, and they get him with a Chaos Strike, and Hawa with a Quadra.
That insane layways, my goodness, caught 3 of them, and the follow-up came. That was definitely something that it all started again by Team Hong Kong China with what? With a combo of Kahin and Hoa. They catch one, and the one that they caught was actually Wicked. As tanky as Wicked is supposed to be, he got melted down. They know that, okay, this is the threshold. If they're able to take out Wicked just like that, they know they can take out anyone.
Anyone, anything, and they've taken the Shadow Tyrant here. Starting them off, they're up 14-0. As Singapore, they got to be feeling a little bit rough, but this Kahin Bai Chi has just had so much value. He is just taking all of the shots, literally shrugging it off, and turning fights. All of the time, you try to run away, he pulls you right back in.
Yeah, and when the combo between Hoa and Kahin is on cooldown, like, Kahin shows up.
Yeah.
With the leeways, and everyone just goes in with their basic attacks and all, especially with Sumki. Right now, Sumki is already really strong. Just look at his items. He's way ahead of anyone, especially way ahead of Kaiyang.
Oh, they dash right in. They try to go on top of Yu Ming. He really plays on back. He gets pulled under the tower, but it doesn't seem like Hong Kong China cares as they take him down, as well as the mid T2.
Oh man, you can't step out right now. The moment you step out of the base, that's it. So you have to... Okay, so Team Singapore right now, they have to play like, okay, pull Team Hong Kong China come towards them. Because why? Wicked can counter engage. Wicked can dish out a big CC. So they have to try to pull Team Hong Kong China together and then try to take advantage of that.
But look at how Hong Kong China, I mean, yeah, they're grouping up in this mid lane, maybe potentially baiting them out here, but they're taking the mid T3, taking them all down. Wings of Judgment now going to be used to zone them away, but Hong Kong China largely don't care. I think they're going to be happy with this regrouping stage.
Oh man, oh, Yanzi's position compromised there. Okay, I'm still waiting for the moment, like, okay, we see the big Tremor Smash, like Tremor Smash into 3, into 4, and then follow up by all the other attacks from Team Singapore. Right now, they have yet to be able to do that.
Yeah, I haven't been able to do it because, you know, Hong Kong China, they're the ones initiating. You want to take a fight, it's on what, you know, the Hong Kong China want to do. They're the ones that are taking things out. And now you're seeing most of this is like through Kahing and Kahin. Both of those guys have been immaculate in this one.
Oh, right now, it's 15-0. This scoreline is so huge at this moment. Well, Wicked is still doing what he can, opening up the map. And if it chooses to execute his plan of like going in with the Tremor Smash, his teammates has to be together with him as well. So there are a lot of compositions to fall together before he can do it.
Yeah, if not now, when? Now he's looking to go. Wicked gets to the back line, then Tremor Smash, but he knocks him aside. Here we go with the wombo combo. Hawa's going to be taken down, but 4 members down, make it an ace. They just counter-initiate, and just like that, Hong Kong China taking game 2, and they will take the sweep over Singapore.
Clean game, right? I'm telling you, 2-0 sweep, and in the final score, it was 20-1. The only takedown that Singapore found was Hoa's Angela, but other than that, every single Liang ultimate coming in from the side of Kahing. Ultimate into takedown, ultimate, takedown into buff, buff into other buff. And it just kept cycling for the rest of the game.
That was unacceptable, Hawa. How dare you die, right? I think that you no, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Being a perfectionist, of course. And going into this one, I mean, Hong Kong, China, we're just on another level. They had zero answers for the way that they were onslaughting. Like the hero selection and the way that they were able to dissect any sort of approach on top of them. And there's a reason why Hong Kong, China were the favorites in Group D, and you saw why.
Yeah, I mean, I know towards the end we did call for like, okay, we need to see a tremor smash and everybody goes in and take that fight. Yes, I gotta give them credit for it, right? They did do it. Team Singapore did do it, but it's not because of like, oh, they were targeting bad and all that. It's just because like, okay, the items and the levels were just too far away. But if you don't do it, then you're going to lose anyway because you keep falling back. So you have to take some level of risk. So I applaud them for that.
Yeah, they did try, right? But in a sense, when how the game actually unfolded into that situation, it's more towards this specific pacing, right? The moment Kahing was level 4, we start seeing Kahin and Kahing and Hoa, the trio, to just jump into someone, pop him, and then go for the jungle objective. Next time it comes up, Yuming again, gets popped, jungle objective again. Then it keeps rinse and repeat and cycling to a point where they are snowballing so ahead that whatever damage coming in from Kaiyang, Yihui, was just not sufficient to take down the main tank, which is Kahin on that Baichi. You can see Yuming, 0-8-1. He's not enjoying this game. This is a tough one for him to swallow.
Oh, tough one. 0-8-1, right? And also, another tough one is the you snapping. Every time you snap, I feel like you're going to Thanos snap and like half of us are going to disappear. So let's just kind of hold off on that as we go into this one. But the breakdown, I mean, Yuming completely got caught out, right? He was like constantly focused. Yes, he's tanky, but it's really not enough against the Hong Kong China squad, which are looking to burn you down as quickly as you even approach them.
Yeah, and throughout the entire game, like Hoa had an amazing game. Of course, it was set up as well by Kahing with the power word control, right? But towards the end, yeah, that one kind of tarnished it a little bit. But yeah, that's okay. He had a godlike at some point.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was like straight down. Yeah.
9-1-7, man. And
yeah.
Kahing was Kahin and Kahin. Look, this jungle roam duo, they are just everywhere on the map. Every single play, it's either started by the power control coming in from the Liang, then subsequently follow up by Hoa's full burst on the Angela, or Kahin finding a really, really beautiful layways on towards the backline, and then the claw pulls back all the members of Team Singapore into the warm approach coming in from Hong Kong China members here. Like if Sumki was the main damage dealer, the consistent part in game 1, this game, it was the jungle mid-roam trio.
Yeah, just too much impact, right? And it makes everything else easier when you have Zekin, and Sumki to just clean house, right? You don't have to make the pressure of going for the initiations when they're setting things up for you, right? They're getting the initial pickoffs, and then it's a 5-on-4. It's such an easy team fight from there on out.
Yeah, so this game, I would say it didn't really drag out as long as the game before, because I would say Team Hong Kong China, they had a little bit more control from the start to the end because of this. And there was something that we kind of expected when we saw this combination of like, oh, the Liang was the last pick. What are they going to do? Or they're going to combo with the Angela. Just like how it will be comboed with the Princess Frost. And because of that, it is shown by this growth graph as well. From the early stage, I believe this was like the first or second minute, it goes all the way down because they started that control when the Liang got the level 4.
It was really stressful coming in for the side of Team Singapore. The moment Liang got the level 4, we keep talking about it, like Liang is a hero that requires snowball and momentum. And if you find the first engage on the correct target at the perfect timing, which was very well calculated coming in for the side of Team Hong Kong China, where Yuming got taken down on the Dune, which is on this one. And you can see on your left side of the screen, timer for Azure Golem, 5 seconds on towards the respawn here. First strike, great and all, but when you get another Azure Golem on towards that, that's like a 300 to 400 gold shift coming in for both teams.
Yeah, it's a highlight reel of just Kaiyang just setting things up. I mean, almost all of them have been with just control, right? It just lock it down. Boom. Okay, nice tremor smash. All right, but now we're going to lock you down. You want to go in? Let's go. I mean, every single one, the CC is unreal. The control, and then it's so easy to, when you have that guy locked down, to target priority and just blow him up.
Yeah, the moment they start locking down the more tankier heroes, right, like the Dune, they know that, okay, this is what we can go for. Right? Basically, if we can take down the Dune as quickly as what we saw in the highlights, they can take down anyone quick, just like this one.
Liampo.
Again,
wow.
even the Liampo.
like godlike as of this point coming in from the side of Hoa. And if game 1 was a back and forth game, although Singapore, that was beautiful coming from Kai. The Bai Chi, the triple claw, that was insane. But as we were talking about, right, if game 1 was a back and forth coming in from both Singapore and also Hong Kong, China, that dragged it to a 60-minute mark, although Hong Kong, China took some time, it was still pretty clean team fights. But this game, it was no team fights. It was just pure execution coming in from Hong Kong, China and decimating every single one of those power controls.
Yeah, they were just too far behind at this point. I mean, it was a really nice tremor smash, but the rest of them just trying to run in and get back into the fight, it was just too much Hong Kong, China. And Ka Hing, off of the Liang, off of that punchable face, if you will, somehow goes 2-0-17 to set it up for the rest of the team.
Hey, show some love for guys with glasses, okay? Yeah.
I can't.
Yeah, honestly, I would have thought that the Angela would get it, right? But to be fair to Ka Hing, right? He was the one that sets up everything. If he doesn't set up, then you won't get as many takedowns for the Angela.
Yeah, exactly. I like that reasoning here, Sir Cloud. I think Ka Hing definitely had the perfect momentum here.
We Rome support each other, man.
Of course, like Ka Hing, Sir Cloud, Ka Hing. Nice to meet you.
Yeah, nice to meet you, man.
We're really doing this?
He can't hear you, Sir Cloud. But definitely,
like you can talk to him outside.
But definitely, after seeing the replay and everything, the highlights, it was so clean coming in for the side of Ka Hing. Every single power control from start to finish found value. Like, it led to most of the takedowns. I think 90% of the power controls, all takedowns. If not, it will always burn a common spell or common skill, which is the flash coming in from Lian Po, or Yuming, one of his 8 devs, probably like 7 of them was from the power control.
Yeah, just like every single time. That's the #1 target. Once you take it down, like who can take it? Right? I mean, we can't ideally, but he was even far behind. He was very squishy as well, right? So taking those guys out, and then now Kai Ying is all by himself. He's trying to just stay alive on the D-range, just like literally running for his life.
Yeah, I want to reflect a little bit on that last moment from the Team Singapore, right? Like if in an alternate universe where, okay, the levels are same, items are all full, that team fight would have been really nice.
Beautiful, right? Yeah. I mean, like, you get like a Truth and a Tremor Smash coming in from Team Singapore, then maybe it'll work out. But to thank the viewers at home watching the Asian Games qualifiers here, thank you all for spectating, and we would like to remind you to claim the commemorative badge on June 21. It can be used in the Grand Venture as more rewards will await you, and you do deserve this reward. So remember, claim it now, okay? Claim it on June 21. Oh, no, it's not now, it's June 21, yeah.
Hey, it's a cat. I'll take anything with a cat on it.
Oh yeah, you have a lot of cats, right, Sir Carl?
Yeah, 4 cats, yeah.
Hey, nice to know.
I even have the Zhangfei cat skin.
Oh yeah, the mural one, right? Yeah. But to top it off for this entire series here, let's drop it over to the side of Mara to check out the winner's interview with the Hong Kong representative after that demanding win over Singapore.
Another great win by Hong Kong, China. Congratulations! Even from the start of the match, Singapore's lineup, they are so successful in terms of what they're meant to do was to form together to have that chain crowd control. But what Hong Kong, China consistently does is that you're able to split up those formation. So how do you and your team know when to find the right fight and identify that without giving Singapore that fight that they wanted?
So 第一個 game 開始咧，新加坡就見到佢哋用呢個團戰嘅陣營去對抗你哋啦，但係你哋都會有能力即係分散佢哋個成個團，即係唔俾佢哋用佢哋想用嘅陣營。So 係點樣做到呢樣嘢？即係同個 timing 個時間，你哋係點樣知道要幾時要咁樣去破佢哋嘅陣營啊？
即係我哋對每一隻英雄嘅打法啊，同埋特點咧係知得好清楚嘅。即係我哋揀完陣容之後，我哋係大家都已經係會知道自己隻英可以點樣打，對面隻英會點樣打，點樣嚟針對我哋。我哋亦都會好細心咁關注小地圖每一分每一秒啦，即係對10個人嘅位置係非常敏感嘅。即係我哋每一波團戰之前都係會分好工，我哋每個人要做啲咩，所以例如關羽冇路咧，我哋係每分每秒都會報，然後揾人去針對佢，然後去揾咗個好好嘅團戰嘅陣容。
So even from the band pick stage, we are very clear of what heroes we're using and what they are representing, and then also we are very sensitive of the all 10 heroes on the map, and then when to to do focus and isolation, all this from the start. So I think that goes to answer your question on because of heroes understanding and also the sensitivity.
Hong Kong, China is always great with decision making. Now, earlier, when we spoke to Republic of Korea, we asked them which team they're looking forward to face, who they find is the most challenging. And their answer was Hong Kong, China. You're going to go up against them in their last match. What do you have to say about what they said?
只能講我哋同韓國識英雄重英雄，好希望過兩日可以有一個大家都好滿意嘅比賽。
So we understand that Korean team is really a strong team, and then thank you for choosing us as a strongest opponent. And just what I can say is 2 days later during the match, I hope that it can be a very interesting and the best game of all.
A lot of people are excited to see that one, and a lot of people have been excited to always watch your successful games. What would you like to say to everybody watching from Hong Kong, China, and the rest of the world?
好希望可以藉住呢次比賽，令到大家可以見到我哋中國香港地區隊伍嘅實力，同埋可以俾多啲關注我哋。
We are happy to show our skills and our team, how our team are doing in the global stage. So we hope that you can continue to support us.
Amazing gameplays as always. Once again, congratulations. Now we'll head back to the casters. Lead the gorge.
Thank you, Hahin, and also Mara for the interview there. You can definitely start to understand how specific players and teams think and also process their thoughts in the game. Because Kahin just now, he did mention like, okay, the reason why we're able to spot so many of these plays on towards the Liang, on towards the Dun play, for example, and also like to close off the Guan Yu pick itself, is like they're always, in every second, giving information to one another to identify plays, to plan the next step. So information flow coming in from Kahin and the team is really, really smooth.
And you want to continue that.
Correct.
I think that speaks of a high-level team, right? When you're able to constantly communicate and do it where it's very effective, where you're able to kind of make sure that, hey, we're on the same page, we're going in together, the timing of, going in. And they're able to stack the skills because of that.
And coming to the standings real quick here, Indonesia and the Philippines have directly qualified to the main event, and Uzbekistan, Pakistan, they are still looking for their slot in the final few moments because Uzbekistan, they are the deciding factor here. If they win, then they are going to the last chance. If they lose, they have to force a tiebreaker in Pakistan, if I'm not mistaken here, but we'll check on that later on. Group B, Myanmar qualified, Nepal and Kyrgyzstan tied, and Jordan, they have a shot of playing spoiler here if they can go to a 2-2 standing. Unfortunately, UAE, they are already out for the tournament contention here. For Holler, what's happening in Group C and Group D?
Kazakhstan, I think that's the biggest surprise, right? I think that a lot of people were like, hey, Vietnam is going to be the top dog. And it's like, actually, Kazakhstan
exactly
showed up, right? And we have a little bit of a three-card Monty, if you will, in terms of who's going to take the top 2 slots here. That one is going to be interesting as we get into the final days.
Yeah, and for Group D, we're seeing, Hong Kong, China, and also Republic of Korea. These are the 2 hot teams here, and it's, I guess, no surprise that they're up there. But the third spot is still heavily contested, right? We might still see Syria, it might still be Singapore, so there's still chances for them.
I think Singapore definitely has a chance, and so far, these are the confirmed qualified teams coming in for this specific tournament here. It's not based on the rankings like first, second, or third. It's by random, and currently it's Indonesia and Philippines, both from Group A, finalizing their confirmed slot into the main event. Yes, they haven't played each other yet, but based on the standings, they are guaranteed.
Yeah, and being 1-2, right, in Group A, that definitely helps them out. And even when they play, there's going to be playing for national pride. So that series is going to be a bit of a banger. I just want to know if Indonesia actually drops a single death in this entire, Asia Games qualifier here.
Well, tomorrow we'll see more amazing matches. Not yet that match, though. Not yet, guys. We'll hold on to that one because tomorrow we're going to start out with Group A. It's going to be Uzbekistan versus Mongolia. Group B coming in match number 2, Kyrgyzstan versus Myanmar. And Group C in match 3, Team Vietnam versus Laos. Group D will be Syria versus Korea. And we have Group D again with Sri Lanka versus Team Singapore.
I would say that Group C, that 4 p.m. timer with the Vietnamese team versus going into the Laos team. That seems like the highlight for me. But if you look over to the whole day, there has been more storyline coming in compared to day 1 and day 2. Because as you pace into the final day of group stage, you start to see matches being more important as teams have to fight for survival and for the last chance stage.
Yeah, we find out exactly which of the teams want it, right? Who's going to go on? Who's going to get to the top 2 or 3 slots, right? And even that third slot, there's a little bit of a rat race. Not all the teams are eliminated, if you will, but it's still going to be close, and it's going to probably go to the last day to find out where the true standings are going to be.
Yeah, and if you're in a position that, the number 1, number 2 is no longer reachable for you as a team, right? Well, getting a third spot is not too bad. You still play LCQ, so let's see how that one turns out later.
Last chance stage is definitely something that the teams want to be aiming for if you are aiming for that third spot here. But finally, you can also create a cheer text coming in for your respective region in your native language. Just submit it to your country and then show your support. After the qualifiers, the top 1 voted voice from the community will be recorded and turned into an in-game voice pack here. So remember, join the Asian Game Cheer Voice event for that creation slot.
Yeah, and of course you can do it on the IQ official gaming phone for 2026 Asia Games Esports Qualifiers for Honor of Kings. And you get like a double whammy, if you will, of just being able to do both at the same time. I think that is actually a great way for, again, you to just kind of support not only the Honor of Kings system, but also your region of choice.
Oh, yeah, and you get to play like the new update as well, because the new update is newly launched, so a lot of reason to get this phone to have that smooth experience with the game.
Exactly, right? Like the new update has so much to offer here, and talking about new, right? I think the tomorrow matches are gonna definitely be even more important coming in for some of these teams. But that's for tomorrow here. It's been a long day. My name is Sagi, your Dead Souls, and our casters will have to bid goodbye towards you. Holler, Sir Cloud, thank you for today, and we will see you tomorrow.
Ever changing, some chameleon.